Chapter 26. The Angel. I wake up panting, sobbing quietly to myself in a panic at the horrific nightmares plaguing me. Oh, I think it's the painkillers. They do something to my brain other than block my pain receptors. It's a matter of which type of pain I would prefer, physical or mental. Would I rather have my ribs ache, or have memories of rape flash across my mind every time my eyes close? I hold my hands up in front of me and realize I'm trembling. On the bedside table next to me is a glass of water, and I down it in several big gulps. My phone is resting on the nightstand, plugged into the charger. I grab it and immediately FaceTime my brother. As it rings, I glance out the window. It's dark. My phone tells me it's nearly midnight. Despite it being so late, after several rings, my brother's face pops up on the screen, and a small breath of relief escapes me. "Hi," I croak.
"Hi, are you okay?"
I nod. "Yeah, I'm okay." I wipe some lingering wetness from my cheek with my thumb. I just had a nightmare.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
A fair question, but I shake my head. "No, I just wanted to hear your voice. Mom and Dad are here, but I didn't want to wake them up."
"Oh, so you chose to wake me up instead."
It pulls a small smile from me, albeit a sad one.
"Hey, you know I'm kidding. You can call me anytime about anything. I'm sorry I couldn't come to see you. Justin's mom just got a heart transplant and it's been hard on him."
"Trav, it's okay. I get it."
"But Mom told me all about your, and I quote, super hot boyfriend."
I immediately burst into tears.
Hey, okay, hottie is a touchy subject. Got it.
Sorry. Shit, I'm sorry. I give him a soft, apologetic smile because what I'm about to say is probably one of the most hurtful things you can say to someone that loves you. I've just never felt more alone than I do right now. It feels like I'm in a cage, Travis.
That's trauma.
I tuck my knees to my chest. You don't even know the half of it. I take a deep, shaky breath and try to give him a convincing smile. "I'll let you go to bed. Thank you, though, for answering."
I love you, Ellie.
"I love you, too." And with that, we end our video chat. I set my phone down and cry into my knees for a few more minutes until my head aches as much as my chest does. I'm never going to take breathing normally for granted again. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to fall back asleep anytime soon, so I take the empty glass from my bedside table to get some more water. Mercifully, my room is on the bottom floor, so I don't have to face the horrors of trying to go up and down stairs in my condition. I rub my eyes and slap around the wall of the kitchen until I find the light switch. I flip it on and nearly jump out of my skin. I scream and drop the glass at my feet. Edwin is standing about 6 inches from me, balancing on a walker with a shocked expression on his face.
"Be careful. Don't cut up your feet, Elena."
I blink at him, and my body goes rigid as my arms fall to my sides. You know me?" He gives me a gummy smile.
"Of course I know you. My brain doesn't always work right, but I never forget a pretty face, especially one my son is so fond of."
"What are you doing in here?"
"Same as you, I'd imagine. Getting some water."
"Oh," I say awkwardly, bending down to pick up the glass from the floor. Luckily, it broke into 3 big pieces instead of shattering. I fill 2 glasses up to the brim with cold water, and then pass one over to Edwin. "Do you want me to find Christian?" Edwin probably shouldn't be wandering the mansion on his own. Christian would be elated to know he's lucid. Christian once told me that it's rare these days, so he cherishes it when he can.
No, he's not here anyways. He went out into the city hours ago, probably looking for someone to shoot.
I start violently coughing, which hurts considering I have 3 broken ribs and a headache from hell. I give Edwin a strained glare, my eye twitching.
Don't look at me like that. You're surprised I know about him. The silencer, I mean. Do they still call him that on the news? I haven't watched the news in a long time.
I rub my face. I think I took too many painkillers.
Before you came along, he had no one else but me. He never talked to me, not until my memory started going. He's told me everything he's ever done in excruciating detail, and I always listen. Oh, I pretend to forget. You see, Elena, Alzheimer's was the best thing that ever happened to me, because once my head started to go, Christian finally opened up to me. He vents to me. If confiding in me brings him a small comfort, then it's worth all the burdens I have to bear.
He's a murderer, Edwin. I shake my head. Why haven't you told anyone? Don't you care about all the lives he's taken?
Yes, I care. I pray for their souls every night. But who would believe a kooky old man with memory problems? Do I pretend I'm not lucid sometimes when I am for his sake? Yes, I'd never tell him that, and I'd never tell another soul what he's done, because all I'd be doing is betraying his trust, and he's all I have. He's my only family. He may not be my blood, but he is my son, and I love him. Do you understand, Elena? Love makes people blind. It makes us blind and selfish and stupid.
Why are you telling me this? Are you even hearing yourself? Is this some kind of test of my loyalty to Christian? I let myself get raped repeatedly to keep his secret. But I'm sure you already knew that.
Why did you keep his secret?
I don't know.
Yes, you do,
he says, and his wise gaze hits me like a ton of bricks. And all I do in response is shake my head in denial. I push off the counter to leave, but Edwin stops me by saying my name.
I know you owe me nothing. I know I'm nothing to you. But I'm an old man and I'll die soon. I'd ask you one kindness.
What?
Don't tell him that I know.
Then why do you tell me? It's quiet for a long minute.
Because I needed someone to confide in too. You'll never know how grateful I am that you came into his life.
My shock must be written all over my face. Of all the things I expected him to say to me, that was not it.
The night he met you, I woke up and I could feel something was wrong. I went into his room and I found his suicide note.
A single tear falls down his face.
I thought I was too late, but then he walked through the door, panting and soaked through with rain. He fell to his knees and told me that he found his guardian angel. You are the reason I still have my son. I can never repay that debt, not in this lifetime or any others. If you ever want someone to listen and forget, never hesitate to come to me, Elena. It's the least I can do for you.
Abandoning the water glass, I say, "Good night, Edwin." With that, I leave the kitchen and head back towards my room. I pause at the door. My head and eyes stay locked on Christian's room, and before I have a chance to think twice or even comprehend what I'm doing, my feet are carrying me to his bedroom. I don't knock before opening the door. It's empty and cold. The fireplace is dormant. The blackout drapes make it almost pitch black. The only light comes from the gentle golden glow of a small lamp on one of the nightstands. I make my way over to the small bench at the end of his bed. I lie down on my side, with my knees bent so I can fit my entire body onto the narrow cushion. I fight sleep for a while, afraid of falling into another nightmare. But eventually, I let myself rest, the scent of Christian wrapping around me like a comforting embrace. The one I remember. The one I used to crave. When I wake up again, as I shift, I realize I'm no longer lying down on the hard bench, but on a soft mattress, bundled up in a burgundy comforter with my face buried in fluffy pillows. I inhale deeply. Christian. He must have found me on the bench last night and moved me to the bed. The crinkled sheets across the other side of the mattress tell me he slept here too, though not close enough to touch me accidentally in the night. I must have been so tired that I didn't even realize he'd picked me up to move me, and I'm grateful. I'm not sure I could have handled it. There used to be something so sacred and tender about the way he touched me. Now, the mere thought has my skin crawling. The fireplace is lit now, the soft crackling filling the silence, making the room smell of wood smoke. The clock on the bedside table tells me it's nearly noon. I slept for almost 12 hours. I throw my legs over the side of the bed and emerge from the warmth of the blankets. I leave Christian's room to go to my own. When I get there, just as he promised before everything went to shit, all my things are neatly put away. Right. I had forgotten that I agreed to move in. He had to get all my stuff out of my apartment before my landlord threw it into the street. A family photo I kept on my bedside table at my apartment now sits on a desk near the window. An array of notebooks and textbooks from my law school days are stacked on a bookshelf. My purple blanket is folded neatly on the foot of the bed. I suspect all my clothes are hanging in the closet already, and as I enter the bathroom, all my toiletries are there. My toothbrush and half-used tube of toothpaste are perched by the sink. I brush my teeth for much longer than necessary, getting lost staring at the girl looking back at me in the mirror. I'm thin in the face, ghoulish. Dark circles have become permanent fixtures under my eyes, blending into splotches of purple and yellow bruises across my cheek. One of my eyes is still bloodshot from where the blood vessels busted, and I poke the corner. The tender skin there is still swollen. I rinse out my mouth and unbutton my sleep shirt. Dark purple bruises cover my torso where my ribs cracked in the car accident. The scar on my thigh from the glass is, regrettably, the only part of me that looks like it's healing. That's because my dad did the stitches. It's a long, thin scar in a perfectly straight line. My body is littered in small cuts from when the glass shattered in the car accident and the club. I take off my shorts until I'm left in just my panties, and I stare at the space between my legs in the mirror. I can practically feel the exact moment Frank and Neil forced themselves into me. My eyes fill with tears, rolling down my face and dripping off my chin to land on my bare chest. There's a saying that every 7 years, your body will be new. The same, but all your cells will be replaced. In 7 years, I'll have a body that Frank and Neil would have never touched. I wish that gave me comfort. I take off my panties and turn on the shower, tears still streaming down my face as I wash myself. I scrub until my body is red and irritated. I scrub until it becomes painful, and my skin feels raw. Once I'm clean, I sit on the floor of the shower, under the hot spray of water, and stay there staring at the grout in between the stones on the walls until the water runs cold. And in a billionaire's mansion, the water does not run cold for a very, very, very long time. I think my father is avoiding me, and it hurts. It hurts because I know the only thing he sees when he looks at me now is a vision of two men mounting me from behind while I writhe and scream. That's not how I want my father to look at me. It makes me feel dirty. I find my mother in the study doing a puzzle with Edwin, who seems besotted by her. I guess that doesn't surprise me. My mother's energy is like a magnet. He's taken to calling her Helen, and when I greet him, he simply gives me an awkward smile like I'm a stranger. If Edwin is still lucid, he doesn't make any indication of it at all. In fact, there's so little recognition in his gaze that I'm half convinced I dreamt the whole conversation we shared last night. I ask my mother where my father is, and she shrugs before telling me that he said he was going for a walk around the property early this morning and hasn't been back in hours. I leave them to go find something to eat. I want to be alone, and thankfully, Paolo isn't in the kitchen when I get there. I'm not in the mood for polite conversation with the staff. Now that I've gotten a good look at myself in the mirror, I don't want them to stare at me and whisper or ask questions. Christian always has staff on the property. Maids, chefs, security guards, gardeners, valets. I wonder how many of them have suspicions about Christian's double life. Maybe they're just paid too much and under too many NDAs to concern themselves with what Christian Reeves does in his spare time, even if it's murder. I rifle through the kitchen, searching through every pantry, cabinet, fridge, and freezer. After I've finished my thorough examination, I don't have the energy to make anything complicated, so I choose to have some tomatoes sprinkled with salt and pepper. Simple. I grab the 3 ingredients along with a knife and a cutting board and begin slicing the plump, perfectly ripe tomato into evenly sized pieces. Halfway through cutting the tomato, I pause and stare at the knife in my hand. Tomato juice drips down the sharp blade, and for a moment, an image of that blade against my wrist flashes across my mind. I take a deep breath, and my eyes flicker between the knife in one hand and the veins on my wrist in the other.
Elena.
I yelp at the voice behind me, and without thinking, I turn and swing the knife with my eyes shut. My swing is stopped, and I peek open one eye to find Christian standing there in a black hoodie, looking down at me with concern and confusion in his eyes. I look to where my knife is poised just inches from his face, and I gasp. He's caught the knife by the blade. I let go of the handle, and the knife clatters to the ground, covered in his blood. I'm so sorry. I didn't...
It's okay.
He picks up the knife and tosses it into the sink before running his hand under cold water, and then taking a dish rag from a drawer and wrapping it tightly around the cut.
I didn't mean to scare you.
My eyes are transfixed on his hand.
I've had worse. Don't worry about it.
He takes another knife from a drawer and finishes chopping the tomato for me. He looks around the counter and furrows his brow.
What were you making with a single tomato?
I pretend I don't hear the accusation hidden in his words. He thinks I wanted to hurt myself. Maybe I would have if he didn't walk in when he did. I'm not going to admit that, though, so I stay quiet. He looks at me for a moment, finally conceding, and then passes over the slices of tomato. I season them with salt and pepper, and I try not to cower under the intensity of his stare as he watches me eat them. I sigh, frustrated with the way he's looking at me. I slam my palms down on the countertop. What?
I want to show you something. Will you let me?
No.
Just give me 5 minutes.
He begs, pulling his cell phone out of his jeans. I roll my eyes. Fine. He gulps and then taps his phone screen several times, pulling up a video. He places the phone in my hands and presses play. It's a strange point of view. There's a timestamp in the bottom corner. 9:15. It's bumpy footage of someone walking on a rooftop in circles aimlessly as it rains.
There's a camera in my mask.
The strange point of view makes sense. Not quite eye level and not quite chest level. There's no sound, just several long minutes of a whole lot of nothing. I drop the phone to the counter and step back.
Elena, just watch.
I rest my elbow on the counter and then rest my chin in my hand, watching the video bored out of my mind. Something about the footage begins to look vaguely familiar. Then it hits me. This is my neighborhood, my old one. My spine goes rigid, and I stand up straight, still staring down at the phone. This is the night we met, isn't it? His silence is loud. I watch the footage carefully, my heart falling to the floor when he pulls out a black and silver pistol. The mag is empty. He checks the chamber. There's a single bullet inside. I feel sick to my stomach. This is the moment he was getting ready to shoot himself. My arms erupt into goosebumps, and tears prick in my eyes. His shaky hand puts the gun to his temple. He goes unnaturally still before he glances over the ledge of the building he's standing on, just in time to see me get cornered by 3 men in the alley. I can't bring myself to look away from the video, not even when he puts a bullet in the skulls of those men and their lifeless bodies crumble to the ground. He stares down at me. I'm soaking wet from the rain, shaking. Tears stream down my cheeks as I try to cover myself with my ripped top. His hand reaches up to gently stroke my cheek, and he pushes a wet strand of hair out of my face. I run away from him, and he watches from the shadows until I'm safely inside my apartment building. I cover my mouth with my hand and finally look away from the phone, crying softly. I don't even know why I'm crying at this point. For him? For me? For us? It doesn't matter. None of it matters, not anymore. That girl in the video, the one he tried so hard to get to love him, she doesn't exist. She's gone, replaced by this scarred, broken version of me. You never told me you stayed until I went inside.
I told you I would make sure no one else followed you.
He did say that. I remember. At the time, I thought he was just saying it to make me feel safe enough to go home. I have no doubts in my heart that he would have killed anyone else who approached me that night without hesitation.
Now you've experienced the exact moment you saved my life from your eyes and from mine.
I turn around to face him, and the icy blue of his eyes is filled with a tenderness I've never seen before. A sob wrecks through me, and despite my severe aversion to touch and my anger towards him, I throw myself into his arms and weep into the curve of his neck. His hands snake around my waist, and he pulls me so tightly into his chest that it hurts my ribs. I can't bring myself to care. My skin tingles and crawls uncomfortably at the sensation of being touched, but the violent tremors wrecking through my body are no match for his iron grip on me. Your parents died on September 6th, 1989, and we met 30 years later on September 6th, 2019. That's why you said you started believing in soulmates when you met me. I feel a sob wreck through him, too.
Do you understand now why I can't let you go?
Do you understand why I can't stay? He sighs, but he doesn't fight me this time. I feel him nod against my neck. I'm going home with my parents tomorrow. Promise me you won't hurt yourself. He's quiet for a long time as we hold each other. Only after I feel him nod do I pull away and leave the room without another word. Another word. Another word, their word, their word, their word.
Chapter 27. The Silencer. Elena, I don't think I've ever been in so much pain. I want to be there when you leave, to say goodbye and tell you I'm sorry and beg you to stay. But I'm weak, so instead I'm writing this letter and committing your sleeping face to memory. I couldn't bear it if the last memory I had of you was the way you look at me now, after discovering the kind of monster I am. You look disappointed, scared, angry. But you're angelic when you sleep, the perfect embodiment of the endearing nickname I've given you. I wish I wasn't the root cause of the burdens you bear. I never believed in love at first sight. I never believed in soulmates. I made peace with the idea of being alone, and I had even made peace with death. And then I met you. I remember looking into your scared, tear-filled, honey-brown eyes the night we met and feeling an ache in my chest I had never felt before. I didn't immediately realize it, but that ache was my soul latching on to yours, intertwining itself so deeply that no force on heaven or earth could ever truly separate us again. That ache was my heart's way of telling me that you would be the first and only woman I would ever love. You became my guardian angel. I will never let that sentiment go. If I wasn't meant to love you, then fate would have let me pull that trigger. I may have saved you that night, but you saved me too. My heart has been yours ever since. I don't just mean my love. I mean the actual, functional beating heart in my chest is yours. You're taking it with you when you leave, and I'll be nothing more than an empty shell with a gaping hole in my chest in the shape of you where my heart should be. I know it's not healthy, and it sure as hell isn't fair to put this kind of pressure on you, to make you the essential anchor of my mortal life, to make you the tether to which I stay on this earth. But you are. I made you a goddess, Elena, and I worship you. You are my religion, and my whole life is dedicated to loving you. That's what the most loyal disciples do, right? Dedicate their lives to their divine Savior. If you never find it in your heart to trust me again, if you never believe another word I say, believe that I love you. My love isn't perfect, and it isn't beautiful. It's broken, and scarred, and ugly. But all of it is yours. I will always be yours. I will always be here, ready to bow before the holy master of my soul. I would do anything for you. If you ask me to move the sun out of your eyes, I will push it with my bare hands. If you ask me for the moon, I will wrap it in a purple ribbon and hand it to you. If you ask me for all the stars in the sky, I will create an entire galaxy just for you. But if you ask me to let you go, Angel, you know I can't do that. If you're gone, then what else do I have to live for? Hope. That's what I have to live for. Hope that one day I might get to hear you say, I love you too. So I'll wait. I'll wait as long as it takes. Forever yours. Christian. Chapter 28. The Silencer. I have always used violence or money to get what I want. What I want, I can't put a price on. As for violence, well, that wouldn't exactly work in my situation either. I wonder if Elena will ever forgive me for ruining her life. Anger has always been my go-to stage of grief. A short fuse and a heartbreak are a volatile combination, which is where addiction comes in. I've smoked an entire pack of cigarettes, and it's not even 9 a.m. before I'm dying for another one. The withdrawals are so bad that I'm itchy and restless, and I can't tell if it's because of the nicotine or because there's a giant fucking chasm in my chest where my heart once sat. I came to the office at 3 a.m. in a black hoodie and jeans, too broken-hearted to make the effort to look like a CEO. I couldn't be there when she left the mansion with her family. I don't think I could have just sat there and accepted it. I would have done something stupid to keep her there, and I don't want her to hate me any more than she already does. With a loud, feral roar, I flip my glass desk and watch it shatter into millions of pieces across the floor. Something small and black catches my eye on the floor in the middle of all the glass. It looks like a spider. Well, it is a spider, but not a living spider. A plastic spider. One of the rings Caroline gave Elena and I when she demanded we get married. I squat down to grab it, dusting off tiny shards of glass, and I let out a sad scoff before putting it around my ring finger like it actually means a goddamn thing. I slump into Elena's desk chair, plucking off a large picture frame from her desk. It's that drawing Caroline gave her, the one with the 3 of us together on a bench. Fuck. Elena and I love that little girl. We were going to adopt her, but by losing Elena, I lost any hope I had of having a daughter, too. You don't have to be married in New Jersey to adopt. But what would I say to Caroline? How would I explain that the woman she desperately wants to be her mommy isn't ever coming back? I can't do that to her. It would be cruel and confusing. Not to mention the fact that I'm a cold-blooded murderer. Elena told me I'd be a good father, but that was before she knew how sadistic I am. Heartless, ruthless creatures like me don't make good parents. Or good lovers. Several stray droplets of water fall onto the frame, and I realize I'm crying. I wipe the teardrops from the frame with the sleeve of my hoodie and then push them up to my elbows. I frown when I see the gauze wrapped around my left wrist soaked with blood. After I wrote that letter to Elena, I spent an hour working up the strength to leave the mansion, and during that sorrowful hour, I annihilated my wrist. Tonight I'll have to move on to my other wrist because I've run out of space. Elena made me promise I wouldn't hurt myself, but that was only because she couldn't bring herself to say what she really wanted to. She doesn't want me to kill myself. I can't understand why. What am I to her except a serial killer and a liar? Who am I except the man responsible for putting a target on her back, the man responsible for getting her kidnapped and raped? I stand up to walk to the private bathroom of my office, to run my arm under cold water and use a hand towel to soak up the blood until it clots. The steady stream of the faucet stings when it trails down my skin, taking blood with it. The pristine white porcelain of the sink is painted in a faint rust as my blood dilutes in the water. From around the corner I hear the faint whoosh of the elevator door opening and my face twists into a snarl. "If you value your job in any way, you'll get the fuck out," I warn the intruder. I'm not in the mood to play CEO. I'm not in the mood for anything except a pack of cigarettes and an entire bottle of single malt scotch. I rest my knuckles against the cool marble of the countertop and turn my head slightly, waiting for the distinct unease of an empty room to settle in the air. But it doesn't. Growling, I stomp out of the bathroom, and I collide with an angel. She stumbles backwards a few steps and I freeze. I feel like all the air in my lungs has been knocked out of me, and I stare at her as if I've seen a ghost. She's got big tears in her eyes, the subtle gold flecks in her irises shining brighter than I've ever seen them, twinkling like they're a light source. Clutched in her delicate fingers is the note I left on the bed for her, detailing all the things I didn't have the strength to say to her face before she left me. Her perfect, pouty bottom lip quivers and she sways on her feet like she can't quite keep her footing steady. I take a step towards her. She takes a step back, and without thinking I reach out to take her cheeks in my hands. She cowers away.
Don't touch me!
She says, smacking my hands away. When that doesn't stop me, she holds out an arm to keep me at a distance. When that doesn't stop me either, she punches me in the chest and then smacks my cheek. I catch both of her wrists and hold them firmly at her side. She whimpers and trembles, and the closer my face gets to hers, the less she breathes, until she's nearly purple. When my lips brush across her forehead with a soft kiss, she begins to hyperventilate and sob.
Let me go! Christian, let me go!
I don't say anything. She's staring up at me, tears streaming down her pink cheeks, her nose red and flaring with fear and fury. I let her hands go, only to cradle her cheeks. Instead, her small hands wrap around my wrists. Listen to me. I love you. I will love you forever. Even when we're nothing but bones in the ground, I will find you in the afterlife and cherish you like I always have. I will hold you and kiss you and fall asleep with you wrapped in my arms. I will spoil you and give you a wedding ring with my last name to match. I will buy you yachts and islands and mansions all over the world so you can feel safe. I will do all of this even if you fight me, because you know better than anyone that boundaries have never stopped me. One day, only when you're ready, I will fill you with my love again, and I promise I will do it so thoroughly you will forget all that pain you went through for me. You'll forget about the secrets and the lies and how betrayed you felt when you found out the truth. I will chase away all your demons because you know I'm scarier than they'll ever be. I'll do everything for you until the only thing you know how to do is love me back. I take a deep breath and wipe away her sorrow with my thumbs. But I can't do any of that if you leave me, Elena. So I am begging you to stay.
I know why I did it.
I just poured my heart out to her, and she's making no sense. She stares at me with those big brown eyes with so much intensity it feels like she's burning a hole through my body straight to my soul, like she's ready to grab it by the throat and shake it until I understand.
Ask me why, Christian.
I open my mouth to tell her I don't know what she wants, but I stop myself when the realization hits me like a truck. She wants me to ask her why she let Frank and Neil do those horrible things to her. I let out a nervous scoff, my own voice cracking when I ask, "Why did you keep my secret?" She sucks in a sharp breath, flattening the letter I wrote her against my chest, her words coming out as pathetic whimpers.
Because I love you, too.
The sound that escapes me is somewhere between a prayer, a whimper, and a scoff. I think I've gone into shock. I think I've gone into cardiac arrest. I think I'm dead. She cries out a hurt laugh, shrugging her shoulders as her hands fall to her sides and the letter falls to the floor.
You're not going to say anything?
Her face twists painfully into a look of betrayal and defeat. Tears fall off her cheeks and onto her shirt as she tries to pull away, but I don't let her move a single inch before I'm crashing our lips together. I can taste her tears on my tongue, or maybe they're mine. She's fighting me, struggling to break free of my grasp, but at the same time she doesn't stop kissing me, not until we're out of breath and panting. Her sad eyes look up at me, and all I want to do is kiss away her tears and hug her until I've fused us together. She takes a deep breath and pulls away from my hands.
Will you give up the silencer?
We're in a quiet standoff. She's so brave for keeping her eyes locked on mine. Not many people can hold my stare without breaking, but she can. She knows that right now, in this moment, she's the one with all the power. Yes, If that's what it takes to get you to stay, yes.
Don't say that if you don't mean it.
I take a deep breath and ask, what about Frank Valenti? It's an important question. If she asks me to spare that fucker, then there's no point in me pretending I can give up the silencer. I will kill him. It's just a matter of when. As soon as he stands downwind and I catch his scent, I will hunt him to the ends of the earth until he is nothing but a mutilated heap of flesh in my hands. She's quiet for a heartbeat. My blood thrums in my veins, pulsing loudly in my ears.
Kill him. But he's the last.
I nod. Okay. He's the last, I say, examining her. She looks frail, not necessarily malnourished or skinny, but her spirit, her aura looks frail. I've never seen her look so uncomfortable in her own skin. Did your parents bring you here? She shakes her head.
Gavin.
Thank fuck for Gavin. Carefully, I place a kiss to the crown of her head and whisper, let's go home. A few minutes later, we're in my car and headed towards the estate. Elena is rigid in her seat, staring blankly out the window. Do you want to talk, Elena? About what happened to you? Without looking at me, she says with a monotone voice,
You know what they did to me. You saw it.
That's not the same thing, and you know it. You know I'm here for you, right? If you ever want to talk, or cry, or scream, or hit me, I'm right here. She shakes her head.
There's nothing to talk about, Christian.
I nod. Okay. I understand if you don't want to talk right now, but it's not good to keep it bottled up. I'm here for you. Whenever you're ready. She sighs heavily, messing with the frayed ends of her shirt. I'm going to have to replace her entire wardrobe and all my blankets at this rate.
My father will be mad. I used to always suspect he was hoping something bad would happen to me out here. He'd never admit it. But when I told him I wanted to come home, I watched a burden lift off his shoulders. It's going to be a fight.
You're a grown woman. You can make your own decisions.
Like how you let me make my own decisions?
She snaps, turning her head to look at me. There's truth to her accusation, but it still stings. I've always let her make her own choices, but I've used fear to steer her in certain directions. I'll admit it. I'm ashamed of the methods, but not the outcome.
You remind me of my dad, you know. Your inability to take no for an answer. You'd both do anything to get what you want. And worst of all, you're both smokers.
I glance at her before setting my eyes back on the road and scoff. I don't think your dad likes me very much. Last time I talked to him, it seemed like he'd rather be doing anything else. Every time I walk in the same room as him, he walks out.
It's not you. My dad doesn't like anyone.
Elena shrugs.
He'll come around. My mom likes you, though.
She laughs quietly to herself, and it's the first real sign of life I've seen in her in days.
She thinks you're cute. I also think she has a crush on Paolo.
It's the eggs, I deadpan. Told you they were the best on the East Coast. A short while later, we pull into the driveway of the estate. Elena lets herself into the front door without waiting for me. It shouldn't hurt as much as it does. She doesn't like me right now. In fact, I'm probably one of her least favorite people on the planet. But she loves me. And those 3 words are the glue holding our relationship together, holding me together. I wonder what's holding her together. When I walk into my home, Elena's parents are lingering in the foyer with their luggage. Bethany smiles when she sees us. Elliot frowns. At me.
Whew, thought we were going to miss our flight. Ellie, I packed a bag for you with the essentials. We can get a moving company to get the rest of your things.
Elena clears her throat.
I decided to stay.
The room instantly goes still, and Elliot's face turns bright red. Elena sighs and her shoulders slump.
Dad.
Elena, I say this with nothing but love in my heart. Grab the damn bag and say goodbye. My body is strung tight with the need to say something, starting with, don't talk to your daughter like that, and ending with, fuck off. But this is her father, and I can't make enemies with her family, not if I want her in my life. I've always known her family was important to her, but I didn't quite understand how deep that love went until her father arrived at the hospital and she nearly jumped out of the bed to hug him. I guess after spending almost my entire life without a real family, I had forgotten how important it is to the people that have them. I keep my mouth shut. For now. I watch Elena shrink into herself as if getting ready to shield herself from his verbal attacks.
No.
Bethany and I clash awkward glances, and she puts a hand on her husband's shoulder.
Honey.
Elliot turns abruptly to face me. I need to talk to you. He growls and then stomps away to the glass door leading to the back patio. I share another awkward look with Bethany and Elena and then follow him outside. He's already halfway into a cigarette by the time I get out there. His shoulders bounce like he's warming them up for a fight. What the fuck have you done to my daughter? No bullshit, no sugarcoating, a very direct question that demands a response. I don't know what you mean, sir. He points into the mansion. That woman in there is not my daughter. He stares me down with a glare that could melt steel. She just went through a traumatic experience. She's not going to be herself. It's normal. You think I'm stupid? I'm not talking about her being kidnapped and raped. I'm talking about the fact that you had something to do with it. Me? I take a step back from him to keep my fist from connecting with his face. Are you insane? Are you or are you not the great Christian Reeves? He prods, his mouth curling into a sneer at my name. The great Christian Reeves that took over his dad's empire. The CEO. I shrug. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Neil Hayden was your employee. Elena is your employee. I know she hated that dickhead. She vented to me about him all the time. But tell me, Reeves, what's the common denominator here? I stay quiet and take a deep breath, my hands trembling to keep myself from knocking him on his ass. You were arrested for assaulting him. Twice. You're dating my daughter. He kidnaps and rapes my daughter. My jaw tightens and I have nothing to say. He's right. This is my fault. Even if Frank Valenti had a part to play in it, Neil targeted Elena because of her connection to me. Gears turning in your head. You're forcing her to stay. Why? What do you have over her? I'm not forcing her to do anything. We talked. She chose to stay on her own. You talked. I'm going to go home with my wife. My daughter is going through a lot, and I don't want to stress her out any more than necessary. I want you to remove yourself from her life before she comes to Texas for Thanksgiving. In case my phrasing wasn't clear, that isn't a request. I'm not breaking up with your daughter, Elliot. God, I want to throttle him right now. I want to wring his neck. I muster up every ounce of self-control I have for Elena's sake and try to sympathize with him. I understand that you're upset about what happened to her and want to take care of her. You're a loving father, and it hurts to see your daughter like this. But I'm not ending things because you're jealous that I can take care of her, maybe even better than you can. Elena has a big heart. She's more than capable of loving the both of us. I'd like us to be friends, Mr. Young. Elliot forcefully grabs me by the front of my shirt and pulls me so he's speaking into my face. I stand quite a bit taller than him, so if he's trying to be intimidating, it's not working. He's angry, practically breathing fire when he spits his next sentence out. I'd rather chew glass than be friends with you. I'll be damned before I let a Reeves tear apart my family again. He lets me go, and this time I grab him, shoving him against the exterior brick of the house. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and you remind me so much of Thomas. I wonder if you'll end up with a bullet in the chest, too. My brain short-circuits, and now I'm the one breathing fire. Keep my father's name out of your mouth and get the fuck out of my house. 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 House.
Chapter 29. The Angel. When Christian and my dad come stomping back into the mansion, they're both furious. I can see it written all over their faces. Christian's so mad that as he passes a shelf, he swipes a glass vase and sends it shattering to the floor before disappearing behind a corner without even sparing a look in my direction. "What did you say to him?" My dad ignores my question and then cracks his neck.
Elena, listen to me. You are my only living daughter, and your safety and happiness mean everything to me. I love you. I'm going to ask you something, and I am begging you to tell me the truth.
I spare a confused glance at my mom, who looks equally confused. Okay.
Do you want to stay here with him?
I open my mouth to answer, but he cuts me off.
Don't tell me what he wants you to say, and don't tell me what I want you to say. Tell me the truth.
Yes, I answer immediately. Yes, Dad, I want to stay. He tilts his head back as if to silently pray to God before locking eyes with me again.
If you change your mind, you call me, and I will come get you. No questions asked. I don't care if I'm in the middle of surgery. Call me, and I will save you from him.
Save me? Dad, I don't need saving from Christian. The look in my dad's eyes is a complete contradiction to what I just told him, but he doesn't say anything. He pulls me into a tight hug, which my mother joins. We say goodbye, and I wave as Gavin takes them to the airport. Something feels so wrong about the past few minutes. I don't expect Christian to shine much light on the situation either, but I go to find him anyways. He's in his home office, resting his head in his hands and rubbing his scalp like he has a headache. What did he say to you? Christian's head snaps up as if he's only just realized I'm standing here. That's very uncharacteristic of him. He's got almost magical awareness. I don't think he's ever been snuck up on in his life. He doesn't say anything. I take a seat in the chair opposite him and fold my arms on the table and rest my head on them, staring at him. He's gone back to being zoned out. Finally, he runs his fingers through his hair and focuses his eyes on me.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I say quietly as he goes back to his blank stare. I stand up to leave him alone, since he's clearly not in the mood for conversation, but he says my name to stop me in my tracks. I face him and wait for him to continue.
Did you know that your father knew mine?
I shake my head. No, he doesn't talk about his life in Meridian City. Christian nods, and I take it as my cue to leave. I spend the rest of the day nursing the ache in my chest from my broken ribs. I use a few ice packs to help ease the swelling and take a few medications. Drowsy and low energy, I find myself in the theater room. A movie plays in the background while I scroll through my phone, not paying attention at all to whatever's on the big screen. Several long, lonely hours pass, and I get a text from my father that they've landed in Texas. I type a quick reply back, telling him I love him and that I promise I'm okay. But the thing is, I don't feel okay. I've never felt lonelier. I've never felt more unsettled in my own skin. I've never felt so numb inside. I pull my favorite purple blanket up to my chin. I carry this blanket around like a toddler. The poor thing has soaked up so many of my tears over the past few days. It needs a good wash. But right now, I need it to soak up more of my tears. I cry softly into the fabric. I'm not even sure what I'm crying for. Ever since Kate brought me to the hospital, I get in these moods where it feels like a bucket of raw emotion has been dumped over my head. It's brutal. I can't think straight when it happens, and it feels like my world is collapsing in on itself. Neil Hayden is dead. Frank Valenti is alive. To be honest, I don't know if his death would bring me any comfort. That doesn't mean I want him alive, necessarily. But if they're both dead, I'm the only one that has to live with this. I'm the one that has to bear the burden of remembering what they did to me. If they're dead, they're free. And I'm not. I'll never be free again. Soft whimpers escape my throat, and tears blur my vision. I wipe my face and sit up, and movement from the corner of my eye startles me.
I hate it when you're sad,
Christian says, carefully approaching and then lowering himself into the space next to me. The lounger is plenty big for the both of us. Even though we're technically sitting in the same seat, there's a comfortable expanse of space between us. Christian leans over to take a bite of the quickly melting ice cream next to me. I haven't touched it since I opened it. The top has gone soupy. He looks me over like he's committing my sorrow to memory so that he can torture himself with guilt.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
I turn my head to look at him, my blanket still tucked under my chin like a shield. Will you stay with me?
Can I hold you?
No. Stay on your side. He nods in understanding, and we sit in complete silence watching the movie. I'm absorbing nothing, but something about his presence is comforting. In a careful experiment, I subtly scoot a tiny bit closer. I'm pleased when I don't burst into flames and want to crawl out of my own skin. The movie ends, and I pick another one randomly. Little by little, I scoot closer to Christian. Once I'm as close as I can bear, with about a foot of space between us, that's where I stay until my painkillers put me to sleep. When I wake, I'm still in the theater room. The screen hums with the menu of the streaming service, casting the room in a soft purple glow. I'm lying down now. My head is in Christian's lap. My body seizes up at the thought of being so close to him, and I sit up abruptly, scurrying to the other side of the lounger. Christian doesn't move. He's asleep. I check my phone. It's only 6, so he must have fallen asleep after I did, and stayed so he didn't disturb me. It's only now that I realize I didn't have a nightmare. Trying to make the least amount of sound possible, I slowly make my way off the lounger and out of the theater. Since it's too early to try and fall back asleep, I decide I should probably humor myself and try to study for the bar exam. I haven't been as diligent with studying as I should have been the past couple of months. The exam is towards the end of February, so I still have almost 4 months to get my head back into focus. It also might be a good way to keep my mind off everything, to keep me from thinking about Frank Valenti. This is something I just simply don't want to face, not to mention that he's still somewhere out there. There's no telling what he's planning or who he might be with. I know his influence runs deep in this city, but I wonder how much loyalty he still has now that the club is gone. Taking a deep breath, I search my guest room for a few textbooks, a notebook, and a pen, and get to work. It's hard at first. Getting back into studying after taking a long break is never easy. I read and take notes until my hand is cramping and my eyes are crossed. At 10, when my eyes are so heavy that I can't think straight, I set down the pen and stand up to stretch my limbs. Pulling my arms over my head makes me wince in pain. I can't wait for my ribs to be healed. I haven't had a satisfying stretch in days. There's a light knock on the door. Christian slides through, closing the door behind him.
Hey.
Hey, I reply. He spies all the books and notes on the desk and then looks to me for an explanation. I shrug. Thought it would be good to get my mind off things, so I've been studying for the bar exam. He nods, and something hopeful flashes across his eyes. Probably on account of me doing something as mundane as studying. I'm willing to bet he's relieved that I'm not screaming and crying and trying to crawl out of my own skin. I rock back and forth on my heels and clasp my hands behind my back. I know it's late, but do you want to do something together? He raises an eyebrow at me. Don't look at me like that. I'm not made of glass. He's quiet for a beat, and then quietly asks,
What do you want to do?
Anything. I just want to feel normal for a little bit. He rubs over his jaw while he thinks of something to do, never taking his gaze off me. After a while, he gives me a weak smile.
How about a drive?
Okay, I nod. He tells me to get dressed, so I change out of the silk pajamas I've been living in. I put on jeans and a hoodie, fix my braid, and swish some mouthwash around to freshen up. Christian is waiting for me in the hallway, and I follow him to his massive garage. We walk down one of the long lines of cars to the very end, where a charcoal gray motorcycle waits. Something that's made to go fast. Christian pulls 2 helmets off the rack hanging on the wall beside the bike and tries to hand it to me. I stare at him blankly.
What?
When you said drive, I assumed heated seats would be involved. He gives me a patient smile and hands me the helmet.
You'll love it, I promise.
I shake my head. I'd have to hold on to you.
Do you trust me?
Not really. Not like I used to. Christian rests the helmet on the handle of the bike, shoving his hands in his pockets.
I'm still the same person, Elena. The same man you fell in love with. I think you know that, and it scares you. But I told you that very first night in your apartment that I'm the one thing you never have to be afraid of.
But I am afraid of you. I'm afraid of what you'll do to yourself if I leave, and I'm afraid of what you'll do to me if I stay. He considers that for a moment, and then throws his leg over the bike.
Give me a chance to fix this.
He pats the seat behind him. Where are we even going?
Who says we need a destination?
He throws his helmet over his head and then balances the bike so I can climb on. He's so tall and broad. He looks way too big for it. It takes me a few long minutes, and I do take a step backwards like I'm going to leave him there, but I eventually concede. With a deep breath, I put the helmet over my head and take careful steps towards the bike. He doesn't pressure me or rush me. He just patiently waits. I've never been on the back of a motorcycle, so I throw my leg over in a very uncoordinated fashion. I have to use Christian's shoulders to pull myself up. The position hurts my ribs, but it's not unbearable. Once I'm comfortably in the seat, I give him a thumbs up.
There's a microphone, Angel. You can talk to me. Are you ready?
No.
I'll go slow. You can hold on to me as much or as little as you want.
What if I want you to stop?
You won't.
With that, he turns on the bike and revs the engine a few times before slowly pulling out of the garage. It is a painstakingly slow pace. He drives in steady circles in the driveway until I get used to it, and then I experimentally wrap my arms around him. The solid feel of his muscles flexing under my touch sends a comforting sense of security through me. With me now less likely to fall off the bike, Christian drives a bit faster, testing my comfort level. "I'm okay," I say quietly into the microphone, and I feel him lightly pat my hands on his stomach before speeding off down the driveway. I take a deep breath and let the tension in my shoulders fade, and once we leave the estate, I rest my head against his back. Because I feel safe. That really pisses me off, because the most infuriating thing about Christian Reeves is that he's always somehow right. I do love it. Riding with him on the back of his motorcycle, letting him race through traffic while I sit and watch the cars whiz past, gives me a pleasant adrenaline rush. It's thrilling. He knows the streets so well. Knows exactly how fast he needs to go to beat all the lights, knows exactly where to turn to avoid traffic, not that there's a lot of traffic this late, and knows which parts of the city are worth driving through and which streets are worth avoiding. We drive for what feels like an eternity, mostly staying on the south side, where the buildings aren't covered in graffiti and the windows aren't boarded up to combat the robberies. The rich side, to put it bluntly. Though the memories and the fears are still in the back of my head constantly, I cherish this moment where Christian and I just get to be a man and a woman driving through the city, pretending things are normal, leaving everything that happened behind us for a while. I'm getting the chance to try and convince myself that I'm free from all that pain and suffering. It's dark and chilly outside. When we're stopped at a light, I know Christian can feel me shivering because he shrugs off his leather jacket and lets me wear it. We drive for another hour before Christian comes to a stop outside of the Reeves Enterprises building. He props the bike up and then climbs off. He removes his helmet and shakes his hair out before helping me off the bike. I remove my helmet and ask what we're doing here. He shushes me and leads me inside. We take the elevator all the way up to the top floor, to our office, and then he takes me into the emergency stairwell that has roof access. On the rooftop, we're met with a cold breeze.
"I come here sometimes to think,"
Christian says, putting his hands in his pockets and standing at the ledge, looking down. There are thick iron bars to keep us from falling over, but it's still nerve-wracking to be so high up. Reeves Enterprises is the tallest building in Meridian City. I thought the view from our office was beautiful, but something about being on the rooftop is so liberating. "Can I ask you something?" I prompt. He nods. "When did you know you loved me?"
"Truly? I think Caroline knew before I did, but it was when she gave you that drawing. I had a very vivid flashback of giving my parents a crayon drawing when I was that young, and remembered how my mother looked at me when she accepted it. That's how you looked at Caroline, and that was the moment it hit me that I wasn't just obsessed with you, but that I loved you, that I wanted a life and a family with you. I decided right then and there that I wanted to marry you, and I contacted a jeweler that night and told them to find me the biggest purple diamond money could buy. I took my mom's wedding ring, removed her stone, and replaced it with yours."
Then he pulls the ring out of his pocket. It's a silver band with the biggest diamond I've ever seen. Pear-cut, with 2 other baguette diamonds jutting off on either side. It's beautiful. Sparkly, even in the dark of night. My breath catches in my throat as I stare at the thing like it's going to bite me. I look up at Christian from under my lashes. If you brought me up here to propose, my answer is no. He shakes his head.
I didn't bring you up here to propose. I just wanted you to know I was telling the truth, since I'm no good at it.
You're very good at telling the truth, I say as he puts the ring back in his pocket. You're just also very good at withholding information. I stare up at him, and it begins to drizzle. That Monday morning after we met, when you came up to my desk, were you there to see me?
Yes. I didn't have a plan for what I was going to do when I got there, but I just wanted to see you again. As myself. But Neil fired you, and then I had to do damage control.
If I had taken the bait and started falling for Christian Reeves from the very beginning, what would you have done about the silencer? He thinks for a while.
I like to tell myself the silencer would have left you alone. In some ways, I think it would have been easier if I had met you as Christian Reeves first. I feel like I could have saved you so much pain these past few months.
It begins to rain harder, but neither of us moves.
When did you know that you loved me?
I suppose it's only fair that he knows, though my story is less romantic than his. When they asked me who you were. The moment Frank pulled down my shorts, I knew I would have never given either of them the satisfaction of breaking me, of getting me to tell them your name. They tried very hard, and when they made you watch, and I saw how desperately you were trying to get to me, I knew you really did love me, and that only made me love you more. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. I didn't want to admit that I was keeping a serial killer's identity a secret at the expense of being haunted for the rest of my life. Only love can hurt that bad and still be worth it. He hangs his head down in shame. Rain drips from the ends of his hair. We're now completely soaked through. Cold.
I'm sorry. For everything. For the lies and the secrets and the pain I've put you through. I will never be worth that sacrifice, Elena. Never. Not even if I lived 1,000 lifetimes trying to make it up to you.
With careful fingers, I reach up to caress his cheek. His eyes find mine, his expression pained and guilty. But you are worth that sacrifice. That's why I'm still here. The next morning when I wake, Paolo graciously brings me breakfast and coffee in bed. I study from the time I wake up until I go to sleep. That's my routine for 2 full weeks. Christian bothers me very little. I think he knows that I need some space. He checks on me, but he doesn't stay with me unless I ask, which isn't often. This back-and-forth emotional roller coaster I've been feeling since he admitted he was the silencer has exhausted me. Physically, mentally, emotionally. But at least physically, I am healing. My ribs feel mostly back to normal. I take a walk in the mornings when it's not raining, bundled up in a blanket as I walk around the perimeter of the property, usually with coffee in hand. It's the middle of November now. The weather has gone cold. Thanksgiving is in just a few days. A few weeks after that, it'll be my brother's wedding, then Christmas, then New Year's. It's a busy time of the year, which is exactly what I need. In the weeks since my parents were here, I've visited a clinic to double-check for STDs and let out a huge sigh of relief when all the tests came back negative. I also started my period right on time, which was another huge relief. I think after I knew I wasn't going to be stuck with a physical reminder of my rape, a huge burden got lifted off my shoulders. Christian asked me why I was crying the morning I got my period. When I told him, he hugged me, and I felt him try to hide his tears from me as he silently sobbed into my neck. I didn't realize it would be such a relief for him, too. Now that I'm certain I'm not pregnant or diseased, The good days don't seem so impossible to reach anymore. It's only been a few weeks, but I'm feeling more like myself than I thought I would. Logic says that rape victims don't like to be touched. Now that I'm living through the aftermath, I've discovered that, for me at least, it's not about being touched. All I want to do is hug Christian. All I want is for him to kiss me. All I want is to sleep in the same bed as him and wake up with his arms wrapped around me. Christian has got me so reliant on him for everything. Food, shelter, clothing, work, love, comfort. My entire life is controlled by him, and with that, my emotions too. He's very good at saying all the right things. I don't think he's consciously making an effort to manipulate me. It just comes second nature to him now, and I will bend every time because I don't want to know what it feels like to break. I think that's why I crave him so badly, despite everything I'm going through. Today is the Monday before Thanksgiving. My family's group chat has been blowing up with texts of excitement. It's been a long time since we've all been together. I wasn't expecting my brother to be at Thanksgiving this year, but he told me that Justin's mom is healing surprisingly well after her transplant, so we'll all meet at my parents' house in Houston in 3 days' time. I've already started packing. I can't wait to get away from this city for a few days. I think it will do wonders for my mental health. I leave my room to go to the kitchen to hunt for a snack to eat while I study. On my way to the kitchen, I hear very loud music coming from down one of the halls, towards Christian's private gym. I don't know why I'm like a moth to a flame, but I abandon the hunt for snacks and walk closer to the music. It's so loud my eardrums hurt, and by the time I get to the gym, I don't know how Christian hasn't lost his hearing entirely. I stand in the doorway and watch him. He's in the middle of a set of pull-ups, shirtless and dripping with sweat. His gray sweatpants cling to all the muscles in his legs deliciously. The thought smacks me in the face. Christian is ridiculously attractive. He always has been. But I've been so disturbed by the truth about him being the silencer that I stopped seeing it. I didn't let myself acknowledge that I was attracted to him. It was hard enough admitting that I was in love with a serial killer. I don't have any room for desire right now. Christian finishes his set of pull-ups and drops to the floor, using a towel to pat dry his sweaty face. He turns down the music and faces me, all his scars on display. His wrists are almost completely scabbed over.
Are you okay?
The question stuns me. Yeah, why?
You look like you're going to be sick.
And here I was thinking I was beautiful, I say, crossing my arms over my chest. I'm embarrassed. Is it really that obvious that I'm struggling to come to terms with normal human emotions again?
You are beautiful, so beautiful it hurts.
I shrug. I was just going to the kitchen for a snack and heard the music. I cautiously take a step towards him. I had almost forgotten that he carved my name into his chest. I reach out a hand to trace over the letters, and then grab one of his arms to look at the healing wounds there. Do they hurt? I ask.
Not enough.
His honesty feels like a dagger in the heart. My eyes snap up to his. He looks completely nonchalant about it. Meanwhile, I'm sure I look horrifically disturbed. Before me, when was the last time you did this? He thinks for a second.
I was in my mid-20s. I can't remember. It's been a solid 10 years or so.
He answers, and then quickly adds,
Don't you dare blame yourself.
I let his arm go, and it falls to his side. I'll let you get back to it. I'm sorry if I bothered you.
You could never bother me.
My eyes trace down his body from head to toe. I don't understand how it's possible for a man to be so huge. He's literally Hercules. His shoulder-to-waist ratio is insane. He's got that kind of build that's tanky, but not necessarily super lean and shredded. He's got a healthy, strong body, built for sheer power rather than aesthetics. I never told you this, but you're hot.
Thanks for noticing.
I give him a half-hearted smile. This is going to sound really out of place considering everything we've been through, but do you want to come to Texas to spend Thanksgiving with my family? I know we're in a weird place in our relationship, but it would make me happy if you came with me.
I'll come. Am I even invited, though?
Why wouldn't you be?
Because last time I saw your father, he was very clear that he didn't like me.
I think back to how furious they had both been when they came back inside after talking in the backyard. That feels like a lifetime ago. You're invited because I want you to be there. My dad will get over it.
He told me to break up with you and practically cursed my family name. He said he doesn't want a Reeves involved with his family again.
Again? Well, you did say that our dads knew each other, right? Maybe they didn't get along. My dad is dramatic. He will take a grudge to the grave.
I'll have the jet ready to fly us to Texas on Thursday morning.
This time, when I smile, it's real. It's genuine. I'm happy Christian is coming. I internally laugh at myself. I'm happy that a serial killer is coming to my family home. There is something seriously wrong with me. I cross my arms over my chest. Have you been looking for Frank? He nods.
Every night. I haven't found him. It's like he's vanished. I'm sorry, the longer he's out there, the more he haunts you. The sooner I find him, the sooner we can put this chapter behind us. I will make you feel safe again. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise.
Chapter 30. The Angel. I go back to my room with a snack in hand and a strange feeling in my chest. Something warm that makes my heart race. I think it might be satisfaction. I think I'm looking forward to the day when Frank's dead. He deserves whatever suffering Christian brings him. I study for several more hours, mulling over the rule against perpetuities until my brain feels like it's going to fall out of my skull. Paolo brings me dinner, fresh tomato soup and a grilled cheese. The corner of my mouth quirks up into a small smile. Christian really is doing his best to try and close the canyon between us. He was so focused on the chase, so focused on getting me to fall in love with him that he had no idea what to do once he actually caught me. And here I am, stuck between loving one side of him and hating the other. Edwin was right. Love makes us stupid. A sudden wave of emotion hits me, and I close my textbook, pinching the bridge of my nose to try and stifle my tears. Taking a deep breath, I send a text to my father, asking if it's okay to take a bath with stitches. He asks for a clear picture of my leg, which I send to him. His reply comes a few minutes later.
Dad, I would say no. You're healing, but a bath might brew bacteria in the wound. You can take a bath, just don't submerge it.
Me. But you're the great Elliot Young. Aren't your stitches magic or something?
Don't be obtuse, Ellie. It's called sorcery. Take the bath. Promise me you'll clean it with alcohol when you're done. I'll write a prescription for an antibiotic.
I smile triumphantly. Am I putting myself at a massive risk for infection? Sure. If it earns me another trip to the hospital, so be it. Worth it. There isn't a bathtub in my guest room, just a shower, so I pad out of my room and down the hall to Christian's room, where I know his bathtub is to die for. I knock on the door and hear no response. When I push in, Christian is standing in the doorway of the bathroom, dripping wet from a shower with a towel wrapped around his waist, running another through his hair. We lock gazes and he freezes. "I came to commandeer your bathtub, but I can come back later."
No.
Christian gasps, as if he thinks I'm going to disappear.
It's fine. Stay.
He steps into his closet without a word and closes the door behind him. I sigh, my heart aching slightly, and I step into the steamy bathroom. I flip the switch on the wall to make the floors heat up. Against my sock-covered feet, it instantly warms me. I filter through all the different bubbles and bath salts in a small cabinet next to the tub. I can't imagine Christian soaking in rosewater-scented bubbles, so he must have bought all of this for me. I open a container of bubbles, my mouth watering slightly when I inhale the scent of tangy oranges. I turn on the bathwater, nice and hot, and pour the soap into the stream. The citrusy scent fills the room as the tub begins to overflow with bubbles. I undress and then check the temperature before stepping into the water. I hold my breath with anticipation as I lower myself into the tub, the cut on my leg burning. I hiss at the sensation. After a few long seconds, the burning becomes tolerable, and I settle comfortably against the slope of the tub. A thick layer of bubbles covers my naked body. I sit there in silence for a few minutes, staring out at the Atlantic Ocean, gray from the dark rain clouds overhead. A soft knock on the door has me bolting upright and covering my chest. Christian slides in and closes the door behind him with his foot. He's holding a glass of white wine and a plate of chocolate-covered strawberries. We stare at each other while he sets the wine and plate on the edge of the tub, and then kneels on the warm tiles next to me so we're eye level. I gulp. "What are you doing?" He uses a small remote to dim the bathroom lights to a warm, soft glow. Then, he takes one of the strawberries and holds it to my lips. He gives me a small smirk when I continue to stare at him in confusion.
"Trying to be romantic?"
He finally replies. I cautiously bite into the strawberry and chew slowly, like I'm waiting for the punchline. "There are more subtle ways to try and see me naked." He shakes his head.
"I'm not."
He holds up 3 fingers.
"Scout's honor."
"You were a Boy Scout?"
"No, I was way too much of a savage to be a Boy Scout."
He feeds me another strawberry, and I settle back into the tub, making sure the bubbles are covering all of me. He looks down at the water and raises an eyebrow.
"Should you be taking a bath with stitches?"
My dad says as long as I clean it well afterwards, I should be okay. He's writing a prescription for me just in case. Christian nods.
"I'll have someone go pick it up for you."
He folds his arms on the edge of the tub and rests his chin on them, staring past me towards the ocean. I take a deep breath and shift until I'm sitting in front of him, and then I mimic his posture, resting my chin on my forearms. Our noses are almost touching.
"Are you still in any pain?"
I subtly shake my head. "No. Well, maybe a little, but it's tolerable." The corner of his mouth quirks into a soft smile.
"I don't want your pain to be tolerable. I want it to be non-existent. I wish I could take it away,"
he whispers, as if he's reminding himself that he's the reason I'm in pain in the first place. I can't blame him for what Frank and Neil did to me, but I do place some of the blame on him for putting me in the middle of this war with them. I trace the line of his arm with my eyes. His biceps bulge against the cuff of his t-shirt. A pinkish scar peeks out from under the fabric, from that first night in my apartment when he used fishing wire to stitch himself up. My eyes continue to follow the lines of his muscles until I focus on the scars and fresh cuts all over his forearms. My heart aches when I see them. "I have a confession," I whisper. His blue eyes fixate on me, his attention completely undivided. I miss you. I don't mean in the way that people miss someone they love when they're apart. I miss you because I want to go back to that time when we were just two people falling in love. I miss when you were just Christian to me.
We can go back. We can be just two people in love.
I shake my head. No, Christian, I don't think we can. You're a full package. I can't love you without loving the silencer. You'd think that would be an easy choice. When I was going to the police station to turn you in, I felt like I would have been doing the city a favor, but at the same time, it felt like I was betraying you. Does that make sense? In the most illogical way possible? Christian scoffs and smirks.
That, my angel, is called Stockholm Syndrome.
I stare at him in disbelief. I'm not a kidnapping victim. Well, I am, but you didn't kidnap me.
Sometimes people develop feelings for their captors because it's easier than fighting them.
But you're not my captor, I say, and then my eyes widen with realization. He is my captor. I just never saw the chains because they were covered in diamonds. My gaze on him saddens, my chest aching. Does that mean I don't really love you? He shakes his head.
You love Christian Reeves.
I love Christian Reeves. Right, because he says they're not the same person. But how can someone be two completely different people? How can one side of him be so perfect and the other side be so vicious? He silently feeds me another strawberry. I close my eyes and rest my head on my arms, staying with him in a comfortable silence for a few minutes before he speaks again.
Elena, can I wash your hair?
My first reaction is to shake my head, and I sink further into the bubbles away from him.
I promise I won't touch you anywhere other than your head and neck.
I swallow the lump in my throat. I can't.
You trust me, right?
Christian, you know this is different. I'm sorry, I can't. He shuffles on his knees until he's behind me, and I sink further into the water, my body tensing up, and even under the cover of the bubbles, I use my arms to shield my breasts and in between my legs. From behind me, he leans over, his breath fanning over my neck right below my ear.
Trust me. Close your eyes, Elena.
No. He gently removes the clip holding up my long strands of hair, and they tumble over my shoulders and land in the sudsy water.
Trust me,
he repeats, as tears start streaming down my face. Christian, please, I beg. He hasn't even touched me beyond unclipping my hair, and I'm trembling beneath the water. I feel like I'm drowning, even though my head is safely above the bubbles.
Trust me,
he repeats over and over again, in that smoky baritone way that warms me straight to my bones.
Trust me.
He dips his hands into the water next to my shoulder, using them to drip the water on top of my head, until each strand of my hair is sufficiently soaked. From the array of soaps on the side of the tub, he grabs a lavender-scented shampoo, squeezing a large dollop of it into his palms. He shushes me, and I tremble when his fingers touch my scalp. My body tenses up even further, and I try to think about anything else. Something to keep me from freaking out. Something to keep me from jumping out of this tub and running through the house stark naked just to get away from him. His fingertips rub gentle circles on my scalp, lathering the shampoo on my head. The longer he stays there, just rubbing small, soothing circles in my hair, the lines of my shoulders begin to relax. I'm still breathing heavily, and I'm all too aware of every millimeter of his fingertips on me. But I focus on taking deep, calming breaths. They come out shaky and labored. I wipe my chin where tears have gathered there, smearing citrusy-smelling water across the bottom of my face.
I would never hurt you.
I know.
Tell me why you're crying.
The tears flow faster. Don't you understand? I want you to hold me so badly. But I can't stand the thought of you touching me at the same time. I touch my forehead to my knees. Ugly, hiccuping sobs escape my throat. He stops rubbing my scalp for a moment, finding a knot at the base of my neck where it curves into my shoulder, and he rubs the tension there. When he touches a particularly sore spot, I groan.
Do you want me to stop touching you?
I think about it for a long time. Too long. So long that my water has run cold. So long that I don't realize he's finished washing my hair until he moves out from behind me to unplug the drain and let the water rush out of the tub. He takes one of the towels out of the warmer and drapes it around me as I stand up. He uses another towel to dry my hair. He holds out his arm so I can use it to steady myself as I step out of the tub onto the warm marble tiles.
I'm going to go get you some clothes. Stay here.
I nod, and he leaves. I sit on the edge of the tub, watching the stray water from my hair drip onto the floor. I'm not even sure I really think about anything as I stare at the puddle near my feet. An unknown amount of time passes before Christian steps back into the bathroom. In one hand, fuzzy socks, a pair of panties, and my favorite sleep shorts. Thrown over his shoulder, one of his sweaters. I know it's his because it's way bigger than I am, and it's a deep ruby red. I have no such color in my entire wardrobe. He places the clothes on the counter and lets me get dressed alone. When I pull the sweater over my head, the familiar scent of him warms not only the chill in my bones, but the emptiness in my soul. I open the bathroom door to find him freshly changed and dressed for bed, too. He's lounging on the bench at the edge of his bed, scrolling on his phone. I clutch the long arms of the sweater and walk towards him. Once I'm close, he looks up and gives me his positively stunning $1 billion smile.
Sit.
He nods at the space on the floor between his legs. For once, his instructions sound like a request instead of a command. I listen, sitting with my knees tucked up to my chest, facing away from him. He gathers the ends of my hair and begins to gently comb through the tangles. He's so cautious and meaningful with each stroke of the brush through my long hair. Once it's free of tangles, I feel him begin to braid it in one long plait down my back. Where did you learn to braid hair?
In the beginning, when I would come see you in the middle of the night, you'd always have your hair like that. Sometimes you'd have it in one down your back. Other times you'd have a side braid with strands loosely framing your face. And sometimes you'd have 2 braids. I imagine at some point in our lives, like when we're old and gray and your bones ache, you would have been too tired to do it yourself. So I taught myself so that I could do it for you.
A new wave of tears escapes my eyes. You're so perfect, it's infuriating. It almost makes up for all the murder. I hear him laugh behind me, draping the finished braid over my shoulder. I twist it in between my fingers and turn to look at him from my place on the floor. Good night, Christian. I get up to leave, but my name on his lips stops me.
Sleep here with me tonight.
I open my mouth to protest, but he beats me to it.
I promise I'll stay on my side.
I take a deep breath. Okay. I let myself into his plush bed, sliding under the comforter and lying rigid on my back, staring at the ceiling. After a moment, he crawls into bed, on the far side of the California King, and clicks off the bedside lamp.
Good night, Elena. I love you.
I love you too. I wake up surrounded by soft sheets and a masculine scent. I wiggle against a warm body. I lift my head, meeting Christian's eyes and a soft smile. With his hands thrown behind his head, his biceps flexed. He's lit by the soft morning light from the windows in such a way that he's basking in a golden glow. The kind of glow that makes him seem safe. I gasp and sit up quickly, my face turning down into a scowl, ready to scold him for cuddling me in the night. But when I sit up, I realize that he's on the very edge of his side of the bed, one of his legs thrown over the side and resting on the ground. I look behind me, finding a large expanse of space. I was the one who came to him in the night, and I slept better than I have in days, in days, in days, in days, in days.
Chapter 31. The Silencer. Sometimes when I look at Edwin, all I can see is his face the night he picked me up at the police station after my parents were shot. That was 30 years ago, but I can still see the precise shade of horror in his eyes. I think that's the worst part of his memory fading. For the most part, he knows who I am. He knows I'm Christian, and he knows he's the man who raised me. But sometimes he calls me Thomas, and those are his worst days, because I have to tell him that my parents are dead and watch him take that news like a car wreck. Edwin loved my father. They were like brothers, which is why he's my godfather. It hurts to watch him relive his grief, because Edwin may not remember it, but I certainly do. I was only 6, but so many times I remember catching Edwin with a rosary and tears in his eyes, praying to God that my parents find peace. He also prayed for me, and prayed for himself to find the strength to raise me. I was a demon after my parents died. I only got away with so much because, frankly, I was rich and could afford to. My juvenile record is sealed, but if I recall correctly, I was arrested 7 times before the age of 10. By the time I was 16, I had a record the size of a phone book, and they started charging me as an adult. Edwin always came to my rescue, though, pulling every string he could to keep me from sending my life down a drain. I think he understood I was only acting out because of trauma, so he let most of it go. The only time he was ever hard on me was the one time I put another kid in the hospital for saying something vulgar about my mother. I've always wanted to do something for him to say, "Thank you for not giving up on me." Because without him, I would have no one. The only thing I can think of is taking him home, to Ireland. He hasn't been there in 50 years. As much as I hate to think about Edwin dying, he's fucking old. He's 87 and has about 800 different health issues. Just about the only thing he can do is take a lap around the mansion once a day for exercise. He uses a walker, and it takes him about half a century to get from his bed to his bedroom door. But the last time I tried to get him a wheelchair, he threw his dentures at me, took them right out of his mouth, and hit me in the forehead with them. The point is, he can't do anything on his own. He has nurses to take care of his every need. I would have to arrange for an entire flock of them to come to Ireland with us, which seems like a logistical nightmare, but I'd love to see the smile on his face when he gazes upon the beautiful green hills of his home country one last time. I think it would make him happy. I care about Edwin. Deeply. I love him. I wouldn't consider him my father, but he's damn close. He raised me and taught me how to be a man. He did his best with me. But sadly, I still ended up really fucked in the head. I don't blame him for that. When I was younger, I fought him tooth and nail about going to therapy. I didn't want to. In fact, I had such a strong aversion to it that on the one occasion he managed to get me into a room with a professional, I was so awful to the poor woman that she left the room in tears. I was only 11. He never tried again after that. Now that I'm older and have real-life experience under my belt, I regret not talking to him about what I was going through or how I felt. I would never entertain the idea of talking to a stranger, but I wish I had talked to him all the times he begged me to. I talk to him now, though, not that he remembers anything I say. I tell him everything. I hold nothing back, not even the ugly truth about the monster I've become. I talk about Elena. God, I talk about Elena so much that I think her name is permanently glued to his ears, even if he can't remember it. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day. I swallowed my pride and promised Elena I would come with her to Texas to spend the holiday with her family. I'll get to meet her brother, Travis, and his soon-to-be husband, Justin. Unfortunately, I'll also be trapped in a house with her father, who is not my biggest fan, and frankly, I'm not his either. All the times Elena talked about how he was controlling and overbearing, I always thought she was being dramatic. It only took about 12 minutes in that hospital room with him to realize that wasn't the case. There are pros and cons to leaving Meridian City for a few days. The pros, it will be good for Elena. She needs time away from this city. Her life has been a roller coaster since we met, and some normalcy will undoubtedly breathe some life into her. If Valenti is still lurking in the city, she'll be far, far away from him. I don't know if he's done any research on her or her family to be considered a threat to her parents or brother, but it's not on my list of worries at the moment. The cons? I'm spending 2 days away from Meridian City, which means I have 2 less days to track down the fucker. I go out every night looking for leads. Old business associates, regular club patrons, even a few corrupt police officers and judges. I promised Elena that I wouldn't kill anyone else except for Frank. But my methods of interrogation aren't any less bloody. Not that it's done me any good. It's like he vanished into thin air, and it's really starting to piss me off. The urge to commit homicide surges through my veins like it's my life's essence. It's so strong that I've even considered not claiming my kills with red tape so Elena doesn't find out, and I can sate the desire for blood wrapping around my spine like lightning. I can't do that, though. I feel like life would give me the middle finger and she'd find out somehow, and I'm on such thin ice with her that if I betray her trust again, I really will lose her forever. Maybe not physically, because she'll never escape me, but emotionally, I'd never get her back. I have what I call a workshop hidden in the basement of my home. It technically doesn't exist. I paid a shit ton of money to falsify the property records to indicate the basement was sealed off a decade ago. I did seal it off in case anyone ever comes snooping around, but I opened up another entrance just a few short feet away from the original, behind a false bookcase. To get out of the workshop and into the city, I jackhammered into an abandoned sewer tunnel from the 90s that runs below the property. With the exception of my guns, knives, and explosives, everything I use when I'm the silencer has been made and forged by me, from my mask to the hidden knife in the sole of my boot to the clothes I wear. Yes, I learned how to sew clothes for the silencer. After I got an unexpected visit from the CIA a year and a half ago about my suspicious purchases, I couldn't risk buying things anymore, so I had to learn to make them. The things I do purchase off the dark web are paid for with a foreign bank account that's connected to so many false identities that there's absolutely no way to trace it back to me, and I always meet my sellers in person so there's no risk of packages getting intercepted at my front door. I'm very careful. I've been out all night. It's 6 a.m. when I arrive back to the mansion, sweaty, covered in blood. I take a long shower in my workshop, wiping away the black paint from my eyes and the blood splotches covering my body. I watch it all get sucked down the drain before drying off and dressing in a hoodie and jeans. It's still early on a weekday. I gave most of my staff an extra day off since I won't be here, but a few of them are still lingering around. Mostly the maids, making sure the mansion is spotless before heading home. I sit on a stool at my computer desk in my workshop while I wait for everyone to clear out of the library so my sudden reappearance goes unnoticed. I throw a stress ball at the wall with my feet propped up on the table, scrolling through my phone while I wait. The only form of social media I have is Instagram, and I'm rarely active. I only follow 6 accounts: Reeves Enterprises, POTUS, Hugo Boss, Armani, Lamborghini, and Elena. The internet weirdos who have no life instantly took note when I followed a person instead of a company, and God help me, her life story popped up so fast on Reddit that it gave me whiplash. Prior to meeting Elena, my last post was of me cutting the ribbon to the new administrative wing on campus at the orphanage 7 months ago. Now, my most recent post is from our trip to Mykonos, where the world lost their shit when they found out I was with a woman, and then subsequently lost their shit again when photos emerged of my brand new yacht, which was clearly named after her. I got tagged in so many articles and posts about it that I had to mute my notifications because they were driving me nuts. I still can't believe posting a picture of Elena is what pushed my net worth over $500 billion, an astonishing number even for me. Believe me, I thanked her for it very thoroughly, with my mouth, and my fingers, and my dick, and a 20-carat Harry Winston necklace, and the entire Chanel catalog that was waiting on the jet for her the morning we left Mykonos. And then she thanked me, wearing nothing but that diamond necklace and a fresh coat of red Chanel lipstick that ended up smeared all over my cock. I squeezed that stress ball so tight it bursts. I can't be having these kinds of thoughts. Not now. Not when Elena was fucking gang-raped less than a month ago because I couldn't keep a lid on my violence. I take a deep breath. Thanksgiving in Texas will be good for her. Everything's going to work out, even the weird standoff between her father and me. I've been hanging on to the last thing he said to me. I've had a sour taste in my mouth about it ever since he left. The manner of my parents' deaths isn't any secret. Everyone knows they were shot. Everyone knows I was there. What bothers me about what Elliot said is that it seemed like he knew something about my father's death that I didn't. But I was right there. I watched him get shot. I watched him take his last breath. I have an unsettling feeling in my gut that Elliot is getting ready to start dangling information over my head like a carrot on a stick. I never like to be at a disadvantage, so I've torn apart every file I can find for when my father was alive, trying to find some connection to Elliot. My father was never in the army, so it can't be that. Elliot is not in the employment records for Reeves Enterprises in the 80s. I even went so far as to pull up old property records and managed to find the apartment he lived in with his wife and kids back when he had a life in this city. The building no longer exists. It was torn down when I gutted the northern half of the island. Elliot and Diana were dirt poor. They didn't run in the same circles as my parents. I don't know how they would have crossed paths. I must be missing something obvious. I don't take Elliot for a liar. A hard ass, sure, but not a liar. I even went so far as to pay a visit to the chief of police. I flashed my checkbook in his face, and in exchange for a large donation to the department, my first one in years, he let me have access to the full police report of Diana's murder. Unfortunately, it was a bust. The records were redacted by hand and then scanned in just like the version I've already read. There's no way to uncover the names. A few $1 million wasted on a bad lead. I wonder what Elliot will do when I show up at his house with his precious daughter. I don't expect him to be surprised. I did tell him that I wasn't going to end things with her. One thing I never thought about when I dove headfirst into this relationship was the fact that I would have to get comfortable with the idea of having a family again. I've always hated family holidays. Edwin stopped trying to celebrate them with me when I was 12. We always just danced around each other during the holiday season and hoped neither of us would mention it. Elena, though, loves Thanksgiving and Christmas. She says November and December are her favorite months of the year because she gets to see her family. I wish I could relate to that feeling. I glance at the computer display that shows me the security cameras in the house. The staff is finally cleared out so I can go upstairs to get some sleep. I'm exhausted. I haven't been sleeping well. In fact, I haven't been sleeping at all. When I'm not out chasing down Valenti, my attempts at sleep are pitiful at best. I have nightmares that begin and end with the way Elena was screaming for me in the hospital. I'll never get that sound out of my head. It haunts me. Makes my blood run cold when I think about how scared she had been, when I think about what she endured for me, what she sacrificed for me. I don't know if I should be grateful. It doesn't seem like the right word. I don't know if it's guilt or shame or relief I feel. Maybe all of it. She said she did it because she loves me, but if I put her in that position in the first place, am I really worthy of it? My perfect little guardian angel is the strongest fucking person I know for gluing herself back together so quickly, but her cracks are still there, and I'm trying to save the woman I fell in love with from becoming what I did. From becoming hollow and bitter and angry. I take a deep breath as I use my shoulder to nudge open my bedroom door. Elena is sleeping in her own room, so I don't have to worry about disturbing her. When I take a step towards the shower, I hear the devil on my shoulder. "Hey, dumbass, we showered downstairs. You showered!" I hiss as I strip and turn on the water. I rest my forehead against the cold stone wall of the shower, and for the first time in a long time, I allow myself a moment of weakness. My sobs come out ugly and broken, my breath getting caught in my throat as I gasp for air. I can't decide what's worse, her shattered silence when I found her in the club, or her blood-curdling scream in the hospital room. I press my hands into my ears to try and bring some silence to my head, but her scream is still echoing in my mind, and I can't make it stop. My knees go weak. I fall to the ground, my forehead pressed against the shower floor and my hands wrapped tightly in locks of my hair. I hit the side of my head to try and knock the sound out. Here I am, having a complete mental breakdown because of something Elena went through, and she's practically already built herself back up. This is why I fucking hate you, pathetic asshole. Shut up! None of this would have happened if you let me have her. She left that day because of you, because you just had to be the good guy. How's that working out for you, Reeves? Let me have control. Let me in. I'll fix this. That's what I do. I fix our problems. I promised. We're a package deal. She can't love one without the other. That's just wishful thinking on her part. She doesn't want to be strong for you all the time. She knows she can be weak with me, and I'll keep her safe better than you ever can. Get out of my head! I roar at my reflection of the glass panes of the shower. Then my knuckles connect with the wall hard enough to crack one of the milky white stones, and probably a knuckle or two. My showers run cold, and I wash myself quickly before stumbling into my room. I don't even make it to the bed before I collapse and the world goes black.
Christian, please wake up.
I hear Elena say, there's something worrisome in her voice.
Please, Christian, wake up.
I crash back into reality and I sit up with a sharp inhale. I nearly crack my skull against hers. Her mouth is open and unshed tears are in her eyes. That's when I realize we're on the floor and I'm stark fucking naked. I blink once, twice, 3 times, and I focus on her face. "Why are you crying?" I ask, and her mouth gapes open.
Are you serious right now?
She sounds halfway furious and halfway scared. She shakes my head in her hands.
I thought you were dead. You weren't waking up and you weren't moving.
I was just asleep, Angel.
Asleep? Christian Thomas Reeves, I want to strangle you right now for scaring me like that.
I sleepily blink at her and grin. I like it when you're violent.
Are you sure you're okay?
She asks, ignoring the teasing quip in my tone. I nod. I'm just tired, Elena. I take in her attire. She's fully dressed in jeans and a nice sweater. I raise an eyebrow. Are you going somewhere? She looks at me with confusion.
Are you losing your memory too? We're going to Texas.
Our flight isn't until Thursday.
It is Thursday. Our flight leaves in an hour.
I rub my eyes and look up at her again. I blink rapidly to try and orient myself. Right. Sorry. Let me get dressed. She sits on the bench at the foot of my bed as I go into the bathroom to brush my teeth and try to save my hair with some water and hair gel. The stubble on my cheeks and chin will have to stay. When her family was here at the estate, I looked homeless. I would wear old hoodies, sweatpants, and mud-covered shoes. I still have massive purple circles under my eyes from worrying about Elena. I want to make a better impression this time, so when I go to my closet, I opt to dress with some finesse. Black trousers, black belt, navy blue dress shirt, and a nice pair of shiny black shoes. I unceremoniously throw a few days' worth of clothes into a suitcase and grab a tie from my large selection. It's black silk with small gray polka dots. As I'm fidgeting with it in the floor-length mirror, I can see Elena staring at me from the reflection. She eyes me suspiciously as she walks closer.
Got a hot date or something?
Or something, I purr, smoothing the crisp tie over my chest.
Why are you dressed so fancy?
I shrug and then wrap my father's watch around my wrist. I wanted to make a better impression than I did the last time I saw your parents. She giggles and steps in front of me, tugging slightly on my tie.
A little formal, don't you think?
You tell me. This is my first Thanksgiving since I was a kid. She smiles, loosening the knot of the tie at my neck and tossing it to the side. Then she unfastens the top two buttons of my shirt. She rubs over the planes of my chest to smooth out my shirt and then runs her fingers through my gelled hair to ruffle it a bit. She crosses her arms and looks me up and down, nodding with satisfaction.
Better.
We find Edwin in his room to say a quick goodbye. Elena insisted it would be fine if he came with us, but then it would be a whole thing with the nurses, and it's too much to logistically work out at the last minute. Besides, we've never celebrated Thanksgiving. I don't know if Edwin even remembers what Thanksgiving is. Hey, old man, I say to him as we stroll into the room. Elena pokes her head in the room to wave and then gasps, announcing she forgot her phone charger in her room and runs off to get it. I give Edwin a small grin. I'll be gone for a couple days. Do you need anything before I go? Edwin nods, languidly pointing in the direction of the newspaper on his bedside table. I point at it for confirmation, then he nods again. I hand it to him and he rolls it up into a tight tube and then hits me over the head with it before laughing like an old prospector. Ow! I exclaim, even though it didn't hurt. What was that for? So you know what'll be waiting for you if you don't take care of our girl. Our girl? Weird phrasing on his part. Do you even know who you're talking about? I ask teasingly. Of course I do. The lovely Elena. My head snaps up to look at him, my eyes wide with shock. Edwin. He bonks me over the head with the newspaper again. Shut your yap and listen to me, boyo. That girl loves you to death. Don't you mess it up or there'll be the devil to pay. Fuck. I can't go to Texas. Not anymore. Edwin is rarely lucid. I can't miss this opportunity to... He pokes me square in the chest, pulling me out of my thoughts. No, but... Another smack to the top of my head. Your stubbornness has always irritated me something terrible. You'd best get out of here before I put my foot up your arse and kick you out myself. Make her happy. She deserves it. And so do you. I hesitate. And although we have a flight to catch, I need to hear his wisdom. I never valued it when I was growing up, but it's like gold to me now. She's so close to slipping away, and I can't lose her, Edwin. I can't. I wouldn't survive it. I didn't know love could be so hard. I feel like no matter what I do, no matter how much I love her, it will never be enough. Love is hard. But that's why we cherish it so much. He takes my hands in his. Your happiness means everything to me, you know. And I want what you have with her to last for an eternity. I squeeze his hands and suck my bottom lip in between my teeth as I think, so how do I make it last an eternity? By remembering that a gilded cage is still a cage. I tighten my jaw. I want to defend myself, but what is there to defend? He's right. He's so right, and I don't think he even realizes the extent of it. Wisdom is what Edwin does best, and he's never let me down in that regard. How do I open the cage? Give her the keys. What if she leaves? I just said I couldn't handle that. If I lose her, then my entire life means nothing. I might as well have. I trail off because I don't know if Edwin remembers my suicide attempt the night I met Elena, and if he doesn't, then it's better for it to stay that way. If she leaves, then you didn't love her the way she wanted you to. How am I supposed to know the way she wants to be loved? Edwin smacks me again with the newspaper. By listening. Something you've never been good at. 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 Chapter 32. The Silencer. When Elena and I board the jet, she has a certain pep in her step, like a child walking into a toy store. She seems happy. The flight to Texas will be short, 2 hours, give or take a few minutes to account for the crazy Thanksgiving air traffic. After my conversation with Edwin, I made a silent promise to myself and to her that I'm going to do better. I've been selfish throughout our entire relationship. I've manipulated every part of it into my version of perfect, or at least tried. But Elena's version of perfect is different than mine. She wants trust. She wants that sickeningly sweet kind of love that gives her cavities. I've never had a cavity, but I guess it's never too late. How's the studying going? Every time I walk past your room, you're buried in a textbook.
You know, I actually feel great. I know what to expect this time, and now that I've got a few months of experience working in the field, I feel a lot more prepared than I have in the past.
That makes me smile. I'm proud of you.
I haven't passed anything yet.
That doesn't mean I can't be proud of you. You're committed to your career, and I've always admired that about you. I offered you a chance to be my personal secretary, and you wanted to stay in the legal department because you knew that was better for you and your goals. The test is in February, right? She nods.
Yeah, end of February. A few days after your birthday.
Your birthday's in February too, I point out. Tell you what, after you pass the exam, we'll take a trip to celebrate our birthdays and your accomplishment.
You know the exam results don't come out for up to 3 months, right?
Details. Elena's shoulders sag suddenly, and I set my glass of whiskey to the side to give her my full attention. What is it?
Nothing. It's stupid.
She looks down at her hands in shame. I sink down to the floor from my seat and kneel in front of her. I brace my hands on the armrest on either side of her. Tell me. She bites her pouty bottom lip to try and hide her nerves.
I want you to kiss me.
She whispers, and then she scoffs humorlessly, as if she's being ridiculous.
But I'm scared.
Of me? She shakes her head.
No. I'm scared I won't like it anymore.
That's not true. You know I'm a very good kisser, I tease, and it pulls a sad laugh from her. What if you kissed me instead? I suggest.
What if I can't?
Then you can't, and we won't. Hey, look at me. Angel, it's been less than a month. You don't have to push yourself to do anything. Not kissing, not holding hands, not anything. I'm sorry I didn't respect your boundaries after... I gulp. I can't even say the words. I will respect them now. I promise. She considers me for a long time, taking deep breaths and trying to blink away the gloss in her eyes before I notice it. Very slowly, she leans forward. I stay so still that I'm practically made of marble. She kisses my cheek, so soft and feather-light I barely feel it. She pulls away and stares at me, and I continue to stay immobile. I keep my eyes locked on hers in a warm, encouraging way. She reaches up her hand to run the very tips of her fingers along my jaw, feeling the stubble there. She lets out a quiet, open-mouthed exhale. She wets her lips with her tongue and leans in again. This time when her mouth touches mine, it's still slow and hesitant and cautious, but there's more life in her. She pulls away abruptly and slumps into her seat, crossing her arms and looking away from me to hide the tears welling in her eyes. I move to sit in the seat next to her. It is agony to not reach for her and comfort her with my embrace. Elena, it's okay. Most people in your position wouldn't even go that far.
It's not about the kiss.
She croaks, sucking in a breath through her teeth.
I want you to hold me so bad. I want you to kiss me, and I want you to have sex with me, and I want to sleep in the same bed with you without wanting to peel off my own skin. But I can't do any of those things because they took you away from me.
Her voice breaks on the last part of her sentence. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. She lets out an exasperated sigh and then faces me, tucking her feet under her in the seat.
No, I mean, every time you touch me, all I can see is them.
Her pouty bottom lip begins to quiver.
They took you away from me.
They can't hurt you anymore.
The damage was done the moment Frank pulled down my shorts. Neil had a gun to my head, and I couldn't do anything but take it. I didn't even put up a fight.
Hey, don't go there. Nothing about what happened to you is your fault. It doesn't matter that you didn't fight back. You were scared and injured. The only people responsible for this are Frank and Neil. And me. Elena, I can't tell you how sorry I am. The moment I found out about that car accident, I was going insane trying to find you. I would have torn apart Meridian City brick by brick if that's what it took.
How long did it take you to find me after I pressed the button?
49 minutes. I was at the scene of the accident when the alarm went off. I had to go home and get weapons, gear, anything and everything I could get my hands on. I came into that club ready for war. Every second after you pressed that button was fucking agony for me. I can't imagine what it was like for you. She sniffles and wipes her face with the back of her palm.
I'm sorry about your McLaren.
Fuck the McLaren. I couldn't give less of a shit about that stupid car. All I cared about when I saw it was the fact that you weren't in it.
How did you even know about it?
All of my cars have trackers on them. When one leaves the property, its location is tracked by my security team. Gavin said the GPS went dead and police were responding to a major accident in the area. I put two and two together. It's quiet for a long time. Elena's fingers tap nervously against the leather seat.
Do you think I'm dirty now?
My face twists, offended at the suggestion. No, you're not dirty. I can prove it if you'll let me. Her eyes find mine with a curious gaze. I stand up and make my way to the bedroom in the back of the jet. Elena follows close on my heels, and when we're both in the room, I lock the door behind us. I lean against the thin door and put my hands in my pocket, pulling out my cigarette case and lighting one of them. Elena looks shocked.
Are you nuts? You can't smoke on a plane?
You can't smoke on a commercial plane. This is my plane. Now, I need you to look into my eyes and tell me that you trust me. She nods, and I shake my head back. I need to hear you say it.
I trust you.
I take a drag of my cigarette and lean my head back against the door. I'm making you a promise that I won't touch you, but I want you to take off everything except your panties. She doesn't move, suddenly looking like a cornered rabbit waiting for escape.
You won't touch me? No tricks?
I shake my head. Swear on my life. She hesitates.
Do you want a striptease or something? Turn around.
No, Angel. I want to watch. All the curiosity falls from her face and her skin turns a shade lighter with nerves.
Please turn around.
You said you trusted me. Go as slow as you need to, but I'm not turning around. I continue to slowly smoke, one hand holding the stick and the other tucked into my pocket. She takes a deep breath, and with unsteady hands, she hooks her fingers into her jeans and tugs them down her legs. Her shirt comes next. She's standing in her lacy bralette and panties, both a peachy pink shade. Her cheeks turn red, and I can see the exact moment she begins to reconsider this whole thing. I hold her stare and wait patiently to see what she does. If she tells me to fuck off, I will, but I don't think that's what she wants. She's just nervous, embarrassed, shy. Her shaky hands unhook the bralette from the back, and she pauses for a long time before letting it fall to the floor. Her arms fall slack at her side, and she watches me intently, like she's waiting for me to become predatory at the sight of her body. But I don't. She's a beautiful woman, and I love her body. But this isn't about me and my desires. This is about making her feel wanted.
Now what?
Now get on the bed and wait for me to finish this. I wiggle the cigarette between my teeth. She frowns but lies down on the bed to wait for me. I finish the cigarette so slowly it's agonizing for me and infuriating for her. I place the nub into the ashtray in the small bathroom and then approach the bed. Her eyes stay glued to my hands like she expects me to break my promise. I kneel on the bed and then lean over her, propping myself up on an elbow. Her breathing becomes erratic. Relax, Angel. Relax. I'm going to move around the bed, but I'm not going to touch you. I'll get close, but I promise I'll keep my hands and mouth to myself.
You're missing an important body part from that list.
I promise I'll keep my hands, mouth, and dick to myself. Then my face drops so she knows I'm serious. Mykonos. That's your safe word. Say it and I stop. Say yes if you understand.
Yes. But why do I need a safe word if you're not going to touch me?
Because maybe you just want to use it. You don't need a reason. If you use the safe word, I stop. No questions asked. She takes a deep breath and then nods.
Okay.
I allow myself to let my eyes leave her face, to drink in her chest. Move your hair. It's covering her breasts and it's in the way for what I'm about to do. She moves the strands and I make a small noise of satisfaction. Oh, every inch of you is beautiful, my perfect little angel. My eyes meet hers again. I love you. Her eyes go glassy.
Be careful.
I nod. I promise. Close your eyes. She does as instructed, and I watch her entire body fill with tension. Carefully, I prop myself up with my hands and lean down far enough that my breath fans across her neck. I miss kissing you here, where I can feel your heart flutter under my lips. My words have the desired effect. Her entire body erupts into goosebumps. I shift again until my breath is hot against the center of her chest, between her breasts. And I miss kissing you here, because this is precisely how far I need to kiss down your body before you start squirming, before you start rubbing your thighs together to try and get some relief. Again, my words have their intended effect, and her nipples perk up, the soft pink rosebuds hardening, begging for my attention. She takes a deep breath, taking her bottom lip between her teeth. My cock begins to fatten up in my pants. Slowly, I move further down her body. Her legs clench together in fear, and her eyes shoot open. I anticipated this, and I lean back on my knees.
Please don't.
She pleads, looking green and nauseous. Use your safe word if you want me to stop.
You can't touch me there.
I won't. I told you, no tricks. I lean back down, licking my lips at the sight of that feminine softness between her belly button and the seam of her panties, where one day she might grow my child. I glance up at her. God, Elena, I fucking miss kissing you here. My breath fans across the top of her panties before I move further down until I'm millimeters from her core. Tears well in her eyes, and I pause for a second, allowing her the chance to use her safe word if she wants. She doesn't, so I continue. I miss kissing your pretty pussy, Angel. Your taste sends me straight to heaven. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. That's a very true statement. I'm salivating at the thought like it's my first meal in months. My cock is painfully hard in my slacks, trying its best to drill a hole through the fabric. I stare at the space between her thighs, right where her clit is, twitching and achy and needy like the rest of her. Do you miss it too, baby? The feeling of my face buried between your thighs until you're shaking with pleasure instead of fear. Don't you remember how good it feels? A single tear escapes from her eye, and she shakes her head. No. Don't you remember all those times you came apart on my tongue? All the times my fingers were deep inside you while I sucked on your puffy clit? All the times you had your fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer and begging for my cock? You don't remember any of that? Something clicks inside her in that moment. I think my words have set her on fire because she takes a long, deep breath, and I can fucking smell the way she opens up for me under her panties. I look and smile wickedly at the wet spot forming there. There she is. I murmur to her core as if it's a separate person. Oh, Angel, you should see how wet you are. My eyes flicker back to hers. Take off your panties and I'll show you.
Not a chance.
I crawl back up her body, staying a respectful distance from her naked skin. The hard length of me is aching, and I'm going to have to sneak away to the bathroom to rub it out before we land. I settle on top of Elena, holding myself up so not a single part of me is touching her, not even a single thread of my clothes. My lips ghost over hers.
I was really wet?
She asks in disbelief. Feel for yourself. She pauses, but then I can feel one of her hands trace down her own body to touch the space between her legs. She lets out a gasp of awe, like she can't believe it, and looks back to me with sparkling, shy eyes. I smirk. You were a very good girl. She cuts off my sentence by smearing her arousal-coated fingers across my bottom lip. I freeze, my eyes surely going shark-like with lust. I lick the taste off my lips and groan. I'm 4 seconds away from losing my shit, so I quickly push off her and sit on the edge of the bed, facing away. From behind me, I hear her breathy voice whisper,
Touch me.
I turn around to glare at her. No. My cock is straining against my pants-shaped prison. I feel her shift behind me and then tug on the back of my belt.
Christian, please touch me.
I still make no move to touch her. Something shifts in the air and she suddenly shatters. She tucks her knees up to her chest and lets tears fall down her cheeks. Her breath is coming out so uneven and frantic I'm afraid she's going to pass out. Elena, you're trembling.
I knew you wouldn't want me anymore.
My heart shatters in my ribcage at how defeated and humiliated she sounds. She thinks I don't want her because she was raped, because she thinks she's dirty, but nothing could be further from the truth, and that's what I tried to prove to her just now. Look at me. She shakes her head and makes a very obvious effort to do anything but that, to the point where she turns on the bed to face away from me completely. Oh, I will always want you. I've wanted you every day from the moment we met. That will never change. I get off the bed and circle around the mattress to kneel on the floor in front of her. I think every day about burying myself inside you and filling you with my love again. I think about chasing away all the memories of what they did to you. I want to erase them from your head. I want to replace the fear they made you feel with the desire I make you feel. I do want you, and you know better than anyone that I will give you whatever you want. I reach up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. I just don't want to hurt you in the process. My throat burns. I wish I knew how to help her. I gather her clothes from the floor and help her get dressed. We leave the bedroom and go back to our seats, only this time Elena takes the seat next to mine and rests her cheek on my shoulder. We sit in silence until we land. We land. We land. We land. We land. Chapter 33. The Silencer. When we pull into the long driveway of Elena's parents' house, I begin to sweat. This is going to be an entirely different setting than the last time I saw her parents, and I don't really know what to expect. I want her family to like me, not just because of who I am and what my money can give Elena, but because they see how much I cherish her. I want them to know in their hearts that she's the most important thing in my life. I want them to know I'm devoted to making her happy. I park the SUV in front of the house and take a deep breath as I look it over. 2 stories, gray brick, 2-car garage, large front porch. The house is sitting on a big plot of land with a fancy gate and expensive fences surrounding it. Their closest neighbors are half a mile away. Big oak trees dot the land around the house, and I can see a pond a short distance away. The house is warm, inviting. Elena told me she grew up comfortable, and I suppose I can admit I'm a little jaded when it comes to money because her idea of comfortable and my idea of comfortable are 2 very different things. I step out of the vehicle and circle the front end of the car to open Elena's door for her. She slides out of her seat, and I can tell just from her energy that she's elated to be home. Elena leads me up the small steps, up to the porch and then through the front door. She doesn't knock. It's unlocked. I scoff. Nobody in Meridian City would leave their front door unlocked, not even me, and I have 24/7 security. Elena walks inside without a second thought, but I find myself lingering in the doorway like a vampire that hasn't been invited in.
Stop being weird,
Elena says, and I cautiously take a step through the threshold. She leads us further into the house.
Ah! Ellie!
Bethany squeals when she sees her daughter, leaving her spot at the stovetop to capture Elena in a big hug. Her mother turns to me.
Christian!
She exclaims, squeezing me into an equally tight hug. I wrap my arms around her shoulders to hug her back.
I'm so glad you could come.
She looks me over and tugs on my shirt.
And look how handsome you are. You shine up like a new penny.
Thank you for having me, Mrs. Young.
Bethany.
She corrects in her thick southern accent, and I give her a nod. I watch Elena carefully as she steps towards her brother. She twitches once and slowly pulls him into an embrace, and I see Travis's lip quiver as he hugs her back. What a relief it must be for her family to know that she has been healing since they last saw her. She lets go of her brother and I shake his hand, introducing myself, and Elena skips over to her dad and throws herself in his arms. "Hi, sweetheart," he says, a big smile painted across his face. "I missed you."
I missed you too, Dad.
I noticed that her father looks a lot older than the last time I saw him, probably on account of him worrying about his daughter. He peeks out from over Elena's shoulder at me, and the scowl he gives me is so hot with fury he could dry up oceans. He squeezes her one more time before releasing her. She comes to stand next to me, and another man emerges from a powder bathroom. He smiles at Elena and waves. "Hi, Ellie." She waves back.
Christian, this is Justin, Travis's future husband.
I shake Justin's hand, and then he takes a seat next to Travis at the kitchen island. I can still feel Elliot staring at me like he's trying to get my head to explode. I glare back at him as if to say, "Knock it off." Bethany sighs loudly.
I'm so happy the whole family's here.
Family. That word feels equal parts icy cold and burning hot in my chest. Family is such a distant concept for me that it feels wrong. It feels like I'm betraying my parents somehow by using the word. Elena moves to the kitchen to help her mother with the food, leaving me alone under the burning glare of her father.
Well, Christian,
Bethany starts, stirring a pot on the stove.
We were all so preoccupied with taking care of Ellie that I feel like I know nothing about you. How did you two meet? I mean, I know it was through work, but that can't be the whole story. Tell me everything.
She throws her head back and makes a squeal of delight.
Ah! I bet it was romantic. Was it romantic?
Elena and I share a look. I give her a strained smile. Sorry to disappoint you, Bethany. I saw her in the office one day, thought she was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I haven't left her alone since. Elliot lets out a sound between a sarcastic laugh and a dangerous growl. His arms are crossed over his chest, his mouth in a hard line. "Oh my God," Justin loudly exclaims, gathering the attention of everyone in the room. "Holy shit, you're Christian fucking Reeves!" Justin lightly swats at Travis's arm. "Babe, what the fuck? You told me Ellie was dating some rich guy. You didn't tell me he was a fucking billionaire." Travis chokes on his water. "Billionaire? Like with a B? Billionaire?" They look at Bethany. "Mom, you said he lived in a really big house."
Don't look at me.
Bethany defends herself playfully.
Ellie's the one dating the man. She didn't tell you he was a billionaire either.
"Yeah, Ellie, what the fuck?" Travis tosses a crumpled-up paper towel at her. She narrows her eyes in their direction.
Can you two stop making it weird? You're telling me you didn't connect the dots when I told you I was going on a business trip to Mykonos and staying on a yacht?
"You didn't say you were going on a business trip with the CEO." Elena shrugs.
Oops.
I can understand Elena not telling her parents I'm a billionaire. I think that would send most parents into cardiac arrest. I'm shocked she never told her brother, though. They're very close. They talk all the time. I figured he would have been the first person she told. I'm sure her parents Googled me the second they stepped into my mansion. Her mother, at least. Her father doesn't seem to be all that interested in who I am, only that I stay far, far away from his daughter. Elena goes back to helping her mother, and Bethany sends me a wink before turning her attention to the stove. I smirk. At least her mother likes me. I take in Elena's childhood home. How cozy it is. My mansion is pretty much stripped of all signs of living. No family photos on the walls, no souvenirs from vacations, no live, laugh, love signs. The only family photos I have are on the bookshelf in my room. I don't even have that many since my parents have been dead for 30 years. The only other family photo I have is one of Edwin and I when I graduated from MIT. I remember that day so vividly. I walked across the stage and then got drunk in a bar and had a threesome with two tall blondes. Only after I stumbled back to Edwin's hotel room at 3 p.m. the next day did I realize he had gotten me a cake and a gift. The cake was left uneaten, and the gift was my father's Breitling, the one he was wearing the day he was murdered. The police had kept it for almost 20 years as evidence. That was the first and only time I've ever hugged Edwin. I'll never be able to give Elena the simple life her parents have. Their world seems so disconnected from mine, from ours. Simple won't do. Not for her. Not after what she's been through for me. Pretty soon I'll have to start carving her name into mountains to prove my love. I watch my angel with a smile on my face as she dances around the kitchen with her mother. "You're staring at my sister." Travis's voice pulls me out of my besotted stare, and I look at him. I nod down at him, turning my gaze back to her. "She talks about you all the time, you know. All good things, I promise. Be good to her, okay? She deserves happiness." I know. Fuck, I know she does. She deserves everything. I'm trying my best. Travis nods. "You coming to the wedding with her?" "Didn't know I was invited." "You kidding? It's every couple's dream to have a billionaire come to their wedding." Travis pokes me with his elbow. "I'll be expecting no less than $250,000 as a wedding present." I'm the one to laugh this time. I'll keep that in mind. From across the room, Elena licks mashed potatoes off a spoon before throwing it into the sink, and I wink at her and mouth, "I love you." She winks back. When dinner is ready and the table is set, Elena pats a chair next to her for me to sit in. Elliot and Bethany sit on the ends of the table. Elena and I sit on one side, and Travis and Justin sit on the other. I get the questionable luck of sitting next to Elliot. Once Elena is in her seat, I drag her chair a bit closer to me. Her family settles into soft chatter while they fill their plates. I go rigid in my seat, staring at the dishes blankly.
Christian,
Bethany says from her side of the table, and I look at her.
Don't stand on ceremony, honey. Please help yourself.
It's not that, I tell her, and Elena looks at me. I don't break her stare as I explain. My parents died when I was a kid. I haven't spent Thanksgiving with a family in a very long time.
You're welcome to come spend time with our family whenever you want.
Bethany lifts her wine glass.
To family.
We all repeat her toast, clinking our glasses together. The backs of my eyes begin to burn, and I excuse myself from the table to run to the bathroom before the tears fall out of them. I wipe my face with a tissue and glance at myself in the mirror. For the first time in a long time, the man in the mirror staring back at me isn't so bad. When I emerge from the bathroom, Elena blows me a kiss. I take my seat next to her again, and midway through dinner, Elliot clears his throat around a bite of stuffing.
Beth, you know I love your cooking.
Oh, no.
Bethany teases. Elliot gives her a grin, but there's something malicious about it, and I don't think it's directed at Bethany.
I just can't help but remember the best Thanksgiving stuffing I've ever had. When I lived in Meridian City, my Diana loved this diner on the north side. They had a Thanksgiving food drive every year, and the owner made the best stuffing.
Another unnerving smile crosses his face, and his eyes flicker to me.
You been to the north side recently?
The north side doesn't exactly exist anymore, I shrug. I turned that side of the island into an orphanage in memoriam to my parents. Bethany puts her hand over her heart.
That's beautiful, Christian. Truly beautiful.
Oh, man, that's a shame. I loved Fat Lou's.
My heart falls straight out of my chest and onto the floor. I can't find it in me to tell him that Fat Lou's doesn't exist anymore, because I burnt it to the ground when I was 18. It's the middle of the night. I'm staring at the ceiling of Elena's childhood bedroom, painted a soft shade of pastel purple. She's sound asleep next to me, facing away. Her cold feet are pressed against my warm legs. I can't sleep. I need a cigarette. I carefully shift out of the bed, quietly throwing on a shirt and finding my cigarette case and lighter before stepping out of the bedroom and softly closing the door behind me. I walk downstairs and out the front door, inhaling deeply when a soft breeze meets me. I sit down in a rocker and light up a cigarette that I finish in 2 drags. I light another and savor this one, rocking back and forth gently. I'm sitting outside for an hour and on my 4th cigarette when I hear the door open behind me. I turn to look. Elliot walks out with a strange combination of things in his hands. 2 glasses of scotch, a pistol, a manila file folder. He sets it all down on the small table between us and slumps into the other rocker. Then he hands me one of the glasses. Thanks, I say, cautiously. Is he trying to poison me or something? Seems out of place for him to be so cordial with me. I take the tiniest sip and then rest the glass on my knee to resume smoking. Elliot lights his own cigarette, takes a drag, and blows the smoke out of his nose.
Can't sleep?
I shake my head. I don't sleep much.
Nothing like smoking a cig in the middle of the night while you brood.
I'm not brooding, I'm just thinking.
And that's why I brought the scotch, to loosen the tongue. Why don't you tell me what's on your mind?
I take another drag and sink into my chair a little further, letting my head fall against the back of it. Your daughter is one extraordinary woman. She ripped open my soul and made me a better man, but I look down and flick some ashes over the railing of the porch. I'll never be good enough for her. I don't know what she sees in me.
Danger is my guess,
Elliot says, and I try not to react.
She always liked the guys that were a little bit bad for her.
I laugh out the smoke from my lungs with a cough. That explains it. From the corner of my eye, I watch as Elliot sits up and grabs the gun from the side of the table, and my blood runs cold when he points it at me. We both go still, and then he flips the gun upside down and tells me to take it.
Pretty, isn't it?
He takes a sip of his drink and squeezes his eyes shut before rubbing one.
It was my very first piece.
I examine the gun, my heart still thudding wildly in my chest after being held at point-blank range. It's a deep obsidian black, custom engraved with his initials. It's pretty common for people who live or have lived in Meridian City to get their initials engraved or etched into their guns, less likely to be stolen. I nonchalantly check the chamber. Loaded. Pretty, I agree, extraordinarily unimpressed. I have 7 of the same model in my basement, and many guns that are far prettier. He nods towards my glass of amber liquid.
Finish that.
I raise my eyebrow. Now I'm suspicious. Why? He picks up the manila folder and hands it to me.
Because you'll need it, kid.
Elliot patiently waits while I down the rest of the drink he gave me, and then I take the manila folder from him. I give him a questionable look, but his gaze is off into the darkness of the night, nursing his drink while he rocks in his chair and chain smokes. I snuff out my own cigarette and then open the folder. I go unnaturally rigid in my chair when I realize I've seen these words before. This is the unredacted version of the police report for Diana Young's murder. I only have to get to the first sentence to understand why Elliot said I needed the scotch. But I can't stop myself from reading the entire thing, clearing my throat uncomfortably when I see my dad's name. Clear as day. Thomas Caledon Reeves, when interviewed, admitted to the murder of Diana, Lisa, and Mary Young. He was taken into custody on 3 counts of first-degree murder. I drop the manila folder, spilling the papers all over the porch. I look at Elliot still gazing out into the darkness. My chest hurts so bad that I can hardly breathe, and I clutch the arm of the rocking chair so hard I can hear it warp and groan under my grip. My father did not kill your first wife. This is some sick fucking joke. He was a good man and a loyal husband.
He was a spoiled prick who couldn't take no for an answer. Look at me, kid.
As if I wasn't already shooting daggers at him with my eyes, my gaze is laser-focused on him.
I remember your face.
I feel like I'm free-falling through space. The edges of my vision go black, and I realize I remember his, too. Chapter 34. The Silencer. Wednesday, September 6th. 1989. Please, I beg, clasping my hands together, pouting my lip, and giving Mommy the biggest puppy dog eyes I can manage. Please, Mommy, I'll die without it. Mommy gives me an amused smirk.
You'll die?
She asks, bending down and zipping up my jacket for me.
Well, my sweet boy, I can't allow that, can I?
Elizabeth, don't encourage him. He's already spoiled rotten. The diamond on Mommy's finger sparkles under the harsh fluorescent lights of the diner. Her wedding ring and pearls stick out like a sore thumb against the chipping paint and the worn-off vinyl of the bright blue booths surrounding us. Daddy has always been the authority of the family, which is why when he says no, I give Mommy the puppy dog eyes until she says yes. Only this time she doesn't say yes. She listens to Daddy. She's been doing that a lot lately. They've been fighting when they think I can't hear them. But I'm an only child in a giant mansion with nothing better to do than get into trouble. I know all the best hiding places in the house. That means I hear things I shouldn't. Like how Edwin likes Judith, my governess, but Judith says Edwin kisses like a chicken. That made me laugh so hard that chocolate milk came out of my nose and almost gave away my hiding spot inside the cabinets where Daddy keeps the cigarettes he hides from Mommy. Mommy stands up and I pout to her back. After Daddy pays and we turn to find a table that isn't unnervingly sticky, I give my puppy dog eyes to Fat Lou, the owner, in a last-ditch effort to achieve my goal. Mommy says that's a rude name, but that's the name of his restaurant. Everyone calls him that. How can it be rude? Fat Lou smiles warmly behind the counter at me. He winks, tosses something high in the air, which I catch with ease, and then he turns away to make our order. I open my tightly clasped hands to reveal an orange lollipop. My mouth waters. My parents don't keep candy in the house. I'm only allowed to have it on Halloween, my birthday, and sometimes when we're out in the city and a business has a bowl of it, Mommy allows me a single piece. Sometimes Edwin sneaks me one of those weird strawberry candies that only old people have. I squeal with glee and shove the candy in my jacket pocket for later, trailing behind my parents into the booth. What feels like an eternity later, Fat Lou brings us our food. Mommy, of course, always prim and proper, has a salad with no cheese, no croutons, no anything other than lettuce, tomatoes, and stinky dressing. I ordered a burger just like Daddy because burgers are man food, and I am nothing if not a big, strong man like him. I smile wide-eyed at my burger and eat it as messily as expected of a feral kid with no social manners. Cheese sauce is smeared all over my face when I'm done, and Mommy wipes me clean with a wet wipe she pulls out of her purse. After I'm deemed spotless again, I crawl under the table to sit next to Daddy. I wrap my arms around him tight and squeeze as hard as my 6-year-old body can manage. "Thank you, Daddy. You're the best." He wraps an arm around me and pats me like fathers do their sons. "Why don't we get you a cheeseburger to go? That way you can eat it tomorrow." "But Daddy, it will be soggy and yucky from the veggies." He shrugs. "We'll get it plain and then the chef at home can give you fresh veggies tomorrow. How about that?" I nod enthusiastically. He stands to go place the to-go order and a small orange light outside the window catches my eye. I press my face against the greasy window pane. There's a man outside with a red bandana slack around his neck, smoking a cigarette, staring at me with the same intensity as I am him. Mommy makes a noise of disgust.
Blech, smokers. Promise me, Christian, you won't smoke when you're older.
"I promise, Mommy," I say absently, not even really comprehending what she said. Once Daddy has my to-go order, he gives me the box to hold, and Mommy leans over to kiss my forehead before I slide out of the booth. We step outside onto the dark street, lit by only a few dim street lamps. Mommy grumbles as we begin to walk, complaining that her feet hurt in her heels. I hold her hand, not paying much attention to anything when we abruptly stop. I look up to see the same man that was smoking outside the restaurant standing across from us. He's got his red bandana over his face now, covering his nose and mouth. A black jacket with the collar popped sits heavy on his frame. "Get lost," Daddy warns. "I don't have any cash." The masked man laughs and then pulls a gun from his jacket pocket. Mommy shields me behind her, and then Daddy shields us both with his body. Though I'm confused and scared, I peek around Daddy's legs to watch the man across from us. "Do you really think I want your money?" He begins to cry. "I want my wife and kids back." "I'm sorry to hear that, sir," Daddy says calmly. "But I can't help you with that either. Please, leave us alone." "You have no idea who I am, do you?" he asks and then shakes his head. "You deserve this, Thomas." And then I hear a loud pop, followed by Mommy screaming. And then I hear another pop. And then silence before my parents fall to the ground. I drop my to-go bag. "Mommy? Daddy?" Daddy is looking up at the dark sky. I've never seen him look so blank. Mommy is crying, shaking, bleeding. They're both bleeding. The man with the bandana takes 3 large steps towards me, and then he points the gun at my head. It shakes in his hand, and I simply stare up at him and sniffle. He takes a shaky breath and then lowers the gun before turning and running away. I kneel next to Mommy. Warm, red, sticky blood coats my jeans. I lay my head on her chest and listen to her weak heartbeat. Until there isn't one. I glance at Daddy's watch. His favorite, gold face, navy blue leather strap. It says it's 9:21 p.m. I don't know how long I sit there in a puddle of my parents' blood. It feels like forever. I look at Mommy and place my left hand over her heart. She's not moving. I don't know why, but I use the same hand to close her eyes. Her warm, sticky blood smears across her eyelids from my hands. 5 policemen show up and stare at me, sitting on the dirty concrete in between my parents. One of them kneels down a few steps away. "Hi, kid. I'm Officer Harold Fisher. What's your name?" "Christian," I say politely. Mommy says I should always be nice to a policeman. "Do you know your last name, Christian?" "Reeves." The policemen all share a look with each other, and then the one kneeling holds out his arms and waves for me to come closer. "Come here, Christian. It's okay. You're safe now." I blink at him, unmoving. "Are you going to help Mommy and Daddy?" "Yeah," he says, his voice strained. He points up at the sky. "Hear those sirens? Ambulances are coming to help them. Come on." He waves again. "Have you ever been in a police car before?" I shake my head. "Do you want to sit in mine? I'll let you turn on the sirens," he taunts excitedly. I finally stand up and reach into my pocket and pull out the orange lollipop with my bloody left hand. "Can I eat this in the police car?" Officer Fisher nods. "Whatever you want, kid." Next thing I know, I'm sitting in his police car playing with the sirens and lights, and then I'm at the police station petting a German shepherd named Lucy with a canine vest on. Then Edwin's there, and I look up at him. "Edwin, when are Mommy and Daddy coming back? Coming back? Coming back?" Chapter 35. The Silencer. The memory hits me like a truck, knocking all the wind out of me. It takes my sanity and rationale with it, if there was any left to take. I rise out of the rocking chair to my full height, breathing fire like a dragon as I snatch the gun from the table between us and shove it under Elliot's chin. My molars feel like they're going to crack under the pressure of my jaw as I stare Elliot down. I wait and wait for him to say something, anything, to defend himself, to beg for his life, but all he does is scowl, his dead eyes staring back at me.
"Do it,"
he taunts. I shove the gun even further into his chin, causing his head to tilt back slightly. My finger is on the trigger 1 fucking millimeter from painting the gray brick of this house with his blood.
"She'll never forgive you."
That sentence makes me pause, because he's fucking right. If I pull this trigger, Elena will never forgive me. It doesn't matter if it's justified revenge. All she'd see is that I murdered her father in cold blood. I bare my teeth and tears prick in my eyes. The man who killed my parents is Elena's fucking father. Fuck. I spit through gritted teeth. I've imagined this moment so many times, how poetic the justice would be to hunt down the man in the red bandana and show him that I have a mask now, too, that he is the reason my mask is red. I became a monster because I wanted the man who killed my parents to witness the same inhumanity he showed me 30 years ago. It's no wonder he hates me. His punishment for killing my parents is having to watch his precious daughter fall in love with the son of his mortal nemesis. Slowly, I lower the gun from his chin. His revelation has made all the missing parts of the memory of that night fill in. I had lost it from the trauma, forced myself to forget. But now I see his face so vividly. 30 years younger, but Elliot is the man who was staring at me through the window of the restaurant, waiting for my father to emerge. He wanted payback, and he got it. and now he must live with the punishment. We're both murderers, and now we must face our consequences. Each other. Why did you leave me alive? Why didn't you just fucking shoot me and leave the Reeves family in the past?
Because I saw the look on your face when I had that gun to your head, and I saw the face of my daughters when your father shot them. All I can see when I look at you is the man who killed my wife and little girls. The moment I walked into that hospital room, I knew you looked familiar. But now that I know who you are, it's like your father still found a way to haunt me. My family. I bite the inside of my cheek hard enough that I taste blood. If you expected your revelation to convince me to let Elena go, you were wrong. I take a deep breath, sagging my shoulders. This entire situation is so fucked. Not only did I just find out that murder runs in my veins, but the man who killed my parents is the father of the love of my fucking life. Letting her go is not an option. If someone had told me 20 minutes ago that I was about to extend a white flag to the man who ruined my life, I would have ripped out their spinal cord through their throat. But, well, here we are. Look, we both love Elena. Don't mistake my love for her as forgiveness for what you did to me. For her sake, I am willing to tolerate your presence in my life. I'm going to slowly torture you by making you watch as I become a permanent part of your life. This is your first, last, and final warning. If you try to tear us apart, my love for Elena won't save you. After my ultimatum, there's a long silence. Elliot lights another cigarette and brings it to his mouth. If you're anything like your father, your relationship will fall apart at the seams with no effort on my part. This has to stay between us. Elena can never know, not about any of it.
Because you don't want her to find out her dad's a murderer? I taunt, even though the irony of this conversation is killing me. Or are you afraid she won't take your side?
What the fuck does it matter? Keep your mouth shut about it. I gave you the truth, now you owe it to me. Tell me what you did to my daughter. You didn't know about my involvement in your parents' death, so meeting her is just fate giving us both the middle finger, but there is a reason she's so glued to your side. She did not want to be with you when we stayed in your mansion. She couldn't wait to leave. Then suddenly, on the day we're supposed to fly to Texas, she wants to stay. How does that happen?
Fine. I can give him the truth. A very, very, very watered-down version, but the truth nonetheless. Sighing, I take the rest of Elliot's scotch and down it for him. I've been suicidal for the better part of my life. I met Elena shortly after a suicide attempt. It's why I call her Angel. I'm hoping it's not obvious that shortly after actually means during. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. I had been living in the past for 3 decades, and I didn't think I had a soul left. I didn't think I was capable of feeling anything other than pain and anger. She came into my world and tore down the walls I spent so much time building up. She made me feel worthy. She let me be vulnerable. My life was empty before she came into it, but now that I have her, I can't imagine how I lived this long without her. I messed up along the way. I was selfish. I was a bad partner, and even though I love her with every fiber of my being, I didn't love her the way she deserved. So she left. And that's the day shit hit the fan. She did want to leave, Elliot, and I was going to let her go. That morning, when you were supposed to get on that flight back to Texas, I left and went to my office on the other side of the city so I wouldn't be tempted to beg her to stay for my own selfish reasons. She chose to stay all on her own. I didn't force her. Elliot clicks his tongue.
I don't believe you.
Ask her yourself. Elliot gives me a dead, lifeless grin. He takes his gun back and waves it in the small space between us. It's languid and unthreatening, unlike his words.
I should have put a bullet between your eyes 30 years ago and been done with it.
So do it now. But she'll never forgive you. He blows the last of his cigarette smoke in my face and then body checks me before walking back into the house. My molars ache from how hard I'm clenching my teeth, and I have so much pent-up aggression in my body right now that if Elliot was anyone but Elena's dad, every one of his bones would be broken. My blood pounds in my ears as I stumble down the steps of the wraparound porch, my bare feet loud against the loose gravel driveway. I walk aimlessly into the trees surrounding the property and lose myself in them. I pick a poor, unsuspecting tree, and I let myself go. I use the rough bark as a punching bag until my fists are bloody and trembling and numb, until I'm so exhausted and sweaty that I can barely hold myself up. I fall face first into the bloody tree and onto my knees. I lightly bang my fists against the bark as I growl and weep for myself. For the first time since I met Elena, I feel doubt. Not in my love for her, that's unfaltering, it's absolute, it's undeniable. But I do doubt my ability to be a part of her life and still keep my fucking head on straight. I've got enough screws missing already. I'd love to get back at Elliot for what he did to my parents, but I don't know if my sanity would survive, and I have so little to start with. I don't know that I have the strength to keep this to myself, and I don't think telling Edwin just for him to forget minutes later is going to be enough. If I told Elena, would she even believe me? She may have her differences with her father, but she told me herself that she's a daddy's girl. Her father is her hero more than I will ever be. I know one thing is certain. If my father hadn't killed Diana, then Elliot would have never met Bethany. And then I would have never met Elena. And honestly, I think that would be more tragic. I take almost 2 full hours to collect myself, slumped against that tree in the chilly November air. Weirdly enough, this isolation is comforting in a way that brooding on rooftops in Meridian City never is. A soft breeze filters across the long grass, providing a soothing white noise to accompany my sorrow. Taking a deep breath, I tell myself that I need to be careful. Elliot is extremely perceptive, in a way I didn't expect. He knows I'm hiding something from him. Does he suspect that I'm a serial killer? Probably not. But he's going to be watching Elena and I, monitoring our relationship and going through it with a magnifying glass. If he finds out that I'm the silencer, there will be war. When I get back to the house, the police report papers are still haphazardly scattered on the porch. I lift them into my hand along with the folder, crumpling it all into a tight ball, and set it alight with my cigarette lighter, leaving it to burn in the ashtray. I sneak into the house and into the upstairs bathroom to shower and wash away the blood and the poison of the truth from my skin. Dripping wet and empty on the inside, I step back into the bedroom. Elena is still sleeping like the perfect little angel she is, unmoved from where I left her. Her presence soothes me. The smallest bit of tension fades from my shoulders. I watch her sleep as I dress, and then crawl into the bed next to her. I carefully place a kiss to her hair. Elena's forehead wrinkles, and then she flips flat on her back. Her eyes flutter open, adjusting to the darkness of the bedroom. Soft moonlight casts her skin in a pale bluish glow.
Did you shower?
Yeah, I was drinking and smoking with your dad for a while. Didn't want to smell.
With my dad? Really?
Really? I mumble, lying flat on my back next to her. He's a very intense man. Elena responds with a hum, already falling asleep again.
He's just protective of me. Trying to make sure the great Christian Reeves has good intentions for me or whatever.
I smirk. Then he has reason to be concerned. Because Christian Reeves has the worst intentions for you. He plans to make you his wife one day. That means you'll be stuck with him forever, and that's just cruel. She laughs softly, the sound going straight to my heart. She goes quiet again, and I look in her direction. Her breathing is even. Her face is smooth. She's curled up on her side facing me, sound asleep. I fold my arms behind my head on the pillow and stare at the ceiling until morning, thinking about how fucked up my life is and how desperately I wish I could fix it. As I watch Elena sleep, I finally understand Caroline's drawing. Safe isn't a place. It's the people that love you, people that love you, people that love you, people that love you.
Chapter 36. The Angel. I wake up to the subtle sound of pans clanking together downstairs in the kitchen, the smell of bacon and warmth at my side. I lift my head, finding Christian staring down at me. I rest my chin on his chest. "Good morning," I whisper.
Morning. How'd you sleep?
Fine. I sit up, propping myself up on my elbows. What's wrong?
Nothing.
His eyes trace over my face, and then he gives me a sign of humanity. A smile.
You look beautiful, Angel.
Sensing his teasing tone, I run my hand through my hair to find it sticking out in every direction, knotted and messy. Blah. I think you mean I look like a biblically accurate angel. I sit up completely, the comforter pooling around my waist. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and pause, crinkling my forehead when I notice my left hand feels heavy. I stare at my hand in shock when a ring is wrapped around my finger. Not just any ring, but the engagement ring Christian showed me that night on the rooftop of Reeves Enterprises. I turn to face him. Okay, I know I was a little tipsy last night after one too many glasses of wine, but I wasn't drunk enough to agree to a marriage proposal and not remember. Christian grins.
I didn't propose. I just wanted you to have it.
You wanted me to have my engagement ring before we're engaged? I raise an eyebrow in suspicion.
Yes.
If I know anything about you, it's that you don't do anything without some ulterior motive, so spill.
I just wanted you to have a symbol that you're mine. Figured an 11-carat purple diamond delivers the message sufficiently.
Yeah, if you intended to break my wrist. Next time we go to Mykonos, I better wear a life jacket. If I fall off the deck of the yacht, I'm going to sink straight to the bottom of the ocean. His jaw tightens as he looks at me, still lounging on the bed with his hands folded behind his head.
We could do it, you know. Get married.
I sigh, cocking my head to the side. You are positively the most insane man I've ever met. He raises an eyebrow.
That wasn't a rejection?
No, Mr. Reeves. He sits up abruptly, his face so close to mine that the tips of our noses are touching.
New rule. You're not allowed to call me Mr. Reeves until I can call you Mrs. Reeves.
Rules are made to be broken. How about a deal?
I'm listening. Intently.
Give me time. I'm not going anywhere. Let our love be simple and let it be complicated too. Let me see all of you. the parts of you that you keep hidden under your scars. Make me fall even more deeply in love with all the dark parts of you, the parts you think are unlovable. Then one day, ask me properly, and I'll say yes. I gently tug the ring off my finger and hold it up for him to take. With a twinge of sadness in his eyes, he takes the ring back and nods.
Okay.
I softly grin. What's your rush to get married? I've known you since September, Christian.
I can't live without you, Elena. My heart will never belong to anyone else. I'm not religious and I don't believe in an afterlife, but if there's even a slight chance that I get to spend an eternity with you, I want to do it properly. For whatever amount of time we have to spend together, I want to be yours. Fully. In your heart and on paper.
Oh, you always know the exact thing to say to make me putty in your hands.
So does that mean you'll marry me?
Can you at least wait to ask until after my brother's wedding?
Sure thing, Angel.
We both get up to get ready for the day. We brush our teeth together, staring at each other in the mirror with the same romantic tension of two teenagers the same age at the same hotel resort on vacation. I bite my bottom lip lightly. I'm going to take a quick shower. You can join me if you want. He rinses his mouth and shakes his head.
I took a shower last night.
I didn't mean to get clean. He looks at me in the mirror, his eyes wide and confused. His knuckles tighten into fists, and that's when I notice the fresh bruises and scrapes across his fingers. What happened to you? He puts his hands behind his back and turns to face me instead of the mirror.
Nothing.
That doesn't look like nothing.
Do you want me to get in the shower with you, Elena?
He asks, changing the subject. I nod.
Use your words.
Yes.
I would see you naked. Fully.
It's nothing you haven't seen before.
This is different. I don't think you're ready for that.
I think I know what I'm ready for.
You know what you want, not what you can handle. It's different, and you know it.
My shoulders slump. Please, Christian, do this for me. He considers me for a second.
Kiss me. Kiss me like you mean it, and if you can handle a kiss, I will get in the shower with you.
I know why he's doing this. He has every reason to be concerned for me and my ability to handle being seen fully naked by him for the first time. Any other time that I've been undressed, he's averted his eyes or held up a towel so he didn't see anything. I've had that layer of protection, but I'm ready to shed it. I appreciate his caution. I really do. But I desperately miss the way he pushed me. How he so easily manipulated me into the perfect little angel he sees in his head. I miss the way he took without asking. It brought me security in a strange way. Maybe it's wrong to feel that way. Maybe it's wrong to want him so badly. But I just want him to look at me with that feral desire I had grown so accustomed to. When I ask him to touch me, I don't want him to hesitate. He keeps his hands clasped behind his back and stares down at me with such intensity that my bones feel like they're melting. Carefully, I rise up on my toes to press my lips to his. He's so much taller than I am, so he shows me mercy and meets me halfway. I press my lips to his as hard as I can, hoping it will translate to eagerness instead of fear. It doesn't. He pulls away, but I grip the front of his shirt tight in my fists. With a trembling breath, I kiss him like I never have before, as passionately and as confidently as I can manage, until we're breathless and his fingers are tangled into my hair to tug me closer.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Promise.
Kiss me again.
I do. I kiss him until we're breathless all over again, lips swollen and hearts burning with desire.
Get in the shower.
I undress slowly as he watches, my cheeks turning red under the blue heat of his eyes. After all, blue flames are the hottest. He shrugs off his shirt, followed by his sweatpants and his boxer briefs, until he's as naked as I am. His full, erect length extends towards me, like it has a mind of its own and knows it belongs between my legs. Pulling my eyes away from his delicious cock, I get into the shower. He follows close behind, standing as far away from me as he can, his back against the tile wall, arms crossed, face blank. The only evidence of his comfort with the situation is the tightness of his jaw and his hardness. My eyes trace over my name carved over his heart as I wash myself, lathering up the soap so thoroughly that it's a thick, white layer of suds covering my body. I turn around to rinse off the soap and wash my face, and when I face him again, he's holding his cock in his tight fist, slowly stroking it from base to tip. He inhales as pleasure twists up his body. I watch him for a second before sinking to my knees. He stops what he's doing.
No, get up.
I shake my head. Trust me.
It's not you I don't trust.
Keep going. Please, I beg. Reluctantly, he takes himself in his fist again and pumps as I settle down, resting my butt on my feet, just watching him. This is how I am choosing to submit to him, in a way that doesn't require any contact, in a way that makes me feel secure and gives me an easy opportunity to stop if I decide I want to. I nod for him to continue, looking up at him with pleading eyes from under my lashes, keeping my hands resting on my thighs. I swallow the thick lump in my throat as I watch him pleasure himself, towering over me like the god he is.
Fuck, Angel. You're so fucking pretty down there.
He leans his head back against the tiles, pumping his fist faster.
I miss watching you take my cock in your mouth. You're such a good girl when you're on your knees for me.
I let out a whimper when that ache begins to form between my legs, but I make no effort to relieve it.
Fuck, baby, move. I'm going to come.
I shake my head, instead opening my mouth and sticking my tongue out as an invitation. His face goes slack with need.
Please, Angel, I can't wait.
He groans, and when I don't move, thick, white ribbons of cum shoot out of his crown in the space between us. None of it lands on my face, but a few errant strands do land on my chest. Christian goes slack against the tile walls, breathing deeply for a few seconds before meeting my eyes.
Are you okay?
I nod. Yes. He makes a motion for me to come to him with his index and middle finger on both hands.
Stand up.
I make my way to my feet and stare up at him. With his thumb, he very slowly reaches for one of the drops of release on my chest to wipe it away. I nod that it's okay. He gathers the drop on his thumb and then lifts his hand to my mouth. I get the idea, sucking on his finger until it's clean.
Are you wet, Elena?
I hesitantly nod.
Do you want me to touch you?
Sighing, I shake my head. No. He nods.
Good girl. You're not ready for that.
His hand that was in my mouth tenderly cradles my jaw.
I used to get off on the thought of breaking you, but now it fills me with fear. I have to be gentle with you now. If I break you one more time, I may never find all the pieces again.
What if I want you to break me? I ask, my eyes not leaving his. What if I don't want you to be gentle?
Then I'll love you violently instead. Instead.
Chapter 37. The Angel. We filter into the kitchen right as my mother finishes breakfast. Everyone else is already gathered, including my father, who already has 2 fingers of scotch in a glass next to him at the table. I give my mom a look, and she rolls her eyes. I know that gesture well. It's the look she gives me when my dad gets into one of his moods. The kind of mood that not even the bright, shining star that is my mother can pull him out of. I tell Christian to fix us both a plate of breakfast, and I tiptoe towards my dad. He's looking straight ahead. Directly across from him is a family photo from my law school graduation. "Dad?" I ask quietly. "Are you okay?" My dad's eyes flicker to the rest of the family, as if to see how close they are. Like he doesn't want anyone but me to hear the next thing out of his mouth.
Does he make you happy, Ellie?
He's drinking because of my love life. Big shocker there. He's been in a foul mood since Christian waltzed through the front door. "Yes," I offer as a short response. One that doesn't open the door for elaboration, because I'm honestly not sure I can give him that. It's crazy that Christian makes me happy. It's crazy that I'm with him. It's crazy that I stayed with him after everything I've learned and everything I've been through. But here I am. I've made peace with it. My father should too. He sighs as if my affirmative was the last thing he wanted to hear.
"Figures,"
he mumbles. Then he looks up in his hazy state and scowls at the ceiling as if he can see God. Does this have something to do with Christian's father? His eyes snap to me, wide-eyed and shocked.
"What about his father?"
he asks through gritted teeth, still quiet. I furrow my brow. Did you not get along with Thomas? My dad chuckles and takes a drink of his scotch.
That's one way of putting it.
I give my dad a sympathetic smile. Dad, Christian isn't his father. Whatever your issue is with Thomas, don't take it out on him. I want you to like him. I love him.
Because of his money?
He raises an accusatory eyebrow.
Because he lives in a big house and can take you on vacations and buy you jewelry?
No! He has done more for me than you could ever possibly know. Can you not, just for once in my life, be supportive of a decision I made for myself? You didn't support my choice to go to law school, and you supported it even less when I got into Meridian Law and moved. Now you aren't supporting me when I'm telling you I'm in love with a man who would move the sun with his bare hands if it meant giving me a little shade.
A man like Christian Reeves will get tired of you eventually, when you stop giving him what he wants.
Seething, I grab my father's scotch glass, throw the amber liquid into his face, and then slam it back down to the table so hard it cracks. Hot, angry, embarrassed tears fall out of my eyes and soak the collar of my shirt. Funny. That sounds like the same thing Neil Hayden said before he raped me. I croak out, and then I turn, pushing past everyone else and running out the front door. When Travis and I were younger, my dad spent 3 weeks building us a treehouse that any kid would envy. It's got a wraparound porch and a tower jutting off the side. The wood is well sealed, so years of rain haven't made it moldy. It still looks the same as the last time I saw it, only the rope ladder is frayed. I climb up the tree and crawl into the house. I'm small, but the actual space inside the treehouse is even smaller, so I have to pull my knees up to my chest to fit comfortably. My father is a harsh man. Some people might even call him cold and cruel. but I never once thought he could be that way towards me. As with most people, he thinks Christian only cares about me because of what's in between my legs. I hear someone begin to crawl up the steps of the ladder, and I groan. Go away! I hear heavy breathing, and then my brother's blonde-dyed hair pokes up from the edge of the porch.
My body doesn't feel like it used to.
He huffs as he crawls into the tiny treehouse with me, leaning back against the wooden wall to catch his breath. Travis turns his head to look at me with his bright blue eyes and chuckles.
We had to abandon ship. Mom is ripping Dad a new asshole for what he said to you. She was threatening him with a spatula when the three of us ran out.
How'd you know I'd be here?
Because I used to come here to cry too, before I came out to our parents.
I look around the tiny space of the treehouse. I remember when we could both stand up comfortably in here. Now it feels like we're sitting in ancient ruins of the past. I don't understand what Dad's problem is. Ever since he met Christian, he's been so impossible. Not that he's the friendliest guy you'll ever meet, but you know what I mean. Travis shrugs.
You're his baby.
I'm older than you.
Yeah, but he's already lost 2 daughters. He's just scared of losing a third. Maybe not to gunfire, but I think he's finally realized that we're all grown up. I'm getting married, and I've seen the way Hottie looks at you. You're not going to be long after me, and then who will he have left to inflict his iron will on?
I think it's more than that. Dad knew Christian's father, and I think there's some history there that he's taking out on our relationship. I don't think that's fair.
It's not, but love always prevails, doesn't it? Hottie loves you to a fault. I've known him for like a day and a half, and I can see it. You could ask him to cut off his left leg, and there would be no hesitation on his part.
You have no idea how right you are about that.
I always was the genius of the family. Dad will learn to tolerate your tall, rich, mysterious boyfriend. Give him time.
Tall, rich, and mysterious, huh?
Oh, and hot. Did I mention he's hot? I'd still hit that even if I was straight. Is he that big and thick everywhere?
Oh my God, get out! I yelp, poking Travis in the chest. He giggles and begins to climb down the ladder, and right before his head disappears, I whisper, "Yes." He snickers.
I knew it.
Travis disappears, and then, after a minute of silence, I hear someone else come up the tree. Christian's head pops up over the porch. He pauses when he looks at me. Well, come on. Don't tell me you're scared of heights.
Elena, my right foot could not fit through the door of this treehouse. I get myself in there and I am never getting back out.
I meet him halfway, lying on my stomach so our faces are just inches from each other as he balances himself on the rope ladder and holds himself up with his arms on the porch. Heard my mother was defending my honor.
I have never heard so many insults strung together in one sentence. Also, what the fuck does "I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage" mean?
I giggle at his attempt to mimic my mother's thick accent. It means you're about to hear the hard truth.
Oh,
he says, seemingly still confused.
You Southerners are strange.
I smile, and then my face falls. He notices immediately.
Are you okay?
I shrug. Not particularly. I honestly just want to go home. Christian nods.
Just say when, and I'll make sure the jet is ready for us. I'm sorry, this was supposed to be a nice getaway from the city with your family. Your father and I ruined it.
You didn't ruin anything. He's always been like this. I lean a bit closer to press my lips softly to his. Let's go pack. Christian and I walk side by side back to the house where things have seemingly calmed down. My dad is in his home office with the door shut, and my mom is cleaning up the breakfast no one ate. When she spots us, she gives me a sympathetic smile. I wish I could tell you I knew what his problem was.
It's me. He doesn't like me.
That is no excuse for the way he's been acting. You're with Elena, which means you are part of this family now. He's going to have to accept that. My mom rubs Christian's arm. I will not let him make you feel unwelcome in our home. I am so relieved that my mom is on our side when it comes to our relationship. I don't know what I would do if both of my parents disliked Christian. She has the best chance out of any of us to knock some sense into my dad. I sigh. Christian, do you think you could give my mom and I a minute alone? He nods.
Of course. I'll go pack our things.
Christian leaves the room, and my mom and I sit on the back porch for some privacy. It's chilly outside. I tuck my hands into my sweater and thank God for whoever invented fuzzy socks. I know this isn't very ethical, but I'm coming to you as a patient and not your daughter. She nods, and I continue. After I was raped, the worst part of it all was the fear of being pregnant. I took the morning after pill at the hospital, but I was constantly worried about it until I got my period. Now, God, how do I say this? I mumble to myself, playing with a split end in my hair. I suppose the best way to say it is just to say it. I feel dirty, and not just because of what happened to me, but because I don't think I've ever wanted Christian more in my life than I do right now. Isn't that wrong? Isn't sex the last thing I should want? My mom blinks at me. We've always been close. I've never hidden anything from her, but she looks just as stunned to hear my words as I am to say them. Well, everyone reacts to trauma differently. It's true, many people who have been raped find touch intolerable. For months, years, even for their remaining lifetime, the idea of sex becomes unimaginable for them, even if it's with someone they love and trust. The very nature of sex demands that someone must give up control, at least to some degree. Many survivors of sex crimes find it hard to give up that control again. That's my point. What if all I want is to give up that control again? My mom gives me a warm smile as my leg bounces nervously. I can't say I've ever come across this situation before, but if you want my professional opinion, just because your body is ready to take that step doesn't mean your mind is. Some survivors of sex crimes distance themselves from touch, while others act out sexually in order to regain the control they feel like they've lost. I know nothing about your sexual relationship with Christian, but perhaps you feel this way because your sex life involved giving up control to him, and you trusted him to make you feel safe. Maybe that's what you crave now. Not sex. Safety. She pauses for a moment. I think you're very brave for tolerating touch and affection at all. Brave. That's the word people use to describe you when you're a victim and they want to support you but don't know how. But I don't feel brave. I feel broken. So, you think if I had sex, it would do more harm? I ask nervously. I think you would never recover if you had sex right now, Elena, my mom says firmly. If you truly crave pleasure that badly and want Christian to be a part of it, just start slow and be careful, okay? He loves you. He will do anything for you, even have sex with you if you ask. But don't unintentionally make him the bad guy by rushing into things. You have a lifetime to have sex. Give yourself the chance to recover, and your future self will thank you for it. Well, that's it then. The verdict is in. I have problems for wanting sex less than a month after being raped. Maybe my mother is right, though. Just because my body craves pleasure doesn't mean my mind does. I might just be experiencing normal human wants and desires, but acting on them is an entirely different situation. Ellie, have you thought about getting a therapist out there in Meridian City? You are first and foremost my daughter, Talking to someone without an emotional connection to you will help you far more than I ever could. I nod, though it's a complete lie. I haven't once considered a therapist. The hospital gave me some pamphlets with information on how to find one, along with a sexual assault crisis hotline and, disturbingly, the suicide hotline. But I never thought about calling them. I ripped them up and threw them in the trash. Not because I didn't want a therapist, but because there is so much I can't say to them. I'd have to leave out so much of the story to continue to keep Christian's alter ego a secret, and I haven't put much thought into what my story would be if I left him out of it. I wasn't randomly targeted off the street and raped by strangers. I was taken because of who Christian is, as himself and as the silencer. I was taken because his enemies knew how important I was to both sides of him. It's a miracle they didn't do the math and find out about him themselves. Do you think I should talk to Dad? I ask. Absolutely not. I'd give him the cold shoulder until he apologizes to you. She immediately looks like she wants to take it back. It twists uncomfortably in my gut as she shifts awkwardly in her seat. I don't like when we fight, I say, staring down at my fingers with sadness. It's not a fight. He said something horrible to you, and he owes you and Christian both an apology. Christian is a good man. I quietly reconsider my words and then add, to me. He's a good man to me. I wish Dad could see that. Christian is objectively not a good man. He is a serial killer, and though I've made peace with that after everything we've been through, it doesn't change the fact that he's got so much blood on his hands he could fill a lake. 73 people by my count. 21 of those have been since he met me. Maybe that makes me the bad guy, the bad guy, the bad guy, the bad guy.
Chapter 38. The Silencer. Elena's father didn't come out of his office all morning, not even to say goodbye. Good riddance. It took every ounce of my self-control to not knock his teeth out this morning when he very clearly told Elena that he thought she was only good enough for me because it was easy to get her to spread her legs. I understand that he has issues with me, but he has no right to take that shit out on his daughter. If anything, all his attitude is doing is pushing her further into my arms, which is fine with me. It's where she belongs. As I drive us to the airport, Elena picks at a few split ends of her hair and sighs.
Hey, Christian?
Yeah, baby. I reply absently as I take a sip of water from the bottle I took from her parents' house.
What did you talk about with my dad last night?
It takes considerable effort to keep my demeanor calm and unassuming. My father, mostly.
They really did know each other?
Briefly, I say quietly, mimicking the exact thing Elliot said to me the first time he mentioned my dad. I shrug and take another sip of water like I'm trying to play it off as nothing. I don't want to lie to her, but I don't want to admit the truth either. It's quiet in the space between us. She's expecting me to elaborate. My dad knew Diana, too.
Oh, that's surprising. They weren't really, in the same social class.
I scoff and shrug again. It was really nothing.
Then why are you acting so weird?
My fingers grip the leather steering wheel tighter. What your dad said to you this morning. I almost snapped his neck.
Thank you for not doing that.
She says lightly, but there's no sarcasm in her voice. She knows that if he was any other man, it would have been the last thing he ever said.
I love my dad, but I also know he's a huge jerk. I'm sorry you two aren't getting along.
Don't apologize.
When I was up in that treehouse with my brother, he said something that really stuck out to me. He said that my dad is just afraid of losing another daughter.
I would never.
I know, but he doesn't.
I feel Elena's tiny hand wrap around my forearm, and I wish the fabric of my hoodie wasn't blocking her skin from mine. On the one hand, she's got loyalty to her father, and on the other, she's in love with me. That can't be an easy place for her to be.
Will you tell me what happened to your knuckles?
I lift my hand slightly to look at them and chuckle. A tree.
Why?
She asks, raising an inquisitive brow. It was either the tree or your dad's nose. I cock my head to the side and grin at the thought of punching that man in the face. I made an educated guess on your preference. She seems satisfied with that answer because she drops the subject. I subtly let out a breath of relief when she begins to ramble on about some case law she's been studying in preparation for the bar exam. I listen intently. I consider myself a very intelligent man, but law is one of those subjects that just goes straight over my head. I could talk engineering, technology, economics, and the minutiae of politics all day, but the second someone brings up the New Jersey court rules, my brain checks out. That's why I hire the best lawyers in the country to do the thinking for me. I don't regret killing Neil Hayden, but I can't lie. He was fucking good at his job. Give Elena some time, and I'm confident she'll be better. There's an associate position with her name on it waiting for her the second she passes her bar exam. When we board the plane to head back to New Jersey, I get a glimpse at Elena's sad eyes, and before I can think twice about it, I cradle her cheeks in my hands and roughly kiss her like my life depends on it. We fall into the plush seats and she sits on my lap. We kiss until we're breathless, but it's not lustful. It's frenzied and passionate, like we're both afraid we'll never get the chance to kiss each other again. My way of telling her all the things I can't say out loud. Something sinister and cold crawls down my spine. It's fear. Fear that the silencer will take his revenge on her father for what he did to me, and I'll lose her. I have to make sure that doesn't happen, even if it means stripping away at her free will until she's perfectly pliable clay in my hands. I can give an angel her wings, but I can clip them too if it means I get to spend forever with her. I love you, I say through gritted teeth, her hair wrapped tight around my fist. I love you so much it makes me insane. I love you so much it makes me dangerous. I love you so much that I would burn this world for you and all the people in it just to keep you all to myself. Do you understand me? If it comes down to a choice, you will choose me. I don't give a fuck if it costs the remainder of your soul. You are mine and only mine. She sucks in a sharp breath when I kiss the side of her neck.
What about the silencer?
What about him?
I belonged to him first.
I nip at her neck and then lightly lick the red spot. But I loved you first. She whimpers, and I kiss her until we can't breathe. I kiss her until she pulls away, and then I kiss her more, holding her to my chest in an iron grip that will never loosen.
Christian, stop.
With reluctance, I let her go and release her lips. She's looking down in shame and crying. I cradle her cheeks in my hands. Angel. She lightly bangs her fists against my chest, not in anger directed at me, but frustration and emotional exhaustion.
I just want to kiss you without seeing them.
She buries her face in my neck and sobs. I wrap my arms around her and rub soothing circles on her back as she weeps. I can tell she's putting everything she has into trying to make our relationship normal again. It's never been normal for us, but the facade that I built before I told her the truth about the silencer was her safe place, and she wants it back. I shush her quietly, rocking her best I can in the seat as if she were a toddler that just woke up from a nightmare. After a long while, she settles down and pulls back to look at me. Christ,
Even with tears in her eyes and her nose and cheeks flushed red from emotion, she's still so fucking beautiful. She's a pretty crier. Though I can't stand it when she cries, she looks ethereal when she does. The sheen of tears in her eyes adds a glimmer to the brown of her irises that could only look stunning on her. She really is the embodiment of simple elegance. She doesn't turn heads because she's beautiful. She turns heads because she's regal and sophisticated. She's the exact opposite of me. The real me, at least. I can put on a suit and fake the charm all day long, but take off the suit and strip away the smile, and what's left? A savage beast that fell in love with an elegant beauty that I will never be worthy of. I could give her the entire world and everything in it, and it still wouldn't be enough. Her voice hoarse and quiet, she asks,
If we hadn't met the way that we did, if you didn't think I was your guardian angel, do you think you still would have fallen in love with me?
My first instinct is to say yes. But yes isn't enough to describe the way our souls are intertwined. When I told you that you made me believe in soulmates, I didn't just mean in this lifetime or even in this universe. My heart has always belonged to you, even if I didn't know it at first. I would love you even if I had no heart to give you, because you are the sole reason for my existence. My soul would love you if we lived on different continents and spoke different languages. My soul would be tethered to you across oceans and mountains and harrowing canyons as black as my heart. My soul would be yours if I pulled the trigger the night we met, because not even death could keep us apart. God couldn't keep me from you because God isn't real, but you are. And that's all the motivation I would have needed to find you. Elena trembles in my lap, weeping like I've just lifted a burden off her shoulders. Do I think our relationship would be less intense if we met under different circumstances? Absolutely. But I would still love her just as much, and I am so confident in that statement that I'd bet my pathetic life on it. Sniffling, she looks at me with a wistful smile on her face that makes my throat burn and my heart ache.
I love you.
I let out a sad laugh and push her hair out of her face, rubbing away her tears with my thumbs. Good. 2 weeks pass. They haven't been good weeks. In fact, they've been fucking awful weeks. Elena has been completely inconsolable for days and days on end. She hasn't been sleeping because she's been plagued with nightmares that wake her up in the middle of the night, screaming at the top of her lungs in a thick sheen of sweat. The lack of sleep has made her irritable and even more volatile. I can't get within 10 feet of her without her body going into survival mode. 2 days after we got back from Texas, I kissed the crown of her head, and she had the most intense panic attack ever witnessed in human history. She ran away from me, screaming like she was being murdered, and hid. For 2 days. Nobody could find her. For 2 fucking days. I nearly went into cardiac arrest, tearing apart every square inch of my house. I found her hiding in the back of my closet inside a laundry hamper that she had hidden behind a rack of my suit jackets. She had a pocket knife clutched in her fist and blood coating her arm. She slit her wrist. She was dehydrated and unconscious from the lack of food and water, and had to be admitted into the hospital where she underwent an extreme psychological evaluation. They recommended her for a 7-day outpatient program, which only made her panic again, and she had to be put to sleep with a sedative. When she finally woke up 12 hours later, she was sent home with a prescription for anti-anxiety medication, antidepressants, and I was given strict instructions to keep her under 24/7 supervision. I haven't let her out of my sight since. It's not until the middle of December, as we get closer to Travis's wedding, that she begins to settle down. I still keep a careful eye on her, leaving her alone for no more than 5 minutes at a time. All she does all day is study, only she has to write her notes with child's markers because I don't trust her to hold a pencil yet. Elena is the strongest person I know, and to see her so deep in her depression kills me inside because I know I am the root cause of it. 2 days before Travis's wedding is the first time I leave her alone for more than a few minutes. I've got a lead on Valenti. As much as I don't want to leave her alone to chase it, I have to. Of course, the only other person I slightly trust with her safety is Gavin, so I've given him the most important assignment of his life, keeping watch while I go out for a few hours under the guise that I'm going to the office. In reality, I'm headed to the east side. I was passing by the security room in the mansion yesterday when I noticed that there was an active call on the same street as the Hellfire Lounge, or what's left of it. The call was regarding 2 arrests for indecent exposure. A nobody with a few extra Benjamins in his pocket was caught fucking a woman in an alleyway. The man is of no consequence to me, but I recognize the woman, even from her mugshot. She's the bartender I choked unconscious the night I killed Valenti's friends. I found out through public records that her name is Riley Lau. If she's turning tricks in the area, she might know someone who knows a friend of someone else who knows where Valenti might be hiding. It's a big fucking stretch, but at this point I'm desperate. Dressed in my silencer gear, I find a lowlife who looks like he could use some extra money. I shove a thick stack of hundreds in his hand, hold a gun to his head, and tell him to go bond out Riley and instruct her to meet me in the same alley she got arrested in. He took the stack of money and one look down the barrel of my gun and did what I asked. It's almost 2 hours later, but Riley comes around the corner, going rigid when she sees me. Then her gaze turns hungry as she saunters towards me, swaying her hips seductively.
What an honor. I knew you'd come crawling back to me.
I'm not here for your services. I need information. She eyes me, unimpressed, and holds out her palm. I slap a stack of cash in her hand, and then another until she finally stuffs the money in her bra before crossing her arms.
What do you want to know?
Frank Valenti's whereabouts, I demand, like I already know her answer, even though I know jack shit. I won't get the information I want by asking nicely. She sighs heavily and sticks a piece of gum in her mouth, chewing it obnoxiously.
I think he's still on the island. He was paranoid about banks, even offshore ones. He only ever dealt in cash. He kept it all hidden around the Hellfire Lounge. All his money burnt to the ground along with the club, but I'm sure he had stashes in other places too. He was paranoid, but he wasn't stupid. I don't know where he is, but I don't think he would leave the island. All the people in his pocket think he's still rich and powerful. He can't buy that influence anywhere else. That's all I know.
You're sure? You haven't heard anything about where he might be? She shakes her head.
Sorry. Maybe ask some of the other girls that were close to him. He kept his dick wet. There was Kate and one other. She wasn't there long. Elena. Her name was Elena. Short, brown hair, really innocent looking. Frank was obsessed with her.
Huh. Thanks for fucking nothing. I leave her in the alley without another word. I'm bent out of shape about people thinking Elena's still working for him, but it's comforting to hear that no one has made the connection between her and the silencer, except for maybe Kate, but we haven't seen her since Elena was in the emergency room. My phone rings with a text. I expect it to be Gavin. He's meant to give me updates on Elena every 15 minutes. But the text is from her.
Elena, I have an emergency.
I'm in such a rush to get back to her that all rational thinking goes out the window. I risk getting myself shot by sneaking onto my own property as the silencer and crawling through the damn window of our bedroom. I use my administrative override on the security systems to force restart them. They're down just long enough for me to get inside without raising any alarms. I'm panting and sweaty when I land with a thud on my hardwood floors, gun raised, ready to shoot anyone that's not a 5-foot-tall brunette. My eye twitches when I spot Elena standing in the center of the room between two rolling racks of designer gowns. She gives me a sheepish, guilty smile.
I guess I could have worded that text better.
You fucking think? Jesus, fuck, Elena, you gave me a heart attack.
I'm sorry,
she says, looking down at her feet in shame. I put the gun away and pop my mask off, letting it fall to the ground with a thud. What's the emergency? She glances between the two racks of dresses. I scoff. A fashion emergency. If I wasn't so in love with this woman, I would strangle her. She slumps her shoulders in feigned annoyance.
You said my dress for Travis's wedding was heinous.
I don't think that's the word I used, but yes, that dress was a crime against humanity. She shrugs.
Help me pick out a new one?
I sit on the bench at the end of the bed, peeling off my gloves and letting them fall to the floor. I nod at her to start, and she begins trying on dress after dress. She gives me a chance to comment on each one while she looks over herself in the mirror she set up near the racks. 40 minutes later, she emerges in a sleek black satin dress with thin straps and a plunging neckline. The 12th, just like it. She spins in a circle.
What do you think?
I think you look beautiful. She playfully rolls her eyes.
Stop being such a diplomat. You've said that every time.
That's because you're beautiful. She huffs and then grabs another dress, disappearing to try it on. When she emerges 2 minutes later, my heart stops. She's wearing a floor-length emerald green velvet dress that hugs her body from her chest all the way down to her thighs. The sleeves are tiny ribbons of chiffon that drape off her shoulders in an elegant way that's both sexy and tasteful. When she turns around, the chiffon of the sleeves connects at the center of her back and then falls to the floor in a train of delicate tulle. This one. Choose this one. You look perfect. She gives herself another look in the mirror. I'll get a matching bow tie and pocket square. She narrows her eyes at me in the mirror.
Didn't realize you were a matching my girlfriend kind of guy. Where are you going to find a matching bow tie in 2 days?
Angel, never underestimate the power of a Black American Express. She leaves to change back into her normal clothes. I stay sitting on the bench, rubbing my jaw with my fingers as anxiety turns over in my stomach. When Elena comes back out, draping her chosen dress over one of the racks, she gives me a confused look.
What?
We need to talk about the last 2 weeks. Instantly, she subconsciously hides her wrist from me and no longer allows herself to look me in the eye.
Are you mad at me?
Mad? No, baby. I'm fucking worried about you. Tears well in her eyes.
I'm sorry.
I stand up and take a few steps towards her. You don't need to apologize, but I am begging you to talk to me. You can tell me anything, Elena.
That is the problem.
She looks up with pleading eyes.
You're the only person I can talk to. Not my parents, not my brother, not even a therapist. I can't tell anyone the truth except you, and that doesn't make me feel supported. It makes me feel alone.
I swallow the burning lump in my throat. Her pain always stems from me being the silencer. She can't talk to anyone because he's such a big part of her story and nobody would understand it the way I can.
Do you know why I cut myself? Because I wanted to be in control again. I wanted to be in control of my body. And I wanted to be in control of when and where I felt pain.
Control. The thing she lost when she was raped. The control of her emotions. the control of her reaction to touch. You want to be in control. Let me give it back to you. 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 Give it back.
Chapter 39. The Angel. I go still as I stare up at the man I love, dressed as the man who once filled me with fear. The dark paint in his eyes makes the colored contacts he's wearing look even brighter. He's different when he's the silencer. Even with his mask off, he holds himself differently. He looks bigger and infinitely more dangerous than Christian Reeves. I gulp. I can't describe the emotion I feel in my chest. Anticipation, maybe? Christian is a master manipulator. I used to see that as a bad thing. Now, all I want is for him to manipulate my life, my feelings, my emotions, my heart. I want him to make me feel whole again, and sometimes I want it so bad that I don't care what it will cost me. Christian takes a cigarette from his silver case discarded on a small table near us. He takes it between his teeth before lighting it and letting the smoke waft in the air between us.
Take the gun in my left thigh holster, the silver and black one.
I blink up at him, confused, but he raises his eyebrows in an encouraging sort of way that says, "Trust me." I look over his body and then grab the gun. I hold it out to him like an offering, like it might bite me. He doesn't take it. Instead, he uses his strong legs to move the bench at the foot of the bed a few feet to the left, until he can sit with his back straight against a thick wooden post of his canopy bed. He tosses a zip tie at my feet and then lifts his arms over his head.
Tie me to the post.
What?
Look at me. Look at me. Take a deep breath and trust me.
My body breaks out in a nervous tingle, but I swallow heavily and comply. I use the white plastic to fasten his wrists against the wooden post. He tugs on the restraint a few times to check that they'll hold.
Tighter.
I tighten them, and he tugs again. When he's satisfied, he looks me straight in the eye.
Grab the gun and come straddle my lap.
Yeah, he's gone insane. I don't move. All I do is stare at him in shock.
Elena, trust goes both ways, and I want to prove to you that I trust you, too.
After a few more moments of uncertainty, I take the gun in my hand and walk to him, slowly settling on his lap, our faces inches apart. I'm trembling, but I trust him.
Put the gun to my temple,
he instructs, and tears well in my eyes when I do. Please don't ask me to pull the trigger. I can't.
I won't, I promise. It's there to remind you that you're in control. I can't do anything right now that you don't want me to. Take a deep breath. Keep the gun to my head. And make yourself come on my lap.
I shake my head, but his intense stare is unfaltering. He flexes his pelvis slightly to show me that he's got a growing erection. He's showing me he's not scared. His throat bobs as he swallows slowly and drinks in my face with his eyes. I can see that he's waiting for me to panic and back off. He's giving me control of my pleasure and his. I pull the tiny nub of the cigarette left between his teeth and put it out on his sleeveless jacket, burning a tiny hole in the fabric. I look at him, expecting him to be upset, but of course he isn't. He gives me a small nod of encouragement. I lean forward and press my lips softly to his, the gun feeling heavy in my fingers. I pull away, and I can see the lust in his dilated pupils. Can feel it against my center. I adjust myself on his lap so that I'm only straddling one of his thick, muscular thighs. I experimentally drag my center over his thigh. We're both fully clothed, my leggings and panties another layer on top of his tactical pants. But the sensation still shoots through me like lightning. He flexes his thigh under me and smiles with satisfaction when I hiss.
Use me. Take whatever you need from me, baby.
He kisses the underside of my jaw.
You want to rub that greedy pussy on my thigh while I describe all the ways I'm going to fuck you when you're ready?
I nod, and I feel him laugh against my throat. He kisses down my neck until he reaches the base and sucks a mark into my skin.
I've thought about all the ways I want to make you come apart in every room in this house.
I feel him smirk against my skin as I grind down on him once more.
I think I'm going to start on the kitchen counter because you're just so delicious.
My heartbeat speeds up, and I moan softly as my clit rubs against his muscular leg. Even with all the layers of fabric between us, it still makes my blood molten hot.
And then I want to make love to you in front of the fireplace in the entryway, and then I want to finger you in the hot tub, and then I want to bend you over the dining room table.
I whine as I feel the coil in my stomach tighten, his words making me gush inside my panties with each breath.
Fuck, Angel, look at you. You're so beautiful when you're desperate to come. Is that what you want? Want a cream in your panties while you rub yourself on my thigh?
The filth of his words only makes me want it more. I shift again so that I'm straddling his lap fully and grind myself onto the considerable length at the front of his pants. He groans and throws his head back against the post. I grind until he's panting and bucking up against me. He wants me bad. I can see it in the way he bites his lip, and I feel it with every pass of my center over his. He sinks his teeth into the flesh of my neck.
Angel, show me some fucking mercy and ride me harder.
Why should I whisper, and he bucks up against me, causing me to moan again. This isn't about you.
Yeah? You like being in charge?
He asks, his face red as he grits his jaw. He squeezes his eyes shut tight and opens them again as if he's delirious. I bury my face into his neck and moan. I'm so close, and I don't have to say it for him to know.
Go ahead, come for me.
He bucks against me, but I force myself to freeze. You first. I can hear the earth spinning with how silent it is. Christian glares up at me with frustration, roughly tugging against the restraints holding his arms in place.
You want to repeat that, Elena?
I said, you first.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
He laughs at me like a fucking sadist before attacking my lips with his own.
Naughty girl. You want me to come in my pants, is that it?
Yes, I moan, throwing my head back as I grind on top of him harder.
Not fucking happening, Angel.
He bucks his hips against mine.
Unless you plan on letting me sink my cock into that perfect cunt, you better come and you better do it now or I can't be held responsible for what I do to you.
You can't do anything except sit there and take it. He gives me a wicked smile.
Good girl. Such a good fucking girl. Do you want to know the most important thing to remember when it comes to control?
I nod, and with his unimaginable strength, he pulls against his restraints so hard that the plastic snaps, falling to the floor while I stare at him with wide eyes. I gasp when he grabs my neck with his left hand to tug me closer, my fingers now trembling over the trigger of the gun.
It's an illusion,
he whispers against my quivering lips. Then he moves his finger over mine on the trigger of the gun, and he makes me pull it. I shriek in fear and shock, but he's still staring at me, his artificial green eyes sparkling with adoration and pride. The gun wasn't loaded. He knew that. He let me believe I had the power, and it's liberating. This is the man I fell in love with. The man who takes what he wants. The man who doesn't respect my boundaries because he knows them better than I do. The man who pushes me because he knows my strengths even more intimately than he knows how to exploit my weaknesses. The man who would burn the world for me without so much as a second thought if I asked him to. His love and his devotion have corrupted me. I grab his cheeks and look into his eyes as intensely as he's staring into mine, and against his lips I mewl, "I love you." I begin to grind on his lap at the same moment I crash our lips together in a frenzy of passion and lust. His hands tangle in my hair, keeping my mouth pressed to his as we swallow each other's moans. He's so hard underneath me, and my body is screaming to feel him again. The mere thought of his thick length inside me sends me careening over the edge so fast that I don't even realize what's happening until I cry out against his lips in pure euphoria. I come so hard I nearly go blind, burying my head in his neck and whining in pleasure. His hands rub up and down my back in soothing lines as I ride out the aftershocks of my first orgasm since I was taken. My panties and leggings are completely soaked through. When I pull back to look at him, I catch his gaze as he licks his teeth and smiles triumphantly. How do you know me better than I know myself?
Because I see more than you think I do. And I see an angel who just got her wings. Her wings. Her wings. Her wings. Chapter 40. The Silencer. It's Travis and Justin's wedding day. We're in California, bright and early in the morning. Elena places a quick kiss to my cheek.
I love you. See you soon.
She gathers her dress bag and I open the door to the venue for her so she can head into the suite where she and her brother will get ready for the day. She's not technically a bridesmaid, but she's been tasked with helping the 4-year-old flower girl down the aisle, a cousin, if I remember correctly. Despite having an early flight this morning, Elena is far too energetic for her own good. She's elated that her brother is getting married, happily exclaiming that she loves weddings and vows to steal at least 15 favors. It warms my stone-cold heart to see her so excited about something. It makes my chest tighten because I know it means that what she's gone through hasn't stolen all her happiness. I stand in the cool morning breeze and smoke outside of the venue.
You and my husband are going to kill yourselves with those things.
I turn around to see Bethany standing behind me with a warm smile on her face, masking something deep inside her that I can only describe as sorrow. We do share some bad habits, I reply with a smirk. She moves to stand next to me, looking out over the lush green hills of the vineyard where the wedding is taking place.
How's Elena?
Bethany asks, her face falling slightly.
She never calls anymore.
She has good days and bad days. She told me she feels lonely, which is insane considering how loved she is, but I understand. She doesn't want anyone to see her as weak.
Elena hasn't been weak a day in her life. She's got her father's thick skull. She'll endure anything if it means that people won't see her differently.
I scoff, the backs of my eyes burning. I think I know that better than anyone. What happened to her is entirely my fault, and she somehow thinks she's done wrong by me. I probably shouldn't have admitted that, but Bethany is a therapist after all. She's easy to talk to. She pats me on the shoulder.
I know it's none of my business, but if I could offer you any advice about Ellie and this family, don't try and come between her and Elliot. I don't think you intend to, and I'm not making any accusations. But you and Elliot are so similar in your convictions. If either of you try to make her choose sides, both of you will lose her.
I stare down at the woman next to me, trying to find any hint of untrustworthiness in her eyes. She has the same deep brown eyes as Elena that make her easy to read. She's telling the truth. What makes you think she'd have to choose sides? There's hesitation in my voice that I'm not trying to mask. Elena means everything to me. If Bethany is saying there's a chance I could lose her, she has my full attention.
Because I know about Thomas.
My hands fall limp at my sides. All of it?
All of it.
I blow out the last remnants of smoke in my lungs. I swear I didn't know when I met Elena that our families had a past. Bethany shrugs.
If you did or didn't, it makes no difference to me. What matters is what's in your heart, Christian. Elliot will take a grudge to the grave, but I have nothing against you. Elena loves you, and I can see in your eyes that you love her too. So long as you keep making her happy, you're just as much a part of this family as any of us, and Elliot will have to make peace with that someday.
Bethany rubs my arm once and then steps away to go back into the venue. Hey, Bethany, need any last-minute help with the decorations? I could use something to do. Bethany taps her fingers together mischievously.
Boy, do I.
She pulls me by the arm and into the reception area where she instructs me to finish hanging string lights, and then set up the party favor table, and then set the place cards, and then the centerpieces, and then. I sit uncomfortably in my reserved seat of the ceremony space in the very front row, just 2 seats between myself and Elliot. I even tried to shake his hand when he came to sit, and he completely ignored me, pretended he didn't even see me, glared right through me like I wasn't even there. Since when am I the reasonable one? I continuously check my watch as if it will make time go faster, and no less than a minute before the ceremony starts, Bethany comes to put me out of my misery by taking a seat between Elliot and me. With her between us, I glance at Elliot again and take him in. He looks cold, distant. With me, I expect that because he clearly can't stand me, but he's not normally like this around Bethany. I don't like it. My thoughts are cut off by the sound of processional music, and the officiant begins to saunter down the aisle before taking his place at the altar. I turn my head, and just like always, when I see my angel, my heart stops. Elena is standing at the end of the aisle, walking down with the small flower girl. Her loosely curled hair cascades down her back, the top half pinned back and out of her face. Her makeup is done so elegantly, with maybe just a little bit too much blush. That really doesn't matter, though, artificial or not. She's stunning when she blushes. She's stunning always, but I've never seen her so formal. She's beautiful. I start to imagine how heart-stopping she would be in a wedding dress, walking down the aisle towards me at our wedding. The thought alone makes my heart squeeze and my dick hard. Halfway down the aisle, the little flower girl begins running and lets out an excited squeal when Elena catches her, scooping her up into the air and blowing raspberries on her cheeks before plopping her down into her aunt's lap. Elena takes her seat next to me, a big smile across her face. I press a soft kiss to her cheek. "You look beautiful," I whisper, just loud enough for her ears only. She winks at me and then turns her attention to Justin and Travis, who opted to walk down the aisle together. I rest my arm on the back of Elena's chair and hold her hand in mine as she watches her brother recite his vows. I couldn't tell you a single word either of them said. All my attention was on Elena. I place a kiss to her cheek and tell her I love her, to which she turns her head and places a soft kiss to my lips. After the ceremony, people begin to filter out of the space, and Elena's family sticks around to take some photos with the newlyweds. I linger in the doorway of the ceremony space, waiting for Elena, and when she's done, she skips over to me and loops her arm with mine. She leads me towards the reception space, and I begin to wonder if she'd want a big wedding or a small, intimate one. I'd prefer the latter, of course, but if she wanted a big wedding, I'd invite the entire state of New Jersey, and maybe even Texas, too. I'd give her absolutely anything she desired if I got to call her my wife at the end of the day. When we arrive at the reception hall, we stop at the bar for champagne and hors d'oeuvres. We make polite conversation with some of the guests. By the end of cocktail hour, I've got just about everyone in this room in my pocket, with, of course, one exception. Elena's father. I've had 6 glasses of champagne, needing one every time I catch him glaring at me. Elena notices.
Are you okay? I'm usually the one drinking up all the champagne.
I blow out air from my mouth through puffed cheeks. I lean against one of the tall cocktail tables, crossing my ankles and trying to relax. Your father hasn't stopped glaring daggers at me all night. She rolls her eyes and looks in his direction.
He's being unreasonable. He still hasn't apologized to me for Thanksgiving.
I take a deep breath and remember what Bethany said to me about not making Elena choose sides. I don't want to do that, even unintentionally. Maybe you should talk to him, I suggest, plainly. My loyalty is with you, not your dad, but I don't want him to think I'm filling your head with distaste for him. I'll be his son-in-law one day, so he's going to have to get over his issues with me. Not that I've gotten over any of mine with him.
You seem very confident that we're going to get married, Mr. Reeves.
I growl and push her lightly with my chest until her back is against the wall. I grab a handful of her thigh and squeeze, hovering my lips over hers with a smirk. I seem to distinctly remember getting married months ago with a 4-year-old as our witness. Wife. Wife, a gruff voice repeats from behind me. I pull back to find Elliot standing there. I can practically see the steam coming out of his ears. Every time he looks at me, it's like he thinks I've just committed a horrific crime. I've committed a lot of those, just none he knows about. Elena clicks her tongue.
It's just an inside joke.
She seethes. Elliot's right side of his mouth twitches up in a jealous sneer, and he simply grumbles to himself before walking away. Elena reaches up to rub the base of my neck.
Don't worry about him.
She rubs down the well-fitted fabric of my suit jacket. I'm wearing all black from head to toe with an emerald green velvet bow tie and pocket square.
You look good. I like when we get dressed up together.
Not as good as you, Angel. You look spectacular. Especially your makeup. I nip at her ear. That blush matches the exact color of your chest when my tongue is inside you. Tongue is inside you. Tongue is inside you.
Chapter 41. The Angel. After dinner, Justin and Travis do a raunchy, energetic tango as their first dance. The DJ invites all the couples in attendance to the dance floor. I stay firmly in my seat, picking at the last of the vegetables on my plate. Christian stands and holds out a hand for me to take. I look up at him with a fork halfway in my mouth and raise an eyebrow at him. You want to dance? He nods.
What kind of wedding date would I be if I didn't ask you to dance?
He takes my hand and pulls me to my feet, then leads me to the dance floor where a few dozen other couples are all swaying together. Christian pulls me close and places his warm hand on my back, and despite the layer of fabric between us, his touch sends a shiver up my spine. With my right hand laced with his, and my left hand on his shoulder, he begins to spin us in a simple circle. I nuzzle into Christian's chest, breathing in his expensive cologne and sighing at the warmth of him seeping into my cheek. We sway for 2 songs, even the more upbeat one, ignoring everyone around us. I'm the first to break the comfortable silence. Can I ask you something?
Anything.
Would you ever consider moving? Away from Meridian City, I mean? He's quiet for a long time, but his hold on me tightens.
If that's what you wanted.
Really?
The logistics would be difficult since my company's headquarters is in Meridian City and the orphanage is there too, but I'd make it work.
He rubs his hot fingers down my back.
Do you want to move?
I shrug. Sometimes I think about it. He lifts my chin up and rubs my bottom lip with his thumb.
Where would you want to go?
He leans down to brush his lips against mine.
To Italy?
Another kiss.
To France?
Another kiss.
Australia, Brazil, Scotland. I speak 10 languages, my angel. We could go anywhere you wanted.
10? Since when?
Since always. English was my first language, obviously. French, Italian, and Spanish came next. Edwin taught me Gaelic, and then I learned Portuguese, Japanese, Mandarin, German, and Greek.
I got a C in Spanish.
Learning languages has always come easy to me, and I make an effort to at least make meaningful conversations with foreign investors. It makes me seem cultured.
He pokes me in the side to tickle me.
What's the verdict? Where are we moving, Angel?
Nowhere for now, I say with a smile, looking up at him from under my lashes. Maybe when we have a family, though?
Whatever you want.
You're always so quick to say that.
That's because I'm thoroughly pussy-whipped for you.
I can't help the giggle that escapes my lips.
What's so funny, Elena Reeves?
Nothing. You just admitted I wear the pants in this relationship is all. He spins me in a circle and then pulls me tight to his chest. It sounds nice, you know. My name with your last name. His fingers trace down my body to rest on my waist. His large hands feel massive against my small frame.
Then let me give it to you.
Christian whines, practically begging. He dramatically looks around the room.
Bet the officiant is still here somewhere.
I roll my eyes playfully. Maybe if it wasn't my brother's wedding, I might humor you.
Oh, at least it wasn't an outright no this time. We're finally getting somewhere.
I bring his head down a bit so it's easier for me to whisper in his ear, because even in my heels, he still towers over me. Hey, baby. I feel him shiver and he kisses my neck.
The words that come out of your mouth after you call me baby are always naughty.
Want to know a secret? I feel him nod against my neck. I may wear the pants in this relationship, but I'm not currently wearing any panties. I lean back as redness blooms across his cheeks, and I slightly adjust his bow tie. I scrape my neatly manicured nails down his chest and abdomen, stopping right above his belt before taking a step away from him. I think I need some more eyelash glue. I pull slightly at one of the falsies attached to my eyelid. I'll be in the groom's suite if you need me. I wink at him and turn to walk away, making it out of the reception hall and to the door of the suite before Christian catches up to me, pressing his chest into my back. I can feel his length straining behind the belt of his pants, aching to be free against the curve of my ass. He flips me around, pins me against the wall, and crushes his lips against mine while he fumbles for the doorknob. When he finds it, he pushes the door open, drags us inside, and closes it behind him. Still against the wall next to the door, he leaves messy, eager kisses all over my neck and the exposed part of my chest. He sinks to the floor and starts to push up the fabric of my dress. I help him gather it around my thighs. He licks his lips when he sees I wasn't lying. My pussy is bare, hot, aroused. He stares at me for a long time, like he's committing the sight to memory.
Let me taste you. Just one taste.
My body starts to tremble, but I gulp and nod. One. He nods back, and with a feral growl that emanates deep from his throat, he kisses my clit gently and then licks along my slit. I whimper. It feels so good. A new wave of arousal comes crashing through me. My legs feel weak when he pulls away and stands. Then he kisses me. His lips are soft and languid against mine. I can taste myself on his mouth. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him closer. He lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his waist so I can feel his massive erection between my thighs. His lips move from my mouth to my neck, where he licks and sucks and nips until I'm squirming in his arms, until my hands are tugging on his hair so hard I'm surprised I haven't ripped it out. He looks straight into my eyes. His are lust-blown, needy, hungry. He uses his hips to press me into the wall hard enough that when his hands leave my thighs, I don't move an inch. His hot, ravenous hands trace up my body, feeling my breasts through the thick fabric of my dress.
What's your safe word?
He asks, looking straight at me. Mykonos, I trust you.
Don't.
He whispers back, and then his hands wrap around my back to pull down the zipper of my dress just enough to expose my breasts. I can feel his hot breath as he lets out a delicious sound of satisfaction at the sight. His hands cup both of my breasts, thumbing gently over my nipples until they're both hard peaks. The sensation is pleasurable, but not overwhelming. His lips go back to my neck before he squeezes my breasts together and opens his mouth wide to bite one hard enough that it leaves an imprint of his teeth in my skin. I let out a breathy moan as he continues to rub my nipples with his thumbs and covers my chest in hungry, desperate kisses. His erection is pressing so tightly into my core, he might burst straight through his slacks. He experimentally takes one of my perky nipples in his mouth and sucks gently. I moan louder this time. Christian is a generous lover, but he's never given my chest so much attention before. I can feel how wet I am between my legs. My hot, sticky arousal is surely coating his slacks, and all he's doing is flicking his sinful tongue against my nipple. More, I beg. I don't even really know what specifically I'm begging for, but I trust him to figure it out for me. He shoves his middle finger into my mouth and commands me to suck. I do, and while I circle my tongue around the digit, he goes back to giving my nipples his complete attention. My veins feel like molten lava, and my core is dripping when he removes his finger from my mouth. He leans back just enough to see the mess I've made on his slacks. He sets my legs down and then looks at me.
Use my hand to make yourself come,
he commands, brushing my hair away from my face tenderly. He doesn't give me a chance to ask questions, nor does he elaborate. He goes back to sucking and licking and lightly biting my aching nipples. I'm so desperate for release right now, it feels like I'm on fire. I take Christian's hand in mine, his finger still wet with my saliva, and I bring him to the apex of my thighs. He doesn't move his fingers unless I make him. He wants me to use him as a toy. He wants me to use his fingers and trust that he won't do anything that I don't allow him to. Taking a shaky breath, I close my eyes and lead his finger to graze over my clit. I moan loudly at the contact, almost obnoxiously, like a virgin discovering pleasure for the first time. I had forgotten what his fingers felt like. Swallowing my nerves, I guide his finger to trace gentle circles on the sensitive bud. I grind against his finger, seeking out pleasure on my own. With my free hand, I dig my nails into his back, running them down the smooth fabric of his suit jacket. I grind harder, moan louder, pull him closer and closer until I feel myself reach that peak. And then I let myself fall. It's wild and beautiful and safe. Unable to help himself, Christian cups my pussy as I ride out my orgasm, grinding against his palm until I'm panting with sweet relief. He holds his hand in the space between us. It glistens with my slick, and like the beautiful savage he is, he sticks his fingers into his mouth and licks himself clean. The skirt of my dress falls back to the floor with a soft whoosh as I let the fabric go. My chest is still exposed, my breasts spilling out over the top. My lipstick is smeared all over his face. A sheen of sweat gathers along his hairline. He grips my hips with so much desire it's bruising. He's still painfully hard in his pants, and the look on his face screams for relief. I rub my palm against his erection through his pants, and that simple touch alone nearly brings him to his knees. The door opening stops us both and has me scrambling to pull up my top to try and maintain some dignity as the newly married couple comes stumbling in, apparently having the same idea as us. The four of us stare at each other, and Justin and Travis break out into loud laughter.
Sorry, we're sorry.
Justin bites his lip to keep himself from laughing harder and pulls Travis back out of the room by his tie.
We'll find another room.
Christian growls and pulls the door shut after they leave, being very careful to lock the door this time. He rests his forehead against mine and takes a deep breath. I grab his cheeks and twirl us in a small circle until he's flat against the wall, and I sink to my knees. He says my name through gritted teeth.
You don't have to.
But what if I want to? I ask as I unbuckle his belt.
I can't promise I will be still.
I didn't ask you to.
Elena, do not fuck with me right now.
I say his name, and he opens his eyes, looking down at me like he's unhinged and a millisecond away from losing his shit. Looking up from under my thick eyelashes, I give him big, simpering eyes and ask, "What's your safe word?"
Do you remember what happens when you get mouthy with me?
I shake my head, pretending I have no idea what he's talking about, as I continue to stall and mess with his belt like I'm struggling to get it off.
Do you need me to show you?
I shake my head and run my nails down his thighs, bulging against his slacks. Then I rub my fingers along his clothed cock again, feeling it twitch under my hand. His chest heaves, and he's getting ready to snap my neck if I don't do something about the situation in his pants immediately. I flutter my lashes and smile at him. He whimpers and laughs at the same time.
That look means trouble.
No, it means I'm in charge. And then I lick along the length of him, still clothed. He lets out a guttural, ferocious grunt and trembles beneath my tongue. He looks down at me, bright red and completely embarrassed. Because I made him come in his pants, come in his pants, come in his pants, come in his pants.
Chapter 42. The Silencer. Elena and I sneak back into the reception hall after our rendezvous in the groom's suite. She's so fucking proud of herself, and I'm over here feeling like a damn teenager that just saw a pair of tits for the first time. My boxers are sticky with my cum, despite my attempts to clean up in the bathroom as Elena fixed her smeared makeup. It was embarrassing and erotic, all at the same time. She was in a submissive position, yet completely turned the tables on me and stole the control right out from under me. That's my good fucking girl. I have the unfortunate luck of making eye contact with Elliot as soon as we walk into the reception hall, to which he frowns at me. His gaze burns into me like he somehow knows I just defiled his daughter. Or rather, she defiled me. I take a deep breath and lean over to whisper in Elena's ear. I'm going to go talk to your father. I kiss her cheek. She gives me a squeeze on the bicep of encouragement and snags a couple of glasses of champagne, bringing one to her mother and dragging her to the dance floor. Elliot notices me approaching him and goes to the bar for another drink. I stand at his side while the bartender hands him one of the his and his drinks, Justin's version. An old-fashioned. Good taste.
Elliot? His eyes flicker to me, but he doesn't respond. Look, you've got to stop acting like I'm your enemy. If I can keep the past in the past, you sure as hell can too. If not for me, for Elena. He turns to face me and then abruptly throws the drink in his glass directly into my face. The small crowd around us gasps.
Get out of my face.
I take a deep, angry breath and rub the alcohol off my face. If we weren't in the middle of a crowded reception hall, I'd knock him on his ass right now. I bump shoulders with him, hard, as I walk around him and towards the bathroom. Elena is right on my heels and follows me inside, locking the door behind us.
Christian.
I ball up my fists and lean over the counter, gritting my teeth and conjuring up every ounce of self-control I have so that I don't bust down this bathroom door and break Elliot's nose. I'm fine, I lie through gritted teeth. I feel Elena gently rub down my back because she knows I'm lying to her and myself. I'm not used to tolerating this kind of disrespect. If he was anyone else but her father, I would have had him laid out on the floor, maybe even with a bullet in his head. He did it because he knew I couldn't do anything about it. He knew he would get away with it with nothing more than some disappointed looks from his family.
Do you want to leave?
I turn around and face her and lean against the counter as she takes a napkin to wipe up some of the amber liquid from the front of my suit. At least I'm wearing black, so it's not super noticeable. No, we don't have to leave. It's fine. Come on, let's go back. I don't want to make a scene.
If it makes you feel better, my mother never shuts up about you. This morning I went to say hi, and the first thing she did was ask where you were. She really likes you.
I nod. I'll ask for a dance. We leave the bathroom and I go straight to Bethany with a charming smile and my hand outstretched towards her. May I? Bethany nods and gleefully takes my hand. Every time Elliot and I make eye contact, we scowl at each other.
I'm sorry about my husband,
Bethany says, noticing my stare-off with him.
He's got a temper, but he shouldn't have done that.
I shake my head. It's okay.
You might not have won over Elliot yet, but I'm in your corner.
Thank you for saying that. I really do love your daughter. More than I ever thought I was capable of.
She's crazy about you. Talks about you nonstop. Tells me how happy you make her. And I'm not just talking about the expensive gifts and the trips and that big house she's living in, Christian. You make her happy, deep in her soul, even if your relationship was hanging on by a thread after what happened to her. Don't ever doubt the way she feels about you. She'd do anything to make you as happy as you make her.
The feeling's mutual. I look over my shoulder towards Elena and sigh. Bethany, tell me what I can do. Elliot isn't going anywhere and neither am I. You know him best. What is it going to take to get him to understand that I'm not my father? Her face falls slightly, but it perks right back up into a sad smile.
I think all you can do is give him time to see for himself how much you love our daughter. Give him time to understand that fate brought you back into his life for a reason. I think that reason is forgiveness. For both of you. I think he'll come to his senses soon. If not... He told me that you almost killed him, but you didn't for Elena's sake. I can't say the same about my husband. You showed restraint where he didn't. That makes you a good man.
I have bad news for you, Bethany. I am not a good man. Please don't get it in your head that I am. I love Elena, and I would do absolutely anything for her. Anything. That makes me the worst kind of man. Love is the most volatile poison in the universe. I'm not a saint by any stretch of the imagination, but I make you a promise, on my life, that Elena will always be safe with me, even if it costs me everything in the end.
I believe you. I trust you. Don't make me regret it.
Understood, I reply curtly, She seems content with my answer. May I ask you something personal about your relationship with your husband? She nods. Diana and his kids were killed in 1989. Elena was born in 1990. How long were you two together before you married?
Elena was an oopsie baby, as was her brother. Elliot craved distraction from his grief, so I gave it to him. He asked me to marry him when I found out I was pregnant with Elena, but we didn't actually have a ceremony until 1993.
Elena once told me that you call Elliot your soulmate because you fell in love with him despite him being so hard to love. I guess she didn't realize the true meaning of that statement.
Her father is her hero. He's been a good dad, even if he says hurtful things sometimes. Remember that he loved her first, Christian. He'll have a permanent place in her heart, no matter what.
A smile tugs up the corners of my lips. Maybe by the time Elena and I get married, he might be able to tolerate me. Bethany perks up at the thought of her daughter getting married.
How old are you?
Quite a change in topic. 36, I answer with a raised eyebrow.
I expect at least 2 grandchildren by the time you're 40. If she doesn't have a ring on her finger by next Christmas, I think I will die.
I chuckle, pulling out the engagement ring that's been burning a hole in my pocket for weeks. I present it to Bethany for inspection. She twists it and bounces on her toes in delight at the way it sparkles. Does it get your seal of approval? She sighs and dramatically puts her hand to her head and pretends to fall over. I catch her easily.
If Elena doesn't marry you, I will.
You know, I don't think Elliot would appreciate me stealing his wife and his daughter. I might start World War III. She hands back the ring.
You'd start a war for love?
For Elena? I wouldn't just start a war. I'd win it. I dance with Bethany for a few more songs, grab my own old-fashioned at the bar, and make small talk with a few of the insufferable businessmen who recognize me. Elena and I take a few Polaroid photos together, one for the guest book, and a few just for us that I put into my wallet for safekeeping. She's become a little bit tipsy, dancing with her equally tipsy mother to a few pop hits. I smile at her when she catches my gaze across the room, and I flash my cigarette case at her, indicating that I'm going outside for a smoke. I leave the reception hall and step outside into the chilly December air and light one. Cigarettes are objectively awful for me, but something about the action of smoking helps me think. I really hate this situation with Elliot. I think Bethany was right. There's a reason I fell in love with the daughter of the man who killed my parents. Probably a lesson in restraint, if I had to guess. For the past 2 years of my life, I've committed dozens of murders because I felt like I had no choice. The only way I could keep up the act of the charming CEO during the day is if I committed brutal savageries at night. I always justified my kills by telling myself I'd only kill other bad people. But now that I know the truth about my father, I don't think my urges were uncontrollable at all. Because I hesitated when I put that gun under Elliot's chin, when I always promised myself that if I found the man who killed my parents, they wouldn't live to see another second. I didn't kill him, but only out of my love for Elena. I knew it would tear us apart. Loving her is more important than revenge. While I wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone that harmed her, I've shown mercy to the man who ruined my life. I think that's a testament to just how tight of a grip Elena has on my soul. I never want to come between the two of them. He's a good, loving father. At the end of the day, I'm the outsider, and if she had to choose a side, I can't say with certainty that she'd choose mine, even though I've threatened otherwise. I take a long drag of my cigarette, and I hear the venue doors open behind me. I glance over my shoulder to find Elliot stalking towards me. I open my mouth to say his name, and I'm met with a fist in my jaw that knocks the cigarette out of my mouth. I stumble backwards a few steps, and Elliot raises his fist again, aiming for my nose this time. I let him hit me, blood dripping down my face and onto the concrete. The third punch he winds up, I catch his fist in my hand and twist his arm behind his back. I drag him around a corner behind a wall, slamming his face into the pristine white stone of the wedding venue far away from the doors. What the hell is your problem? Elliot tries to fight my grasp, and he's a strong man, but I'm stronger, younger, and a fuck-ton angrier. I could flip a damn semi-truck if I wanted to. Huh? What's your fucking problem, Elliot? Elliot begins fighting against me, and we begin struggling and growling like two wild animals. Whatever's got your panties in a twist, you need to get over it. The only reason I don't knock your lights out and make you eat concrete is because of your daughter. Weak. Elliot smiles against the wall.
You're weak. You can't even handle her being a little mad at you for giving me what I deserve after all that disrespect.
Is that what this is about? You were trying to provoke me so I'd give you a pavement facial? I thought we were at a ceasefire.
Ceasefire? I can't figure out what kind of fucked up psychological hold you have on her, but I can see the devil when I look in your eyes, boy. Something is seriously wrong with you, and I'm going to figure out what it is before you get her killed.
You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. I was a fucking kid. The only devil here is you. I seethe, practically breathing fire. You know absolutely nothing about Elena's relationship with me. You have no idea what we've been through together or the lengths I would go to keep her safe. She's mine, Elliot. My relationship is none of your damn business. Swing at me again and I'll give you permanent brain damage. Elliot spits on the ground and grabs me by the front of my jacket to pull me close.
You listen to me, Thomas. Stay the fuck away from my family.
Both of us freeze, staring at each other as we both come to the exact same conclusion. Elliot has dissociated from reality, and he thinks I'm Thomas Reeves. Elliot. He lets me go and pushes me away from him, staring at me, but staring through me, too. Then he simply walks away. I lean my back against the stone wall of the venue and sink down to the floor, taking deep breaths to try and calm myself down. God damn it. Elliot is clearly exhibiting symptoms of extreme PTSD for what my father did to his family. My relationship with his daughter triggered it. It's so bad that he can't even tell us apart. Elena is fortunate that she has two men that love her with all their hearts. It's also incredibly unfortunate that we're both delusional bastards. Fuck, I whispered to myself. I stand up and sneak back into the venue and then into the private bathroom in the groom's suite to wash off my face and rinse out my mouth. I thoroughly inspect myself in the mirror to make sure I don't miss any blood. I rejoin the party and find Elena now thoroughly drunk and handsy and just a little too out of it to notice my shift in mood. I settle her into the same chair she sat in at dinner, and Bethany joins us, plopping down in the empty seat next to me after proclaiming she's danced out for the night. They both slump into my arms, sweaty and tired from the full day of festivities. I rub my hands against their shoulders and arms until they're both yawning and succumbing to their exhaustion. Elliot walks into the room, and the world goes quiet as he stares me down with his wife and daughter snuggled up in my arms. Just to get back at him for nailing me in the face, I wink at him and subtly give him 2 middle fingers. The second we get back from California, I'm stopped by one of Edwin's nurses who tells me that he's lucid and asking for me. Perfect, because I've got some shit to say to him. I've got fury coursing through my veins as I stomp to his room, thankful Elena has made herself busy with unpacking. When I get to his room, I tell his nurses to get out. Seething, I approach his bed and point an accusatory finger at him. "Edwin, look at me," I demand. The old man's lucid for the first time since Thanksgiving. I don't have time to beat around the bush, and I don't have time for bullshit. "Did you know my father killed Diana Young and her 2 kids?" Edwin looks at me, and his face goes ghost white, telling me everything I need to know. I walk around in a small circle, rubbing the stubble on my jaw. I prop my fists on the edge of his bed and lean over. Why the fuck didn't you tell me my father was a murderer? You lied to me my whole fucking life. You let me believe he was this perfect, lawful man that loved my mom, loved me, but he was so obsessed with another woman that he killed her when he couldn't have her.
I did what I thought was best.
Best for who? Because it sure as hell wasn't for my sake.
Edwin slow blinks. Please don't yell at me. I don't feel well.
Don't try and change the subject, I growl, pointing at him again. Answer the question. He settles into his bed and tugs the covers up to his chest. He smacks his lips together and looks at me. His face screams guilt and regret.
I thought it was better if I didn't ruin the last memories you had of your parents. You were already so angry at the world. How did you find out?
Seething, I growl through gritted teeth. Because Elena is the daughter of the man that fucking killed them. I sit in the chair and pinch the bridge of my nose. Fuck, Edwin.
Are you mad at me?
Yes, I'm mad at you. Are there any other skeletons in my father's closet I should know about?
Edwin shakes his head. No. Does Elena know about this?
No, she doesn't, and we're keeping it that way. It's better that she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. I mumble, though my angel couldn't be any more in the middle of this shitstorm if I dragged her there by her wings. Edwin's head snaps towards me so quickly that for a second I'm scared he broke it. He scowls for the first time in decades and points at me right back.
You don't get to be mad at me for keeping secrets when you're doing the same thing.
I ball my fists up and my face turns red with fury because he's right, but I'll be damned if I admit it. I fucking hate when he's right. Fuck that. I think I have every right to be pissed that the man I've trusted for my entire life has turned out to be a goddamn liar. Elena is the only person in my life who has never let me down. I don't need your bullshit anymore, Edwin. I have her. And she's all that matters to me now. As I leave the room, Edwin calls after me, sounding out of breath and tired. What? I call back without turning around.
Will you do a puzzle with me?
Do it yourself. I sneer and then slam the door shut behind me, and 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 the door shut behind me.
Chapter 43. The Angel. Hey, it's me. Well, of course it's me. You saw my name on your phone screen, which is probably why you're ignoring it. Look, just call me, okay? I miss you. I don't understand why you're still ignoring me. I just want to talk to you, please. I saw on the news this morning that you were awarded Clinician of the Year for the 10th year in a row. Congrats. That's really exciting. Please, Dad. Please just call me back. We've never gone this long without talking. I know it's only been a few days, but it's killing me. I just really need to hear your voice. Please. Is this really how you want to lose another daughter? Fine. This is the last time I'll ever call. Please. I'm sorry. Mailbox full. Goodbye. I'm sorry. Mailbox full. Goodbye. I'm sorry. Mailbox full. Goodbye. Chapter 44. The Angel. Hi, Edwin, I say cautiously to the man sitting in front of me. He's tucked into his hospital bed, covers up to his chest, with a wet rag on his forehead. He slowly turns his head to look at me, and when our eyes meet, he gives me a warm smile. I pull up a chair next to his bedside and take his hand in mine. It's so cold, and it's worrying. I give him a warm smile back as I use friction to heat up his hand. The nurses said you aren't feeling well.
Oh, don't you worry about me. It's nothing.
I suck in a sharp breath. Hold it together, Elena. Edwin? He hums back in response. Do you know who I am? He lifts his head slightly to look at me, and that's how I know he can hear the break in my voice and see the welling tears in my eyes. He simply nods. I let out the breath I was holding. Do you think you could pretend not to for a few minutes? He blinks at me twice, and then rests his head back on his pillow and gives my hand a squeeze.
I hate it when you're sad, my dear Helen.
My shoulders slump, and the dam breaks. My head falls to the bed, and I let the sheets soak up my tears as I weep for myself. Weeks and weeks of emotion that I've let build up hit me all at once, and Edwin is the only one who could possibly understand the sacrifice it takes to love Christian. And after the wedding, I feel like that sacrifice is my family, and I don't even know if I can live with that. Edwin removes his hand from mine and uses his bony fingers to rub along my scalp in a comforting gesture.
Do you remember the day we met?
Edwin asks. I lift my head and wipe my cheek.
It was the most beautiful sunny day. You were painting the lovely coastline of Spanish Point, and that gust of wind sent your brushes into the sand. Do you remember?
My lip quivers, because I know that he's not really asking me. He's telling me the story of how he met his wife.
I helped you clean off your brushes, but I was a clumsy lout and knocked over your paints. Your precious blue paint spilled all over the sand. You smiled and said it was okay, but I could see the heartbreak in your face. I spent the next week trekking all over County Clare looking for your special blue paint. Do you remember? The one made of lapis lazuli. It was so bright and beautiful.
I sniffle and nod. Edwin smiles wistfully.
Cost me a month's salary, it did, but I bought it and found you a week later in the same spot, still trying to paint the water, even without blue paint. Your face lit up brighter than the sun. I had never seen something so beautiful. Your emerald eyes were the most flawless gemstones on God's green earth. You were insecure about the gap between your two front teeth, so you'd hide your smile with your hand, but all I could see was that beautiful smile and those flawless eyes behind a white veil. I begged for your name, but you told me to come back in a week. So I did. You were still in the same spot. You gave me your finished painting. Do you remember what I promised that day, sweet Helen?
I shake my head.
I promised I'd buy you all the paint in the world if you told me your name.
And then what happened?
You're telling me you don't remember? You said a man never made you feel like that before.
I squeal and cover my ears as my face heats up, and Edwin bursts into louder laughter, which sets off a chain reaction in me. I can't even remember why I was crying.
Chapter 45. The Silencer. There is something very peaceful about opening the hood of a car and changing all the fluids yourself. It's always calmed me down, given me something to do. Nothing like the feeling of grease all over your arms while music bumps through the speakers. If anyone needs an escape right now, it's me. My life has suddenly become one big pile of shit, and the few days that have passed since the wedding have been absolute hell. I've been taking it out on my cars. I smashed the Bugatti's windshield in with a crowbar just to feel something. Then I spent 3 hours changing the oil on several of my vehicles, even the ones that didn't need it. I'm elbows deep in a Corvette's engine when tiny, freezing toes gently nudge my bare back. I glance over my shoulder with a raised eyebrow to find Elena standing behind me, eyeing the Bugatti suspiciously.
What you doing?
Changing oil.
I didn't realize the oil reservoir was located in the windshield.
I grab the rag that's flung over my shoulder and wipe off some of the grime that's built up on my hands and turn to face her. I use my thumb to point behind me. Want to learn how? She narrows her eyes at me, revealing her manicured fingers from her sweater paws.
Do these hands look like they were made for manual labor?
Spoiled brat. She sticks her tongue out at me. My face falls when I notice how red the tip of her nose is and the small smudges of mascara under her eyes. Have you been crying? She shakes her head.
Nope. Okay, fine. You got me. Edwin was just telling me about how he met Helen. It was a really cute story.
Until he gets to the part where he rocked her world, huh? Elena smiles and laughs. Something genuine sparkles behind her eyes, and my shoulders instantly relax to see her happy, if only for a second. I pull her to my side, not caring that she's wearing my sweater or that my dirty hands are mucking it up. She wraps her arms around my neck and hugs me. I move my hands up to rest on the small of her back. She kisses the tip of my nose.
Tell me why you're upset.
My shoulders sag with regret. When we got back from California, Edwin and I got in a fight. I look up at the ceiling and sigh. Okay, I was doing the fighting. I got upset with him and stormed out. I said some shit I didn't mean in the heat of the moment. She gives me a strained smile.
He doesn't feel good.
I know. Fuck, I know. I shouldn't have gotten mad at him and I shouldn't have blown him off. At his age, not feeling good can turn into not being alive so fast it's frightening.
Why are you mad at him?
I close my eyes and let out a long breath, trying to buy time to find any plausible explanation without telling her the truth. I'm not withholding information because of Elliot. I have no loyalty to that man. I'm only keeping my mouth shut about his revelation because he's her father and I'm not so confident she'd even believe me. Elena, Angel, I can't tell you. She blinks slowly at me, as if she's not surprised. I'm a master at keeping secrets, after all.
Okay.
She says quietly, rubbing her hands across my bare chest. I purr in satisfaction when her nails scrape along my abs.
I understand.
You do? She nods.
Your secrets with him are none of my business.
I wrap my hands around her waist, squeezing lightly. I'm just not ready to talk about it. She cups my cheeks in her hands and gives me a soft kiss.
Go take a shower and meet me in the study.
Why?
Because I said so.
So bossy. I rub my thumb over her cheekbone before standing. I throw on my dirty shirt and go to our bedroom to shower. Once clean, I get dressed and meet her in the study like she told me to. When I get there, she's sitting at a table with Edwin, helping him with the border of one of his puzzles. He's wheezing hard, like every breath he takes seems to cause him pain. I lock eyes with him and look down at the floor in shame. I'm sorry, I say, my throat burning slightly from the distaste of an apology. I never liked apologizing. Edwin blinks at me.
For what?
He asks, his Irish accent extra gravelly from the phlegm in his chest and throat. My eyes glance over to Elena, and she gives me a flat-lined smile and shakes her head. And now I feel like more of a dick, because I tarnished his last lucid moments together with anger. I've always taken him for granted. Silently, I take a seat at the table with them and help them with the puzzle border. On Christmas Eve, I wake up with Elena's side of the bed ice cold. My first instinct is that something's wrong, that she's had a nightmare and is hiding somewhere in the mansion with her wrists slit. I get out of bed immediately and shrug on a shirt before practically sprinting out of my room. When I get to the foyer of the mansion, my senses are hit with wood smoke and peppermint and horrid, mind-numbing Christmas carols floating through the house. My floors are covered in shopping bags and tissue paper, along with a long rectangular box. I can hear giggles and conversation coming from the main living area. When I round the corner, I'm hit with an odd feeling in my chest. My heart swells with something that I can only describe as domestic bliss. There's a large Christmas tree set up in the middle of the room. Elena's on her butt decorating the bottom of it. On the other side of the tree, Bethany is decorating the top. Edwin is sitting at a small table attempting to glue two sides of a gingerbread house together with frosting. I stay quiet and lean against a column and watch the three of them, lost in their own little bubble of holiday cheer. I finally make myself known and pad into the room, going straight to Elena and squatting next to her to place a kiss to the top of her head. "What's all this, Angel?" Bethany peeks out from behind the tree.
Elena said you didn't own a Christmas tree, and I said that was unacceptable. So we've been working hard to keep you from being such a Grinch. With the help of your credit card, of course.
I'm not a Grinch. I just never cared about Christmas after my parents died. Bethany sighs and gives me a sympathetic look.
Well, I'm going to make you care. So put yourself to work and use that hide of yours to decorate the top of the tree.
Yes, ma'am. I give her a big hug. It's nice to see you, Bethany. Where's Elliot? I ask, noting his absence.
Being a Grinch.
Bethany mumbles to herself, and I don't bother pressing the issue, pleased with the fact that he's not here. I go back to my room to brush my teeth and then pour myself a cup of coffee in the kitchen before rejoining Elena, Bethany, and Edwin in the living room. I'm no good at decorations, but I put the star on top of the tree because I'm the only one who can reach without a ladder. That's gotta be worth something. It's raining outside, pretty heavily, but it adds a nice ambiance to the room. I haven't felt this content in a long time. I guess the absence of family has made me so numb to the simple joys in life. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that decorating this damn tree made the list of my favorite memories this year. Once the tree is decorated to Bethany's standards, she grabs two presents from under the tree and shoves one in my hand and gently places the other in front of Edwin. I stand there, awkwardly staring at the neatly wrapped box. Edwin and I don't do gifts. It isn't a thing for us. Bethany clicks her tongue.
Well, open them. I'm leaving soon, and I want to see you two open your Christmas presents for me before I go.
My eye twitches in Edwin's direction, and he takes one for the team and opens his first. The three of us watch him carefully as he tears through the paper. Inside, a 5,000-piece puzzle that's completely white, making it extra challenging. Edwin's face lights up like the star on top of the tree. He shoves the pitiful attempt at a gingerbread house to the floor. It lands with a plop, and he immediately dumps out all 5,000 pieces of the puzzle and gets to work, exclaiming proudly that he'll finish it by New Year's and starts giggling like old people do until he gives himself a coughing fit. Bethany turns to me.
Your turn, Christian.
With a deep breath, I tear into the small package. When I lift the lid of the black box, sitting against red tissue paper is a Christmas ornament. It's a sleek, black circle with a small golden plaque at the bottom with the year etched into it. In the center, a family photo that we all took together at the wedding. I lift the ornament out of the box and hold it up by the delicate golden ribbon. It spins, revealing a message etched onto the back. Family's first Christmas. I clutch the small ornament carefully in my fist and take 2 long strides across the room to Bethany, pulling her into a tight hug. "Thank you," I whisper to her, quiet enough that only she can hear it. And when I finally let her go, I place the ornament right in the center of the tree, so that every time I walk by, I'll remember what it feels like to have a family. It's Christmas Day. Bethany left soon after we finished the decorations. I gave her an extra long hug before she left and sent her back to Texas on my private jet as a small gift to her. I didn't get her or anyone in Elena's family a gift for Christmas. I got Elena something, of course, and I suppose the $1 million check I wrote for Justin and Travis as a wedding gift was enough, but I didn't even think about getting her parents anything. When Bethany landed, I texted her letting her know that her next vacation was on me. Elena and I spent Christmas morning cuddled up on one of the couches in the living room near a fireplace, going through old family photos. I don't have nearly as many as her, so most of the time is spent listening to her tell detailed stories about every photo in the album. I laugh at her relentlessly when we get to her middle school days, where she went through her emo phase, and there was no purple to be found in her life for 2 whole years. She shows me the first time she won a gold medal at a dance competition, reminiscing about how tight her bun was and how bad it hurt to take it out. We go through her senior prom photos, and she is sorely disappointed to find out that I did not attend my own senior prom because I got suspended for 3 days for fighting. I crinkle my nose in disgust at a photo of her and her ex-boyfriend at her college graduation. Elena starts getting fidgety halfway through the day. Restless, her nervous energy comes off her in waves. I use a hand to brush some of her loose hair off her shoulder and place a soft kiss to the curve of her neck. "What's going on?"
I'm nervous.
I couldn't tell. She smiles and then presses her lips to mine.
I need you to go to our room and stay until everything's ready. I'll text you when you can come out. Oh, and make sure you're wearing a suit.
"What are you up to? You're acting suspicious." She playfully rolls her eyes.
Go.
I do as she says. About 45 minutes of waiting pass, and I get dressed as instructed. I put on one of my best-fitting suits, my shiniest shoes, and my nicest Rolex. As I straighten my tie in the mirror, I look around the room in the reflection and realize how accustomed I've become to sharing my home with the woman I love. Her bar exam prep books and notebooks are scattered across the table. A stray bobby pin is discarded on the floor. A cardigan is draped over the sofa to my left. That picture of her dad she used to have in her office sits on my bookshelf next to my own family photos. Everything about her presence in my life feels right. Like this is exactly where I was always meant to end up. For the first time, I regret nearly ending my life. I almost missed out on the best thing that's ever happened to me. I get the text to come out, and I do one final look in the mirror to make sure I look sharp. I leave the bedroom with my footsteps echoing through the quiet corridors of the mansion. When I get to the foyer, I pause, raising an eyebrow at the state of the floor. White rose petals create a path, winding through the foyer, lined by tea lights. I follow the path slowly, and it comes to a stop in front of the fireplace. I hear the distinct sound of heels clicking against the floor behind me, and when I turn, the entire world and everything in it fades away. Elena's hair frames her face in big loose curls down her back. She's wearing a white satin dress. It has thin straps and a cowl neckline and ends mid-calf. Shining brightly around her neck is the Harry Winston necklace I bought her in Mykonos, accompanied by tiny diamond studs in her ears. Her lips are painted in bright red lipstick, making her slight pout look absolutely irresistible. I let out a shuddering breath, because I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful, so magnificent, so stellar, so perfect. She walks down the little rose petal path towards me, and when she's close enough that I can touch her, I cradle her jaw, look into her eyes, and whisper, "Stunning." A glossy sheen coats her eyes, and those honey-brown irises sparkle up at me.
Ask me properly.
I don't understand at first, but then the pieces start to fall together, the rose petal path, the white dress. She's giving me a wedding as my Christmas present. Pulling out the ring I had made for her out of my pocket, I slowly sink down to one knee without breaking eye contact. I'd offer you my heart and my soul, but you've had both of those from the moment we met. What more of myself do I have left to give you that you don't already possess? I have my last name, if you think it's worthy enough to follow the 5 letters you've carved into my heart. Elena Louise Young, my angel, my love, my life. Will you marry me? Elena nods, giving me her finger.
Yes, I'll marry you.
I slip the 11-carat purple diamond onto her delicate finger, kissing it before standing to my full height and then taking her lips in mine.
You're supposed to save the kiss until after we say I do.
I do, I whisper, taking her lips in mine again. I do, I do, I do. Elena giggles against my lips.
I have a ring for you.
She leans over to grab a tiny red box hidden behind a pillow on the sofa. She opens the box and then turns it so I can see inside. It's a simple black band. I lift it from the plush red velvet. Inside the band, engraved in gold, are our initials on either side of a monogrammed letter R. Adoration fills my heart as I let her slip the ring onto my finger. Technically, this isn't a marriage, it's an engagement. We will have to apply for a marriage license and have an officiant hold a ceremony for us properly. Blah, blah, blah. None of the specifics matter. She's pledged her life to me as I've done to her, and it's more than enough for me. I begin to laugh as I kiss her again.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Just my present to you seems so stupid by comparison. She smirks against my lips.
Show me.
She yelps as I lean down to pick her up bridal style. She is my bride, after all. I carry her through the mansion to the garage. Parked directly in the middle of the room is a pearlescent white McLaren 720S and a custom license plate that simply says, Angel.
Christian, you didn't!
She gasps as I set her down.
This is too much. You bought me a yacht 2 months ago.
Perks of being super rich. I kiss the curve of her neck again. I get to spoil you rotten, ostentatiously and often. She tangles her small hands into the front of my jacket and pulls me in for a kiss. It's hot and needy, and she drags me backwards until her legs hit her new car. Then she lowers herself onto the hood of the car and spreads her legs to reveal that she's not wearing any panties.
Come here and spoil me.
Jesus fuck, this woman is going to be the death of me. I fall to my knees in front of her, and then I spoil my angel with my mouth and hands, right there on the hood of the car, all damn night. Best Christmas ever, 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 ever. Part 3. Chapter 46. The Silencer. Every night for 10 days at precisely 3 a.m., like clockwork, I hear my least favorite sound. Elena wakes up screaming at the top of her lungs until she starts gagging on the sounds coming from her throat, and then runs to the bathroom and barely makes it before emptying her stomach into the toilet. I go with her to hold the loose hair that falls from her delicate braid away from her face. I rub her back, murmur how much I love her into her neck. It never takes her long to come back to reality, but when she does, it's always in tears. Elena slumps into my chest and I stroke her hair. Same as last time. She nods, smearing the wetness on her cheeks across my bare chest, right against the name I carved into my heart. It's always the same nightmare. She's back in that glass cage with Frank and Neil. I don't know why she suddenly started having these nightmares. She hasn't had them consistently since November. The worst part about not knowing what triggered them is that I have no idea how to stop them. I have no idea how to help her, and I hate feeling helpless when it comes to her. It's almost like I'm stuck on the opposite side of that glass cage from her, reliving the worst few moments of our lives right there beside her. She has dark circles under her eyes, and I can just see it in her demeanor that she wants nothing more than a good night's sleep. I help her to the sink, but she's so tired that she can hardly lift the toothbrush. My throat burns as I watch her brush in slow, uncoordinated strokes. When she's done, I pick her up and carry her to bed to tuck her in again. She stares at the space above her, almost like she's in a trance. I crawl into bed next to her and pull her tight to my side. She wraps her arms around me and whimpers once before the tears start falling again. I use one hand to draw mindless patterns on her back with my fingers and use my other to unlock my phone. I open the search engine and look for the closest local pharmacy. It's not far, less than 10 minutes away. I kiss the top of her head and sit up. She grabs me frantically, her eyes darting around my face in a silent panic.
Where are you going?
I run my thumb gently along her cheekbone. I'll be back in 30 minutes, I promise. She lets me go, and I leave the bedroom to go downstairs to my workshop. Elena made me promise to stop killing, and I haven't been, but the silencer isn't any less useful to me. I still go out and use his presence to intimidate information out of people. But it hasn't gotten me anywhere. Frank Valenti vanished without a trace, and if something else killed him before I did, I'm going to raise him from the dead just to kill him again. The thing about the silencer is that he doesn't need to kill to put the fear of God in someone. Just because no one's found a body with red duct tape in 2 months doesn't mean they aren't out there, and that fear is more than enough to make up for the lack of bloodshed. Before I put on my mask, I crack my neck and stare at myself in the reflection of a blank computer screen. In and out. We're there for one thing. Got it? I pause, waiting for an answer that never comes.
Quiet tonight. That's a first.
The parking lot of the pharmacy is dead quiet. There are 4 cameras surrounding the small white building, 1 on each side. The one closest to the door is easy enough to take out with a well-aimed bullet. The sound of that gunshot will have lowered the property value of the apartments across the street, but a broken camera is a lot less shocking than a body. When I was at MIT, I spent a lot of my studies learning how security systems work. At the time, security was Reeves Enterprises' specialty. It still is one of the main pillars of the company and our biggest source of income globally. Fortunately, it's one of my specialties, too. I could break into the Pentagon with a glow stick and a ballpoint pen if I had to. A pharmacy? Child's play. I shut off the security cameras inside with a jamming device I stick into the computer at the checkout desk. Then it's literally as simple as searching through the walls of medications behind the pharmacy counter until I find what I'm looking for. Esopiclone. Sleeping pills. I reach for the bottle but freeze when I hear hushed voices. I squat behind one of the lower shelves. In the distance, between the breaks and the racks of medications, I can see 2 flashlights approaching the counter. 2 men in ski masks stare at the open security gate separating the pharmacy from the rest of the store. One of them scratches the top of his head.
I don't like this. What if there's someone else in here?
Then unload your 9 into them, idiot. So long as they haven't taken the hydros, I don't give a fuck if there's someone else here.
But the camera outside.
Shut up and start looking. The 2 of them jump over the counter and start wandering up and down the aisles of medications.
Okay, no problem. Just let them take the painkillers and leave.
I shift behind a different rack when one of them turns down the aisle I need. He starts casually observing all the bottles and chuckles to himself when he grabs my bottle of pills. He waves the bottle in the direction of his friend and then tosses it to him.
You ever try these with some liquor?
His friend tosses them back. Nah, man. The high any good? He unzips his backpack to stuff them inside.
Fucking phenomenal.
I press my gun firmly to his head.
Hand it over or lose the back of your skull.
The man drops the pills and puts his hands up in surrender as his friend stares at us in horror.
Hey, I don't want any trouble, man.
I lower my gun and pick up the bottle before shoving it into my tactical pants. It rattles with each step I take away from them.
Hey, asshole!
I pause mid-step and turn my head slightly to look over my shoulder. I can see the muzzle of a gun flash against the flashlights they're holding.
Give me the pills!
He called his friend the idiot, but he's the only one making stupid decisions right now.
His friend will live longer, that's for sure.
I turn around fully. The one holding the gun definitely has a Napoleon complex. He's got to be at least a foot shorter than me. I reach into my pocket and pull out the bottle.
These pills?
I ask, shaking them tauntingly. He gives me a curt nod back. I start walking in his direction. Slowly. I'm not intentionally trying to be threatening, but it's easy to see in his eyes that he's suspicious. He's not honestly expecting me to hand over these pills, and that's probably the first rational thought he's had in the last 5 minutes. I approach him until his pistol is pressed directly into my sternum. I hold the pills above my head.
Well, since you wanted them so badly, go on. Take them.
He tightens his jaw at me and hilariously reaches up to try and grab them from me. I'm just being a dickhead now, knowing there's no way in hell he can reach.
Man, fuck you,
he shouts, pressing his gun further into my chest.
Come on, man, his friend begs. Let's just go.
You got 5 seconds to hand me the pills or I'm blowing your head off. 5. I roll my eyes and take a deep breath. 4. I crack my neck. 3. I catch my reflection in the security mirror hanging on the wall.
2.
What took you so long?
I was hoping he'd use the shelves to climb for them. I won't tell if you won't tell. Deal. 1. The asshole never stood a chance. His arterial blood is splattered all over me and the bottles of medication before he even manages to fully get out the single syllable. His body slumps to the floor, and his friend stares at me in shock, his gaze fixated on the knife in my left hand. His terrified brown eyes meet my noxious green ones, and I growl out another deep breath as I hear the blood dripping from my body down to the floor. I throw my arm over his shoulders like we're best buds, and then lean in close to him. Run. He takes off like a bat out of hell, tripping over his friend's dead body, abandoning his backpack and flashlight. As he's climbing over the pharmacy counter, I shoot him in the back. I yawn as I watch his body fall backwards over the counter, landing with a crack on the white tiles of the floor. I did say he'd live longer. Didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I?
Chapter 47. The Angel. I'm going to puke. Christian squeezes my hand and gives me that $1 billion smile.
Elena, relax. Everything's going to be fine.
But what if it's not? What if... He shuts me up with a kiss. It does nothing to calm my nerves. My foot bounces nervously against the marble floors of the courthouse. I watch people walk by. They all look so unhappy to be here. I guess that's understandable. Courthouses aren't exactly a place where good things happen, especially not here in Meridian City. I stand up abruptly and pull my phone out of my purse. Hesitantly, my finger shakes as I slowly tap the name of the one person I really need to hear from right now. I'm sorry. Mailbox full. Goodbye. My head sags as I drop my hand to my side, phone clutched in my fingers like a lifeline. I've heard that automatic message so many times at this point that I don't know what I'd do if my dad actually answered. I drop my phone back into my purse and take my seat next to Christian, tucking my head in the crook of his neck. I breathe in the scent of his expensive cologne and run my fingers along the soft fabric of his suit.
Just give him some time. It's only been a few weeks.
I let out a shaky exhale, refusing to let tears fall. Today is going to be a good day. It has to be. I need it to be. The doors next to our bench open, and the bailiff walks out. He glances around the hallway, and his eyes land on us.
Christian and Elena Reeves.
He motions towards the door.
Please come in.
We stand and walk into the courtroom. It's so dull. Cherry brown wood that hasn't been updated in decades makes up the entirety of the room, from the walls to the benches to the floors. Christian and I take a seat at the assigned table with our attorney, Jason Lockhart, and wait several long minutes by ourselves before the doors open again, and 3 lawyers, a social worker, and representative from the orphanage enter, along with a tiny blonde head of hair. "Hi, Elena!" Caroline shouts, loud enough for it to echo off the wooden walls. Her bunny stuffed animal is tucked into her elbow like it always is. The representative shushes her and ushers her into the table opposite of us. Christian and I give her a small wave, and I suddenly feel those nerves kick into overdrive. Another few minutes of waiting, and the judge takes her place at the front of the room. "Good morning," she greets. "We are here for cause number MC 2020-06378A, ex parte in the matter of Christian Thomas Reeves and Elena Louise Reeves for the adoption of a minor child." The judge clears her throat and looks towards Caroline and the 5 adults surrounding her. "The court has reviewed the petition for adoption filed by Christian and Elena Reeves for the adoption of a minor child born August 23rd, 2015 in Meridian City, New Jersey. In addition, the court has reviewed numerous reports and recommendations of the Child and Family Services Agency, the Thomas and Elizabeth Reeves Memorial Orphanage, and the Meridian City Advocates for Orphan Children." I begin to shake, and Christian squeezes my hand again. I squeeze his back so hard I think I might dent my wedding ring.
Having reviewed the aforementioned petition and reports, the court finds that the following statements are true. The child is physically and mentally suitable for adoption. The petitioners are fit to financially provide proper shelter, food, and education to the child. Petitioner Elena Louise Reeves has had no arrests in the 6 months preceding the petition. The smile falls from my face when that's where the judge stops. I look up at Christian, and all the color has drained from his face. The judge looks at us from over the glasses perched on the tip of her nose. Having reviewed the aforementioned petition and reports, the court finds that the following statements are false. Oh no. Petitioner Christian Thomas Reeves has had no arrests in the 6 months preceding the petition. Petitioners have no conflicts of interest with the Thomas and Elizabeth Reeves Memorial Orphanage. The child has resided with the petitioners for at least 6 months preceding that date of this hearing. The courtroom is dead silent, but I still think I can hear my heart breaking as tears well in my eyes. "Christian?" I whimper. He's stiff at my side. I dare to look at him, and I wish I hadn't. I've never seen him look so hollow. It is the opinion of this court that the petitioners have not met the requirements for adoption in the state of New Jersey. The lengthy criminal history of petitioner Christian Reeves raises concerns about his temperament. There are complications arising from the relationship between Mr. Reeves and the Thomas and Elizabeth Reeves Memorial Orphanage that may form an inherent bias in favor of this adoption. Christian tenses like he's ready to jump over the table and strangle the judge right there on the bench, but I clutch my hand into his suit jacket. There's no need to fight. This is over. I told him that we couldn't just skip the entirety of the process. Even with his influence, it was foolish for us to get our hopes up. He paid off this judge, but it wasn't enough. We have to do what's best for Caroline. And what's best for her isn't us. However, the judge continues, shifting everyone's focus back to her. Just this morning, the court received a letter from the Thomas and Elizabeth Reeves Memorial Orphanage. I'd like to take a moment to read it aloud. The judge unfolds a piece of paper and leans forward into the microphone.
Dear Mr. or Mrs. Judge, my name is Caroline. Miss Kelly said I have lived here for 14 months, but I told her it feels like 14 years. And I'm only 4 years old, so that's a long time. My very first free period here, my class went to the arcade, and I tried to win a toy from the claw machine, but I was too small to see inside. I used all my tokens and didn't win anything. A really tall man saw me in the arcade and asked what I was trying to win. I said I didn't know because I couldn't see, so he lifted me up and asked me to choose a toy. I picked the purple bunny because purple is my favorite color, and guess what? The man won Mr. Bunny on his first try. A few days later, I saw the man again and ran to him because I wanted to show him that I still had Mr. Bunny. Miss Kelly got mad at me for disturbing him. She said he was a very important person and I shouldn't bother him while he's doing adult business. He said his name was Mr. Reeves and that I could show him Mr. Bunny whenever I wanted. I started carrying around Mr. Bunny everywhere so I could show Mr. Reeves that I was taking good care of him. Mr. Reeves and Mr. Bunny were my only friends. Mr. Reeves never brought his own friends, but one day he had a whole bunch of people with him. One of them was wearing a purple dress. Her name was Elena. Elena said that she was just friends with Mr. Reeves, but I knew that Mr. Reeves liked her. Now guess what? She's Mrs. Reeves, just like I said from the start. I knew it! Elena is my best friend. She's so pretty and nice, and she loves purple just like me. One time I gave her a picture I drew. It was me, her, and Mr. Reeves sitting on a bench. One day I want to take a picture just like the one I drew. I don't know what Mr. Reeves' first name is, but I'm tired of calling him Mr. Reeves. I want to call him Daddy instead, and I want to call Elena Mommy. Miss Kelly says that in 2 days there will be a hearing for me, but I said that's silly because my ears work just fine. Can you please read this letter and make sure you check your ears? It's very important that everyone hears that I want a new family. Love, Caroline. P.S. Can I bring Mr. Bunny? He has big ears, so he's good at hearing.
I have to cover my mouth to stifle the sob crawling out of my throat. That girl on the other side of the courtroom could ask the president for the nuclear codes and he'd give them to her.
Well, it's clear to me from this letter that this child has a special bond with Mr. and Mrs. Reeves. Therefore, having considered all the facts and opinions of this case, the court finds that the final decree of adoption should be granted. From this moment forward, there is an established legal parent-child relationship, and the name of the child is hereby legally changed to Caroline Delilah Reeves.
The judge, now with a big smile on her face, points to Caroline.
Miss Caroline, if you could have any gift in the world right now, what would it be?
Caroline bites the tip of her finger for a long moment, pondering all the possibilities. Then she gasps and throws her hands up in the air, Mr. Bunny landing with a plop on the hardwood.
I want to go to Disney World!
It is further ordered that the petitioners shall take their new child to Disney World.
Then she bangs the gavel on her desk. And an hour later, we're on our private jet headed towards Orlando.
Chapter 48. The Silencer. Working from home is unnatural. I hate it. But not seeing my office at the Reeves Enterprises headquarters for a few months is a very small sacrifice to make in the grand scheme of things, considering the life I've built since Christmas. Working from home does have its perks, though, like getting to see my family whenever I want. My godfather, my wife, and my daughter. In the 2 months that have passed since Christmas, Elena and I had a small marriage ceremony at the courthouse. After that, we applied to adopt. The Thomas and Elizabeth Reeves Memorial Orphanage has an adoption program sponsored by the state to match eligible children to prospective parents. It's the same process as a regular adoption: interviews, background checks, home inspections. The only major difference is that in order to adopt a child from the campus, a board composed of 15 members from Termo and the state have to unanimously vote yes to approve the match before a final adoption hearing is held in court. Considering I am a member of said board, that was all just logistics. Caroline was always meant to be a part of my family. All it took was a few $1 million in bribes to finalize it within a month. Pocket change. Those vetting processes are in place for the benefit of the child. Should I feel bad that I use my money and influence to bulldoze my way through them? Probably. Do I? Fuck no. The judge at our adoption hearing did order me to take a 6-week anger management course within the year as a condition for the adoption. It upset me, considering I paid that judge 7 figures to grant the adoption despite knowing we didn't meet the criteria, but Elena and I got what we wanted in the end, so I suppose it's a small price to pay. She jokingly ordered us to take Caroline to Disney World, but I took that very seriously, and we were at the park for a week straight. The first night we were there, as we were tucking Caroline into bed, she looked me dead in the eyes, kissed my cheek, and said,
I have the best daddy in the whole wide world.
I almost fucking bought Disney World for her after that. One thing that Elena and I have realized after Caroline moved in with us is that she doesn't like to be alone. I don't think she has any sort of separation anxiety from us, at least not yet, but she's always in the same room as me or Elena, and if we're not available, she's with Edwin. I suppose it makes sense. She was always glued to Kelly's side at the orphanage, most likely because she was the most consistent adult in her life at the time. She had a penchant for wandering off to look for candy, so now I keep stashes of Tootsie Rolls hidden around the house for her. Elena doesn't know that, though. It's our little secret. Caroline is sitting on my lap, coloring a piece of paper bright blue. Streaks of marker are covering my desk from where her vigorous artistic hands have run off the page. This desk is solid mahogany and cost me $15,000. Do I care? Not in the slightest. Caroline can do, quite literally, anything she wants. I think I might be more whipped for my daughter than I am for my wife. Said wife comes busting into my office looking like she's ready for war. She has a newspaper gripped so tight in her hand that she might tear a hole through the entire stack of paper. Spying Caroline on my lap, her face softens and she comes to squat next to us.
Hey, Carol? Go to the kitchen and tell Paolo that I said you could have a cupcake before dinner.
Caroline gasps, immediately dropping her marker.
Really?
She asks in disbelief. Elena, despite her own weakness for sugar, limits Caroline's intake of it. Though, if Mommy says no, Caroline knows that Daddy will always say yes. Elena nods.
Really? But only one?
Caroline hops off my lap and darts out of the office like the Roadrunner from Looney Tunes. Once we're alone, Elena's face hardens again and she shuts the door. She's angry. I can see it in her face. The only other time she's ever had that fury in her eyes was before she knew I was the silencer, when she told me that she wished I would die. Angel.
Don't fucking angel me. Is there something you want to tell me, Christian? And think about your answer very hard, because if you lie to me...
She doesn't finish her sentence because she doesn't need to. Message received. I glance between her furious face and the newspaper Edwin reads every morning. There's only one explanation for why she's so upset. She's found out that I'm still killing. And not even because I'm still looking for Frank Valenti. I'm killing because I want to. I'm pathetic for lying to her. I know that. And I know this isn't just us anymore. We have Caroline now. She will never forgive me if she finds out what I've been up to when she's under the influence of the sleeping pills I give her every night. She couldn't have. I haven't done anything to land my kills in the paper. I don't even claim them anymore. An intentional decision I made to avoid this exact situation. I honestly don't know what to say. No.
No.
She scoffs and then throws the newspaper in my face.
Then tell me why you're on the front page fucking news.
I flip it so I can read the large font on the front page, and now I'm concerned. The silencer is back. Double homicide claimed by infamous killer. I look between her and the newspaper again and then lay it flat on my desk. I take a deep breath. Elena, this wasn't me.
Don't fucking lie to me again!
She snaps, banging her tiny fists on the desk.
You promised me you wouldn't do this anymore!
She paces around in a small circle and runs her fingers through her silky hair. She sucks in a sharp breath and lowers her voice.
We have a daughter now, Christian. If anyone finds out about you, forget me. Think about how much danger you're putting Caroline in.
I bite the inside of my cheek at the insinuation that I would ever let anyone with ill intentions come within a light year of our daughter. I have to clench my fists to keep my head on straight. It wasn't me.
Do you think I'm stupid? Am I supposed to believe that some random person has decided to steal your MO? If it was just you and I, fine, I get it. But not with Caroline in the picture. If you still want to play psychopath, then maybe I should take...
Don't finish that fucking sentence. I shoot up from my chair, round the desk, grab her by her neck and pin her against the wall. You knew exactly what I was when you let me put that ring around your finger. You knew exactly what I was when you sat there and let me play the entire fucking adoption system like a fiddle so that Caroline would be ours. Don't you dare try and act like you're on some moral high ground here. And don't you ever even fucking think about threatening to leave me again. Ever, Elena. Or you can kiss your freedom goodbye.
I haven't been free since we met.
I grab the newspaper and toss it into the fireplace to my right. I sigh and let go of her neck. I press my forehead to hers and take a deep breath. I swear on my life, on our marriage, on our family, on everything, that those kills are not mine. My declaration makes her pause. She knows with absolute certainty that our marriage and our daughter mean everything to me. I wouldn't say that if I didn't mean it. I can see in Elena's eyes that she still doesn't believe me, or at least doesn't want to. I resign. Obviously, you need to cool off before we talk about this. I'll be back for dinner. I graze her bottom lip with my thumb. I love you.
I love you too.
She chokes out the words like they're poison on her tongue, and it sends a dagger straight through my heart. I leave the room and find Caroline in the kitchen with frosting on her cheeks, and I kiss the top of her head before I head to the garage. Inside my car, I hit the steering wheel with my fists. It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. It wasn't fucking me. Now that I'm a family man, people find me more approachable. When I arrive at Reeves Enterprises, I'm greeted dozens of times. I've always been able to turn on the charm when I needed to, but there used to be a wall between myself and other people. I only ever got spoken to by outsiders about business. I think people can see that I'm human now. They can see I have a life outside of my company that's made me happy. Happy. Still such a strange feeling. I was completely numb for 30 years. That tug on my hollow chest, that squeeze in my black heart when I look at Elena still feels foreign sometimes. When I step into the elevator, I check my phone. No missed calls or texts, no voicemails, no anything. Complete radio silence from the only person I care to hear from. I stare at my lock screen with a sad smile on my face. It's a photo of the best day of my life. Our courthouse marriage ceremony. The moment the judge officially declared us husband and wife, I took Elena into my arms, dipped her backwards, and gave her the kiss of the century. In that moment, she became officially, thoroughly, indisputably mine. All the boring paperwork came next, updating my will, adding her to all my bank accounts and credit cards, applying for a new deed to add her as an owner of the Reeves estate, giving her the same authority and privileges at RE that I have as CEO, complete and untethered access to anything and everything that was mine. I wanted her to have it all. Not that she's taken advantage of any of it. The only thing she's purchased with her black card is a bar exam prep course and a set of highlighters because all of hers ran dry. She takes the bar exam in 3 days, which is another reason why I've been working from home. I wanted to watch Caroline while she does her last-minute studying. It's been beautiful to watch Elena blossom under the stress, but now that it's imminently upon her, she's freaking out. But I know she'll do great. Perfect. There's no way in hell she won't pass with flying colors. I might have something to do with that, but I'll take that secret to the grave. The elevator dings and the doors open. I walk into the office, still focused on my lock screen, like staring at it will somehow make Elena less upset with me. I'm immediately hit with the foul, unmistakable odor of decaying flesh. When I look up, I freeze. My stomach turns, and I don't think I've ever seen something so horrifying in my entire life. I'm a serial killer, so that's saying something. In front of me, 2 people are slumped over in chairs taken from the conference table. 1 man, 1 woman. The woman is wearing a short black wig and has red lipstick on her lips. The man is wearing a suit. Both of them have a bullet hole in their heads and a sheet of printer paper stapled to their chests. Big, bold, red letters spell out Thomas and Elizabeth. There are not many things on this earth that disgust me. I've done enough maiming of my own that blood and gore don't bother me. But whoever did this is clearly trying to send a message to me, and it's working. For the first time in my life, when I look at dead bodies, I lean over and puke. A half hour later, I'm sitting outside the building on a bench trying to smoke away the horror while I give interview after interview to the police. There's a huge commotion on the sidewalk outside. Bystanders and police and coroners and media vans.
Christian!
I stand up at the sound of my wife's concerned voice. She nearly face plants when she exits the SUV before it's even fully stopped. Gavin brought her here, probably after hearing about the situation on the police scanner. Elena cups my cheeks and forces me to look at her. I do, but I'm sure I look like shit.
Are you okay?
Do you have any mints or gum? I ask, my reluctance to answer her all the confirmation she needs that I am in no way okay. She pulls a tiny tin of mints from her purse and hands them to me. I put 7 of them into my mouth and use my tongue to brush them along the inside of my teeth while the spearmint flavor envelops me. I shove my hands in the pockets of my slacks. It was my parents, I say, laughing cruelly at this sick joke someone has decided to play on me. I don't know who they were, but they were made up to look like my parents, dressed up like dolls. I take a deep breath and I lean my forehead against hers. Are you still mad at me? She lets out a sardonic scoff.
Are you still lying to me?
I shake my head. It wasn't me? Her silence tells me that she still doesn't believe me. Something in the air goes stale. All the commotion falls quiet. I look up and around, and just a few feet from where Elena and I are standing, there's a man and a woman, crying. Dried blood crusted along their hairline, zip-tied wrists, red duct tape over their mouths. But this isn't just any man and woman. It's my parents. My mother and father are staring back at me with terrified looks on their faces that I haven't seen in 30 years. No, not my parents. It's worse than that. It's just a visage of them. Delicate stitches along the high points of their faces, bruised and bloody and mutilated. The woman begins to make choked, sobbing sounds like she's trying to speak. I use one arm to push Elena behind me. She's staring at the two people in shock, along with Gavin and all the witnesses. I slowly reach my hand up to pull the duct tape off the woman's mouth. When I do, she has bright red lipstick on, just like the woman in my office, and her lips are sewn shut. She's moaning incoherently, her brows furrowed like she's begging me to hear what she's saying even though she can't get the word out. An irritating red flash buzzes around my vision, and I rub my eyes to try and clear it away. Probably just a reflection of the police lights and the glassy haze of wetness gathered in my eyes. The woman keeps moaning, crying harder now, and then one bullet enters her forehead. And then another enters the man's chest. I stumble backwards in shock, feeling like I've just watched my parents die all over again. I'm unable to form words or thoughts or feelings. After what feels like a miserable eternity, but is probably only a millisecond, I hear Gavin shout, "Mr. Reeves, get the fuck down!" And that's when a bullet hits me too, hits me too, hits me too, hits me too.
Chapter 49. The Angel. I don't think I've ever made such a high-pitched, horrified shrill in my life. I can't hear anything except the blood pounding in my ears and screams coming from my throat. Everything happened so fast. I heard 2 gunshots, then heard Gavin yell for Christian to get down. After that, all I remember is the sound of a 3rd gunshot and my husband's skull hitting the concrete. Gavin pulls me to the ground and covers me with his body. It's his job. I understand his concern for me, but I don't care about my safety. Not when Christian is just a foot away, struggling to breathe with blood soaking into his shirt. Oh my God! Oh my God! Someone shot him! My first instinct is to crawl to him, but Gavin won't let me. He holds me down on my stomach, flat against the concrete, and shields my entire body with his own. His pistol is tight in his hand. Gavin is a large, strong man, so I can't move out from under him despite my nonstop squirming and bucking to get him off me. I reach for Christian's hand as people scream and run around us. I don't care about any of them. I don't care about possibly getting shot. All I care about is my husband staring up at the sky, struggling for his life. I'll never forgive myself if the last thing he sees is the sky instead of my face. Gavin, please! Please let me help him!
You can't help him,
Gavin growls, looking around at the buildings overhead, mumbling to himself.
That sounded like an M24, Army issue.
I don't care about your fucking gun lesson! I shout, digging my nails into his arm as hard as I can, though it does nothing. Let me go right now or you're fired!
Then consider me fired because you're not fucking moving until I'm positive it's safe.
I cry out in frustration and squeeze Christian's hand. Look at me! Please look at me! His head turns to me, and I breathe out a sigh of relief that he's still somewhat conscious. The blood seeping from his chest is pooling onto the sidewalk. He blinks at me slowly. Tears spill out of my eyes as I watch his chest rise and fall raggedly and painfully. I can see it in the paleness of his face and the distant look in his eyes that he's fading. Gavin, let me go!
No.
I growl and turn abruptly under him and kick him in the shin. If it were your wife bleeding out on a sidewalk, you wouldn't let anyone stop you. Gavin hesitantly lifts his weight off me. I scramble to Christian's side and hold his cold cheeks in my hands. Gavin shrugs off his jacket and uses it to press down on the gaping bullet hole in Christian's torso. I'm here, I coo. His eyes close and I become frantic. I slap him across the face. Don't you dare. Please don't leave me. We haven't been through so much together just for you to get taken out by a bullet. My heart aches painfully when I feel him trace a shaky hand up my arm. He growls through the pain, breathing like each intake of air might be his last. His calloused hand meets my cheek, and he rubs the back of his fingers along the delicate skin there. This feels like a goodbye, and my heart can't take it. Please, I whimper quietly, sobbing and trembling as he feels over my cheek and rubs a thumb over my lip.
Angel,
Christian says, his voice a mere whisper. The resignation and the feebleness of his tone sends a jolt of white-hot fear through me. I shake my head. Don't give up on me.
I would never. My soul belongs to you.
I wince. Which is why it's going to stay right here where it belongs. He shakes his head, then moves his hand from my cheeks to rest over my heart. I understand what he means, but I shake my head right back. Please don't. I need you. Caroline needs you. Please don't. Don't. When his eyes close again, I throw my head up to the sky, and I scream. I never pray. My family and I never put much into our religious lives. My father stopped believing in God after his first family was killed. My mother believes but doesn't attend church. Travis steers clear of religion because of his sexual orientation. Me? Well, I suppose I'm the worst of all of us, because the first time I've ever prayed in my life is because I need God to show me mercy. This is my fault. This is my punishment for not believing Christian when he swore to me that he didn't kill those people in the papers. I'm sitting in the front row pew of the chapel, my head dipped down in shame, a box of tissues to my left and one clenched in my fist, soaked through with tears. I haven't stopped crying in days. 6, to be exact. I heard the door open behind me. Maybe it's an assassin coming here to finish the job. Maybe it's an apparition, a spirit here to torment me with my grief. Maybe it's simply another person needing to pray. I hear them take a seat behind me, and it goes quiet. I sniffle and blow my nose into the tissue, discarding it in the trash can filled to the brim with used tissues, and grabbing a clean one from my side. Mrs. Reeves, a woman's voice says from the pew behind me. I take a deep breath and wait for her to say whatever it is she has to say. I don't have the strength to reply. It's time. Those 2 words fill me with such dread that I think I might die from a broken heart. As a violent sob wrecks through me, I stare up at the cross hanging on the wall. I shake my head. No. We need to. I said no! I shout, my sorrowful voice echoing off the walls of the small room. I hear her sigh. I'll give you some more time. I hold my hand over my mouth to muffle my weeping as I hear her stand and begin to walk away. I take a deep breath. Wait. The footsteps stop. Being strong has never been so hard. What if he doesn't forgive me for giving up on him? It goes quiet for a long moment again. Letting go can sometimes be more merciful than holding on. I nod. looking down at my feet. "Thank you, Dr. Portman. Please leave me alone." She leaves, and as soon as the chapel doors close behind her, I begin to sob loudly. "Why are you so cruel to him?" I ask the cross hanging on the wall. "If you're real, you have so much more to apologize for than he ever will. When people talk about forgiveness, you're the one that should be asking for it." I stand up from the pew and dust off my jeans. I've been wearing them for 6 days. Disgusting, I know, but I can't find the will to take care of myself when I've lost my heart. I leave the small chapel and make my way through the sterile corridors. Beige paint, white tiles, empty, soulless, like me. I freeze at the doorway of ICU room 15. Not because I'm shocked, but because every time I step through this threshold, it feels like one less time I'll have a chance to. I take a deep breath and walk into the room, taking a seat in the chair that has my ass print embedded into it from the past 6 days. I slump over against the hospital bed and take Christian's hand in mine. It's so cold and limp. I watch every breath he takes intently, afraid he'll stop at any moment. His wedding ring is heavy in the back pocket of my jeans, reminding me how fragile everything is, how precious the time I've gotten to spend with him is. It doesn't matter how it began. All that matters to me is doing everything I can to make sure that this isn't the end. It can't be. He lost so much blood. I remember watching Gavin do chest compressions while I put pressure on the wound. When the paramedics arrived, I remember fighting against Gavin to let me go with them. I remember my hands and arms being covered in my husband's blood and feeling so powerless. I didn't know how to help him. They told me that his heart stopped during the emergency surgery they did to try and repair the damage. While they got his heart beating again, he was clinically dead for 3 minutes. 3 minutes without oxygen. 3 minutes without a heartbeat. 3 minutes without his love. That's all it took to shatter me. His pupils are responsive, which the doctors keep telling me is a good sign, but he doesn't react to any other stimuli. They can't guarantee that he'll wake up. Even if he does wake up, the lack of oxygen to the brain could have caused irreversible damage. I've had nothing to do but sit and watch my husband for 6 days, sitting by his side and begging him to come back to me, so I can apologize for not believing him about those murders. I don't want him to die thinking I was mad at him for something he didn't do. I sniffle and squeeze his cold hand, running my free hand along his equally cold cheek. Is this what it felt like for you? To not know if I was going to be okay? Because I don't know how you got through it. You'd do anything for me, right? I scrape my nails gently along his scalp. I'm asking you to come back to me, because I don't know how to live without you either. I pause, waiting for any sign of life from him. But there's nothing. I want him to wake up more than I've ever wanted anything. But I think I know, deep in my heart, that he's gone. It's been 8 days since I've heard Christian tell me he loves me. It only makes me feel worse about all those months ago, when I couldn't tell him I loved him in Mykonos. I understand now the agony of wanting to hear those 3 words from the person you've given your heart to. I understand the unimaginable pain of not hearing it back. Sitting down in my seat, I lay my head down on Christian's arm and shut my eyes, remembering all the little moments we shared together that made me fall in love with him. From our first kiss to our first visit to the orphanage, all the way up until our marriage ceremony and everything in between. The steady beat of his heart monitor lulls me into a light sleep. Enough to be considered restful, but not enough that I'd miss a twitch of his fingers in mine. I feel a small hand shake me. "Mommy?" I perk up at the sound of Caroline's voice. "Yeah, honey?" "When will Daddy wake up?" Never. Her blue eyes are sparkling like they always are. She's so innocent. A part of me, a part I would never admit out loud, regrets adopting her. I love her so much, but if I had known that she would know this kind of loss so soon after being adopted by us, I don't know if I would have gone through with it. It seems cruel to put a child through this. I sigh and straighten the bow in her ponytail. "I don't know yet," I answer. It's the same response I've been giving her for 8 days, and the way she so easily accepts that answer feels like a serrated knife in the sternum. How am I going to tell her that he's not going to wake up? Caroline looks up at Christian in the bed and then back to me. "Can I hug him?" I swallow the painful, burning rock in my throat. My first instinct is to say no, because what if she accidentally hurts him? At this point, would it even really matter? I give her a sad smile and help her onto his hospital bed. I tell her to be careful, and she is. She simply snuggles up next to him, using his arm as a pillow, and falls back asleep. I cry silently for a few more minutes, and then find Dr. Portman in the hallway. I cross my arms over my chest and look back at Christian and Caroline through the window. "We'll do it tomorrow morning," I say, feeling defeated and hollow. Dr. Portman says nothing, simply rubs my arm in a comforting gesture and leaves me alone. I walk back inside the room and decide that if this is the last night I get to spend with him, I'm going to spend it in his arms where I belong. I crawl into the bed on the opposite side from Caroline, and before I fall asleep, I kiss him one last time. At 6 a.m., I gently wake up Caroline and ask her what she wants for breakfast. She happily announces that she wants strawberry ice cream. I let her have all the strawberry ice cream she can eat because I don't know any other way to soften the blow for what's to come. After breakfast, the mood shifts in the air as the doctors start filtering into the room. I get it. No one wants to pull the plug on Christian Reeves. Shaking, I help Caroline back up onto the bed. Trying and failing to hide my tears, I tell her, "Okay, Caro, say goodbye to Daddy. Tell him you love him and give him a big hug." Caroline stares at me, confused.
"Where is he going?"
"He's going to see his parents." She doesn't understand, and I'm not sure I want her to. She gives him a hug and a kiss.
"Bye-bye, Daddy. I'll miss you."
I tug Caroline into my chest and hold her head in the crook of my neck, facing away from him, because she doesn't need to watch this. I hold her as tight as I can and stroke her hair while I sob quietly and nod at the doctors and medical assistants to just get it over with. Dr. Portman clears her throat quietly. "We're going to administer a sedative to make sure he's comfortable." I nod, unable to open my eyes. It goes eerily quiet for a few seconds, and then I think I feel my own heart stop.
I can't believe you'd let me go without a goodbye kiss, Angel.
My eyes fly open, and I go stiff in complete shock. Christian's eyes are open. He's smiling at me with that same charming smile I fell in love with, and those icy blue eyes full of life. "Daddy!" Caroline giggles, pulling out of my arms and receding into his. She lands on him with a thud, and he grunts in pain. I can't move. I can't breathe. I can't think. And then, all at once, that shock is replaced with pure, unfiltered relief. If he wasn't in that bed with a bullet hole in his chest, I would have launched myself into his arms and squeezed him until it hurt. Instead, I choke out a garbled, ugly sob, hold his cheeks in my hands, and kiss him. "What took you so long?" Christian circles my wrist with his cold fingers.
I met death.
I take my bottom lip in my teeth. And Christian brushes a strand of hair back from my face, and looking deeply into my eyes, he whispers,
I told him to go fuck himself, because I'm not going anywhere without you, or without you, or without you, or without you, or without you.
Chapter 50. The Angel. "Drink," I command, handing Christian a water glass.
Yes, Dr. Young.
We've been home for a few days now, and I haven't let Christian lift a finger since we got back. I know I'm driving him insane. He doesn't like being taken care of. It makes him feel helpless and weak. He thinks it's dehumanizing. I've lost track of how many times he's grumbled about how he's supposed to be the one taking care of me. I run my fingers through Christian's messy hair and smirk. He needs a haircut. So unkempt. "How are you feeling?"
I'm fine.
"How many times must we have this conversation? You're not fine. You've been shot. You died. Once in my arms and then again in surgery. You were unconscious and unresponsive for 8 days. I take a deep breath. 8 days, Christian. So do not tell me you're fine. Tell me how you're feeling. He licks his teeth, a glimmer in his eyes in response to my defiance. He playfully rolls his eyes.
It hurts.
How bad? I ask, grabbing the orange prescription bottle.
7 out of 10.
I huff out a breath and run my fingers through his hair again, rubbing soothing circles on his scalp as I hand him 2 painkillers with my other hand. Thank you for being honest with me.
How much longer do I have to sit in this bed?
I giggle at his restlessness. Until your wife says so.
Is that right?
He asks, tangling a fist in my loose hair and pulling my lips to his.
Then my wife should know that my chest isn't the only thing in pain. I need medicine only you can give me.
Baby, the doctor said no sex.
I'm not talking about sex, but I wouldn't say no if you're offering.
I give him a mischievous laugh and lightly nip at his ear before trailing slow kisses down his neck. I suck a mark into the section of collarbone where his gray Henley exposes the hollow of his throat. I cover his neck in kisses, and then carefully trail down his body, staying far away from the healing wound in his stomach. He lets out a small groan of pain when I reach the waistband of his sweatpants, and he flexes his abs. I pause, looking up, concern poised on the tip of my tongue.
Angel, if you stop, I will risk internal bleeding just to hold you down and shove my cock down your throat.
You're not the boss of me, I say, licking his hard cock over his clothes. He throws his head back and lets out a heavy breath. He reaches to tug down his sweatpants, enough to expose his throbbing, aching length.
Put me in that pretty mouth, Elena.
I place a feather-light kiss to the tip. What did I just say? Christian looks down at me with blackened fury in his eyes. He grinds down his molars, and I raise an eyebrow at him. He gets the message. I'm not moving. Not until he gives me what I want.
Oh, you're in charge, Mrs. Reeves. But remember what I said about control, sweet angel. It's only yours as long as I give it to you.
He rubs a thumb across my bottom lip.
Enjoy it.
I keep full eye contact with him as I lick along the underside of his delicious cock, humming at the familiar, manly taste of him. I swirl my tongue around the head, spreading the fat drop of pre-cum and moaning at the saltiness of it.
More,
Christian demands through gritted teeth, his hands in white-knuckled fists. Say please. He growls in frustration and grabs my hair, jerking my head back to force me to look at him.
Oh, more, please.
I laugh at his desperation and throw back words he's said to me many, many times before. Beg for it, Christian. My poor husband whimpers. He wants me so bad.
Oh, please, Angel, please, baby. Be a good girl for me and suck my cock.
I take as much of him as I can manage in my mouth, and he shudders immediately, groaning wildly and tangling his fingers in my hair. I suck and lick him savagely.
Oh, fuck. Yes, just like that. Fuck, your mouth is heaven. Touch yourself, Angel. Put your fingers in that pretty pussy.
I indulge him, not letting up my pace despite my jaw beginning to ache from his size. I run my hands down my body until they reach my shorts. I tug them off and slide my fingers along my slick cunt, and I moan against his cock when my fingers graze my swollen clit. I feel a delicious pressure building in my core, coiling up and begging to snap.
I'm close. Are you going to be a good girl and swallow all of my cum, baby?
Mm-hmm, I mumble against his length. His hands shove me down as far as I can take him as he spurts ribbons of his hot cum down my throat. I dutifully swallow it all, just like he wants me to.
Fuck. Come up here, baby. Sit on my face and let me taste that perfect cunt.
I crawl up his body, minding his wound, and straddle his face. He immediately sucks on my clit, making me throw my head back and cry out loudly in pleasure. Christian's hands snake under my thighs to roughly squeeze my ass, dragging me even closer to his mouth. I feel his tongue taste every inch of me.
I couldn't die without tasting this delicious pussy. I couldn't die without feeling my cock inside you again. God, I've been dreaming about it.
He moans at my taste, like it's the sweetest thing he's ever feasted on. The vibrations send a new wave of pleasure through me, and I grind down on his face.
That's it, Angel. Ride my face. Make yourself come.
I moan loudly, using both of my hands to tug his hair and pull him impossibly closer. He suckles on my clit and traces a finger over the tight rosebud behind me. He shoves his finger inside without warning, up to the first knuckle, and I tremble against his face, coming hard all over his mouth and chin. After a long moment, I sigh in relief and climb off, lying on my side in the space next to him. I place a kiss to his cheek. Our bodies buzz with the sweet bliss that follows the kind of high only we can give each other. "What's your pain now?" I ask, tracing my fingers along his collarbone.
Always 0 when I'm with you.
Now that we've had our fun, you know what time it is. Christian groans.
No.
Yes, I say quietly, tapping his nose and sitting up. I'll get the water ready. I stand up and go to the bathroom, running the water until it's warm, and then wait for the tub to fill up, just enough to cover his legs and hips because he can't get his stitches wet. He hates baths. Not just because I have to bathe him, though he hates that too because it's just another thing that makes him feel worthless. He just hates baths in general. He finds them distasteful, which is a bit hypocritical of him considering he has the largest bathtub on the East Coast. I help Christian out of bed, staying close by his side in case he needs help walking, though he'd rather fall on his face than admit it. We slowly make our way to the bathroom, and he sits on the edge of the tub while I undress him, and then carefully remove his gauze. We both stare at his wound, and then meet each other's eyes at the same time. He looks so ashamed, like getting shot has made him less of a man. I give him a strained look and instruct him to get in the tub. He lowers himself slowly into the warm water, and then I remove my shirt. I lower myself into the tub too, straddle his lap, and pour a dollop of unscented soap onto a sponge. I begin to slowly wash his body with deliberate caution. How are you doing? Mentally, I mean.
Angel, can we please talk about something other than the bullet hole in my torso?
Like what? He shrugs.
Like, have you spoken to your father?
Trading out one touchy subject for another, I see. I shake my head and bite the inside of my cheek. It's true. My father and I haven't spoken in months. I called him to tell him that Christian and I were getting married by the court in January. I invited him, along with my mother and Travis and Justin, to be witnesses with Edwin. My father was the only one who didn't show up. It broke my heart so badly I almost couldn't go through with it. My mother was the one who got me to appear for my own ceremony. Don't cry over something he will grow to regret. You're getting married for you, not him. She was right, of course, but it still hurt. He didn't show up for the ceremony or the small dinner we held afterward in the penthouse suite of the Black Palace, the largest and grandest of the hotel chains Christian owns across the world. He didn't even call to offer his congratulations. It almost feels like I'm dead to him. When Christian and I shared the news that we had adopted Caroline, he was the only one in my family who didn't come to meet her.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I nod. I know. It's not your fault. I made my choice. I chose to love you. He chose to disown me.
He didn't,
Christian says as I carefully clean around the entrance wound.
His issue is with me. He loves you.
He taps his fingers along the edge of the tub.
Maybe you should call him.
He won't answer. I tap my fingers up Christian's chest and smile sheepishly. Maybe another grandchild will make him soft? Christian smiles back at me.
Don't tempt me, Mrs. Reeves. I wasn't kidding about opening my wound. Whenever you're ready, I'll fuck you, and I won't stop until I put a baby in you.
My face falls as I think about children and babies, and tears glaze over my eyes. Caroline. God, I can't even imagine what it would have done to her if you died. She didn't even understand what was happening, and I didn't have the strength to tell her. He cradles my head in his large hands.
I know, but I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I will find out who did this and make them meet the same fate as Neil Hayden for trying to take me away from you. That's a promise. No one who tries to tear apart my family will get away with it.
After I help Christian out of the bath, I pick up my phone and call my father. The phone rings and rings and rings, just like I knew it would. I'm sorry. Mailbox full. Goodbye. Box full. Goodbye. Box full. Goodbye. Box full.
Chapter 51. The Silencer. God damn it, I growl, giving up on the 45-pound dumbbells at my feet.
I'm pissed off. I haven't been able to lift anything heavier than a goddamn pitcher of water in weeks. I've lost so much of my strength and my dignity since I was shot. Elena did everything she could to keep me pain-free, clean, fed, and entertained in the initial weeks after I woke up in the hospital. But every meal she fed me, every time she bathed me, every time she changed my bandages, it felt like I was losing more and more of myself. I'm supposed to be the protector. Unfortunately, I've failed at every opportunity, just like I'm failing at this workout. I can't do pull-ups, I can't do deadlifts or squats, I can't use free weights, I can't jog on the treadmill, I can't even hold my fucking daughter. Frank Valenti is still out there, somewhere. I don't think he's the culprit behind the assassination attempt, but he's still got a target on his head for far worse than that. He touched my wife, raped her, beat her. I haven't forgotten the fear on her face behind that glass. I will never forget it, and rest will never come easy to me until I kill him for bringing her that fear, for haunting her nightmares. He is one of two reasons why I'm pushing myself so hard to heal and become strong again. Valenti is on my shit list for touching my wife, and the fucker who shot me deserves a bullet in the brain for good old-fashioned revenge. Elena would kill me if she found me in my home gym trying to lift a dumbbell when I still can't even shower on my own without help. Lifting my arms above my head is next to impossible. It feels like my chest is getting ripped apart every time I try. The bullet entered me at an angle on my left side, directly below my ribcage, tore straight through me, caused massive internal bleeding. I'm alive because even with a laser sight, the fucker who shot me has shit aim. The police confirmed that an M24 was used after finding the bullet soaked in my blood a few feet away from where I collapsed. Whoever shot me probably camped out all day, waiting for me to see the carnage he left in my office, knowing I'd have to come outside where he could get a clear shot. He wanted the police to be there. He wanted Elena to be there. He's trying to send a message. It's my job to figure out what that message is before he does any more damage to my family. This entire mess already fucked up Elena's chance at taking the bar exam. She missed it because she was in the hospital with me. Her next opportunity won't be until July. Just one more way I've failed her. Gavin, clearing his throat at the entrance of the gym, pulls me out of my thoughts. I wipe the sweat off my face with my shirt. "What is it?" I ask, noting the hardened expression on his face. "The name Catherine McGinnis mean anything to you?" I take a second to search through my mind. I shrug. "Should it?" Gavin hands me his phone. On the screen, a photo of a tall, strawberry blonde woman with a sultry smirk on her face. "Oh, Kate. She's one of Elena's friends. Why?" "Mrs. Reeves and I went into the city to pick up a refill of your prescriptions. We stopped at a cafe so she could grab us a coffee. This woman approached her and they seemed familiar with each other." "Okay," I say, hoping he will get to the point. "It seemed like Kate was distracted while Mrs. Reeves spoke to her, constantly on her phone and looking around like she was waiting for the boogeyman to pop out. I ran her through facial recognition. She's a known associate of Frank Valenti. Thought that might interest you." I give him a tight-lipped, blank look. I appreciate his vigilance, but everything he's telling me I already knew. She worked at the Hellfire Lounge with Elena. Everyone who worked there is a known associate of Frank Valenti. Gavin nods. "Just thought you wanted to know." "Thank you," I say in true gratitude. Gavin has gone above and beyond to keep Elena safe from the moment I met her. He's loyal and trustworthy. "Elena told me she fired you for not letting her come to me after I got shot." "I was just doing my job. You would have done a lot worse than fire me if something happened to her." I tap my fingers against the seat of the weight bench I'm sitting on. "When was the last time I let you have a vacation?" Gavin tilts his head and thinks. "Couldn't tell you." I nod and give him a friendly smirk. "I think you're overdue for one. Make some plans with your wife and your baby. Let me know the details and your entire trip is on me. Food, travel, hotel, everything." "You don't have to do that." I shrug it off and hold out my hand. He takes it in his and we shake. "You're a good friend, Gavin. You're one of the few people on this earth I trust. I don't say that lightly." I know, sir. I'm glad for it. Gavin turns away to leave, and as he's stepping through the threshold, I stop him. Hey, Gav. Yes, sir. Do you trust Kate? With Elena? Gavin turns to face me, and his face drops. Didn't you tell me you once paid her to cover for Elena at the lounge? I nod. So her loyalty can be bought. And, I prompt, knowing there's more. And I think for the right price, she'd hand over Elena on a silver platter to the highest bidder. I'm sitting on the bed, propped up against the headboard, reading through last quarter's report on my subsidiaries in Asia. I make a note of which regions are growing the slowest and start an email chain with my people to arrange a visit to that side of the world once I'm completely healed. Or at least enough to wash my own goddamn back. Elena pops in and hops onto the bed with me, holding 4 paint swatches next to her head.
Which do you like best?
I smirk. We're converting one of the lesser-utilized rooms in the mansion to her own home office, and she is very serious about getting the paint color perfect. I look at the 4 small papers next to her head. I tap one on the left. Old World Gray. She takes a look at the swatch and purses her lips.
You like that more than Electric Violet?
I'd need an eye transplant every time I walked out of your office if you painted it that color. She sticks her tongue out at me.
You're no fun,
she says, setting the paint samples to the side. I set down my report, too. Elena takes my hand in hers and we play a gentle game of thumb war.
You'll never believe who I saw today.
Kate, I reply casually. She narrows her eyes at me. Gavin told me.
Feels like a lifetime since I've seen her.
What's she up to these days? I ask, wanting more information. I need to know if Gavin's suspicions are well placed.
Still bartending. I didn't ask where, but she seemed to be doing all right. She had a brand new Prada bag and a limited edition Cartier bracelet. She wants to meet for another coffee soon to catch up.
I pause, my entire body tensing. Angel, I don't think that's a good idea. Elena furrows her brow.
Why not? It's just coffee. I need some girl time, and she's my only friend in this city.
You can find other friends who wouldn't want to be friends with the Elena Reeves. Elena pulls her hand away from mine.
Kate was there for everything. You asked her to take me to the hospital, and she stayed until you got there. She's the only other person I can talk to about what happened to me.
If you need to vent, you can come to me. Do not go anywhere with her.
Last time I checked, we were married, and that makes us equals. You can't just forbid me from seeing my friends.
Well, I just did, I say back, earning a scowl from her. Don't make me lock you in a cage, because I will if you try to go somewhere with her. Elena stands up abruptly, clenching her fists at her sides. I move to sit on the edge of the bed.
I'm already in a cage. I've been in a cage from the moment we met.
I laugh, filling the room with darkened fury. You don't seem to mind that cage when there's diamonds and yachts with your name on them. A sharp sting on my cheek makes me freeze. I blink up at my angry little angel, her face full of defiance. She slapped me. I stare at her until her quivering lip finds the words she's looking for.
How dare you? Do you really think any of that has ever mattered to me? Do you really think I'm that shallow?
Tears spill down her cheeks.
Did you forget that I let 2 men rape me because of my love for you?
I press my shoulders back, growing a few inches from my posture alone, and I give her a dangerous glare, standing up to my full height, fighting through the pain. I shake my head. Don't even go there. That is not a card you get to play when you're mad at me. Of course I haven't fucking forgotten, Elena. I think about it every goddamn day. She bites down on her molars so hard I think she's on the verge of chipping her teeth. I wet my bottom lip as she stares up at me with that defiance that always gets me hard as a rock. As the blood rushes to my groin, I stop caring about all of it. Valenti, Kate, the assassin, her father, everything that causes tension in our relationship melts away until I'm nothing but a beast lusting after her. I wrap my fingers around her delicate neck. I'm significantly weaker after being out of the gym for weeks, but I could still snap it like a toothpick if I wanted to. With my tight grip on her throat, I drag her to the bed and shove her down on the mattress before ripping at our clothes like a wild animal until we're both naked. My cock juts out in the space between us, begging for attention just as her pussy is. I lean over to kiss her roughly, all tongue and teeth, and then roll onto my back. "Apologize for hitting me," I demand. She opens her mouth to speak, but I shove 2 fingers inside and press down on her tongue like I've done countless times before. Not with words. I had only meant I wanted her to suck me off, but my perfect wife is full of surprises and straddles me instead, her pussy so close to my cock that when it flexes, it brushes against her wet slit. My fingers dig roughly into her thighs. "Elena, don't play with me," I growl, and when we meet eyes again, she shakes her head, grabs my cock, and lowers herself onto my throbbing length. I groan loudly, open-mouthed and wild. She doesn't even put the full tip in, and I'm already about to shoot my load into her. Fuck! I use one of my hands to lightly graze my thumb over her swollen clit. She lowers herself a tiny bit more, and now my head is fully engulfed in her tight, warm, wet hole. It's been months since I've been inside her, and it's even better than I remember. I can feel her trembling slightly. I can see in her eyes that she's scared. I throw away the rough, possessive side of me for just long enough to reassure her that she's safe. "Trust me, Angel. It's just you and me. Let me make you feel good. Take that cock like a good girl and let me fill you with my love again." Elena opens her sparkling brown eyes and shakes her head.
I can't. You have to make me.
I swallow the lump in my throat and try to relax my breathing so I don't end this before it begins. "What's your safe word?"
Mykonos. It's Mykonos. Please, Christian. Just do it.
I make her take a deep breath with me before I roughly grab the soft flesh of her hips and slam her down on my cock, down on my cock, down on my cock, down on my...
Chapter 52. The Angel. I cry out loudly from both pleasure and fear. It's been so long. My body takes its time adjusting to his size. I'm trembling, scared, trying so hard to keep Frank and Neil out of my head and only allowing myself to see Christian. He lets go of my hips and laces his fingers with mine.
"It's just me and you."
I nod, not yet having the strength to look at him. I experimentally rise up a bit, gasping at the light friction, then back down. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down. It's awkward at first. I can't find any sort of rhythm. I pause to wipe tears out of my eyes, and then I slump my shoulders in defeat. "I'm sorry."
"Elena, look at me."
"I can't."
"Do it anyway."
I take a deep breath and look at him.
"Grind. Don't think about me. Think about you."
I tremble as I roll my hips in a circle. He squeezes my hands in encouragement, our fingers still tightly tangled together.
"That's it, Angel. I'm all yours to use, to devour, to hit and to scratch. However you want to love me, that's what I'm here for."
I shouldn't have hit you. He uses one of his hands to run his thumb across my clit.
It made my dick so hard I could have shattered diamonds across it.
I exhale with a tremble. "You like it when I'm rough?" He chuckles, and I can feel it deep in my core.
I like it when you're defiant. I always have.
I lean over, careful of his wound, and lick the column of his neck. The new angle has me seeing stars when I grind against his dick. He's reaching parts of me I had forgotten existed. With each sharp prick of pleasure, moving becomes a little easier.
I get wetter, slicker. He can feel it too, because I can feel him flexing his abs under me even though it hurts. I lean back again, adjust my legs, and start to bounce on him, slowly at first, until I find a steady pace that has him stringing curses together as he grips my hips so tight it hurts.
That's it, Angel. Oh, fuck, I'm going to come.
Not yet. We do it together. Please. He hisses, gripping my hips impossibly tighter.
Okay, baby. Okay.
I throw my head back and bounce a little faster, trying to be mindful of his gunshot, but I think I could stab him right now and he wouldn't care. I take him harder, deeper, faster. I let my free breasts bounce shamelessly in his face. I lean over again, grinding against him at a relentless pace, my clit rubbing against his pelvis with each sway of my hips. I kiss him, hot and frenzied, as my body explodes with love and passion and safety. Christian lets out a pained grunt and then digs his hands into my ass, holding me tight against him while he paints my wet, velvet walls with his release. I moan into his mouth, having forgotten how erotic it is to have the man that loves me come deep inside me, to claim me, to mark me as his and only his, like I've always been. A rush of emotion envelops me, and I begin to cry. Not because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm relieved. I feel like a new person. I feel like a survivor. Christian and I haven't discussed our fight about Kate, and I haven't attempted to see her or contact her. She gave me her phone number the other day, but other than texting her my name so she knew it was me, she hasn't said a word to me. I'm sitting in the downstairs study. Edwin is with me, working on a new puzzle. He finished the one my mother got him for Christmas in less than a month, so every month since, I've gotten him the same puzzle in different colors. The one he's currently working on is a pretty sunset orange. Caroline is helping him. I'm sorting through the mail. Well, my mail, at least. Christian gets so much mail here from fanboys and people begging for money that he has 2 staff members sort through all the letters once a week. They pass on my private mail to me, and anything else they think is important, they put in a pile for Christian to go through. I hardly get anything exciting. Student loan correspondence, mostly. Postcards from Travis and Justin. They cashed in Christian's wedding gift and took a year off to travel the world. They're in Aruba, planning on visiting Ibiza next. With only one letter left, I take a long sip of the fresh-squeezed lemonade Paolo made for me. I feel a kiss on the top of my head and smile. Christian has been more active over the last few days. He can shower on his own now, which instantly brightened his mood. I laughed so hard I snorted when he told me to, quote, "get the fuck out so I can wash my nutsack in peace." He's been in the gym trying to get his range of motion back in his arms after not being able to lift them above his head for weeks. Christian takes a seat next to me and scrolls through his phone. He gets about a dozen emails a day asking when he'll be back in the office, and he simply tells them all that he will be back when he's back. He was shot, for Christ's sake, but they're acting like he had a cold or something. Christian sips my lemonade, humming at the taste before going back to mindlessly scrolling. I open the last letter. Well, not a letter. It's a big envelope, plain white. The return address is something random in Meridian City that doesn't ring any bells. I think it might be on the east side, but I'm not sure. Postmarked 2 days ago. The handwriting is extremely neat, almost like someone traced a font from a computer. Red ballpoint ink, addressed to me directly. I open the ridiculously well-taped envelope and pull out a single thick piece of paper.
It's a glossy black and white photo of Christian's mugshot from the night he broke Neil Hayden's arm. I recognize the date. My stomach turns over. Bile rises in my throat. Because it's not just his mugshot. In the center of his forehead, in red marker, a bullseye is sketched onto the paper. Christian's eyes flicker to me, and then he stiffens when he notices the horrified look in my eyes.
What is it?
I hand him the photo, and he looks at it for a long time. His jaw tightens, and he looks at me through the fire burning in his eyes.
This was addressed directly to you?
I nod silently. He takes a deep breath, and he doesn't have to say anything for me to know what he's thinking. He's tired of me ending up in the middle of things. Frankly, so am I. I stand up and take Christian's hand in mine, tugging him out of the room and away from Edwin and Caroline so we can talk privately. He crumples the paper and throws it into the fireplace. When we're alone, I cup his face in my hands and press our foreheads together. Tell me what's going on in your head.
I'm going to burn this fucking world to the ground just to get some goddamn peace.
I nod, looking up at him from under my lashes. Let's burn it together. As soon as the words leave my mouth, Christian pins me to the wall and kisses me savagely until our world falls into frenzied, passionate chaos. Midway into our intense makeout session, I hear footsteps approach. Gavin clears his throat, looking away slightly as Christian adjusts himself in his sweatpants.
This better be important.
Gavin meets Christian's eyes, and then his gaze falls to me.
Your parents are here.
What? I ask, completely shocked. Not that I wouldn't be happy to see my mother, but Gavin said parents. Plural. As in, my father is here too. As I try to collect my thoughts, I see my parents at the end of the corridor. My mother has her signature bright smile painting her features, and my father has his signature scowl. If you look up the term resting bitch face in the dictionary, all it has is a picture of Elliot Young. My mother hugs me and gives me a kiss on the cheek before greeting Christian with a hug as well. It's cautious and full of concern. They exchange an unknown look. She holds out her arms in front of her as if expecting a gift. Now where's my grandbaby? I giggle, and as we all turn towards the study, a tiny head of blonde hair launches itself into my mother's arms at the speed of light. Hi, Grandma! Look! Caroline gives my mother a big smile to show that she's missing one of her front teeth. She lost her first tooth 2 days ago. That night, the tooth fairy, also known as Christian, put a $100 bill under her pillow, a cupcake on her nightstand, and a custom Swarovski crystal Lamborghini Sion electric car at her bedside. How did Christian find a Swarovski crystal Lamborghini Sion electric car in less than 12 hours? It's as he once said, never underestimate the power of a Black American Express. That electric car is currently at the bottom of the pool because Caroline didn't know how to turn it off once she grew tired of it. She stepped out, and there it went, right into the deep end. The tooth fairy doesn't know that part yet, and Caroline made me promise not to tell. After my mom gushes over Caroline's missing tooth, she looks up at my father with a curious gaze. To my surprise, he squats down and gives her a gentle smile. To ease into this conversation, I squat down to her height with them and lightly tap her nose. This is your grandpa, I explain. She blinks at my father, studying him, and then, because she's adorable and trusting, she leaves my mother's arms and goes straight into his to hug him. My father wraps his arms around her as if it's the first time he's ever hugged a child, and something strange flickers across his eyes, gone as quick as it came. It almost looked like guilt.
Caroline takes my parents' hands and leads them into the study to show them the puzzle she's working on with Edwin. Christian and I linger in the hallway. He's got his hands tucked into the front pocket of his hoodie and a sheepish grin on his face. "You called them," I say quietly. He nods. "Why?" He runs the back of his hand along my cheek to brush away a loose strand of hair framing my face. His soft smile falters for a millisecond before returning.
"You've done nothing but take care of Caroline and I all on your own since I got shot. I wanted you to relax for a minute. I didn't think your mom would have any objections to coming to see her grandchild for a few days."
"And my dad?" He gives me a half-hearted smile.
"Maybe he's had a change of heart. Did you see the way he looked at Caroline? That kid could end wars with how cute she is."
"She gets it from me," I lightly tease, and his smile in return is so bright it can be seen from space. I tangle my hands into the fabric of his hoodie, rise up to my toes, and press a soft kiss to his lips. "Thank you for bringing them here." I wrap my fingers around his wrist as he cradles my jaw. "I guess I should extend the olive branch." Christian shakes his head.
"He owes you an apology. If he doesn't tell you he's sorry, just say the word and I'll take care of him."
I almost snort from how nostalgic those words feel. My father being a dickhead isn't grounds for murder. Christian licks his lips and then takes his bottom lip between his teeth before giving me that devilish smile he's mastered.
"You're no fun, Angel."
Both of us walk into the study together, and instead of using my words, I give my father an unmistakable look that says, "We need to talk." My father and I stand awkwardly on the balcony on the second floor of the mansion, overlooking the backyard. We have a clear view of the gray ocean and the impending storm clouds on the horizon. My father digs into his pocket and pulls out a cigarette. I take it from him and break the stick in half before handing it back. "No smoking on the property. We don't want Caroline around it, which you would know if you bothered to come meet her 2 months ago." My father looks up at the sky and sighs.
"I regret what I said to you at Thanksgiving. It came out bad."
"That wasn't an apology," I say with a curled lip, staring off into the distance.
"I'm sorry,"
he apologizes, though I can tell he said it through gritted teeth. "Are you also sorry you weren't there to walk me down the aisle at my wedding?"
"That wasn't a wedding. You deserved more than 5 minutes in a decrepit courtroom. You deserved flowers and a first dance and a veil the length of Australia."
"I didn't want those things," I croak, finally looking at him. "Dad, I'm not the same girl I was 5 years ago, or even 6 months ago. You've got to accept that. I've been through a lot these last few months, and you're killing yourself for not being there for me, but I'm okay. Do you know why I'm okay?" I ask, but I don't give him a chance to answer. "Because of Christian. His love is so brutal and intense, but it's made me strong, Dad. You're my hero. You always have been. But Christian is my hero, too." My father lets out a long exhale.
"You're his, too. He told me about the suicide attempt."
I blink at him and my spine stiffens. "Christian told you about the night we met?"
"At Thanksgiving. It's beautiful, you know. The story of why he calls you Angel reminds me of your mother and me, how she pulled me out of the darkest part of my life."
It all begins to make sense to me in that moment, and it feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. "That's why you don't like him," I say, almost laughing at how obvious it is now. "You thought he was a danger to me. You thought I was going to be one of his victims." It goes quiet for a long minute as he stares at me. Suddenly, and without warning, he pulls me into a tight hug.
He's shaking, like he's overwhelmed with emotion.
I'm sorry, Ellie. I'm going to fix everything.
I hug him back. Promise me nothing will ever come between us again. His hand strokes over the back of my head, and he takes a deep breath.
I promise.
The next morning at breakfast, I catch my father more than once giving Christian a death glare that tells me he still doesn't like my husband. Baby steps, I guess. In my father's defense, Christian and I haven't been together long at all, and suddenly we're married with a kid. I can recognize that it's weird. It doesn't make sense, but Christian and I were always meant to end up together. I see that now. My love for him might not have been instant the way his was, but after everything we've been through, I know it in my soul that this is where I belong. After breakfast, Caroline takes my parents and Edwin to the theater room, where she picks 3 Disney movies and proclaims that none of them are allowed to leave until they finish watching them with her. With everyone else preoccupied, Christian takes my hand.
I want to show you something,
he says, and then leads me upstairs to the library and stops us in front of a bookshelf. First edition 1984. Nice.
How do you know it's a first edition?
Because you're Christian Reeves. He chuckles and then pulls out his phone. He opens an app I've never seen before and presents the screen to me. It's asking for a password.
Your birthday, year, month, day.
I give him a strange look, but I type in the numbers. A simple green checkmark appears on the screen, and then I jump backwards when the bookcase starts moving, revealing a narrow spiral staircase. I raise an eyebrow at my husband, who simply nods at me. I step into the staircase, and he follows close behind. The bookcase shuts itself behind us, and it's nearly pitch black in this stairwell.
Lights,
Christian mumbles, and small bulbs lining the steps turn on. I follow them down, 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 until I reach a dark basement. Lights? I say apprehensively, and, shocker, the lights turn on. Whoa, I announce as I take in the space. A computer with massive hard drives and a dozen screens is directly across from us, his silencer mask connected via USB to the tower. Tables with tools and wires and half-built projects sit in the center of the room. A rack of every kind of ammunition is on the far wall, next to an equally massive gun display. There's a refrigerator with strange vials of liquid, syringes, bottles of water, and electrolyte bags. I open a set of drawers to find a plethora of medical supplies. To my left, a makeshift shooting range. I admit, while I was still in my initial recovery stage and unsure about how I felt about Christian, I snooped around the entire house looking for an entrance to a secret lair just like this, or at least his mask, or some other evidence of his alter ego hidden away. I never found anything, but that's because I always expected the entrance to be in or around his room to be discreet. I suppose that's why he has the entrance in the library on the 2nd floor. Who would look there for a secret lair?
I have a request,
Christian says as I peruse the space. He takes one of the pistols from the rack hanging on the far wall and loads it. He waves me over to the makeshift gun range and sets the pistol between us.
You once told me you were a good shot. Prove it.
It's a challenge. I suck in my cheeks and give him a grin before looking at the paper targets downrange. Which one do you want me to hit?
All 3 in the head.
What do I get if I hit them?
Whatever you want.
I smirk and then take the gun and aim at the first target, then the second, then the third. I put 2 bullets in each, and I think I've thoroughly surprised Christian. When he presses a button on the wall to bring the targets closer, I've hit all 3 in the head and in the dick.
You're full of surprises, Mrs. Reeves.
I set down the gun and wrap my arms around his neck. He grips my waist as I rise on my toes to kiss him, hard and heavy and passionately, like we kissed in the hallway before my parents arrived. We never talked about that photo. Christian growls, as if that's the last thing he wants to talk about right now.
I'm not scared of a threat drawn on one of my mug shots.
I am. I already almost lost you once, Christian. I can't go through that again. I can't live without you. He takes my bottom lip between his teeth, and we both groan.
You won't have to.
His fingers slide down my body sensually, leaving a path of hot desire in their wake. He pops the button of my jeans with ease, and he slowly makes his way to my core. I suck in a sharp breath when his fingers slide across my slit, already wet and needy. He smiles against my mouth and withdraws his hands before pushing me by my waist to the computer desk and pressing me against it. He doesn't have to say the words for me to understand. I lift myself onto the table, and he shoves away loose papers and pens to give me more space before tugging my jeans and underwear down my legs and throwing them to the side. He kisses me again, his right hand around my throat possessively, but I stop him. He pulls away, and when we make eye contact, he sees that I'm holding his silencer mask in my hands. He pauses, and something dark and sexy flickers across his eyes. My body responds by clenching around nothing and growing wetter. I put the mask on him, and this is the first time I've ever understood what he means when he says Christian Reeves and the silencer are two different people. The second the mask is secured to his face, he's not my husband. He is rage. He is danger. He's not the king of the East Coast. He's the harbinger of death. And God help me, he's beautiful. He switches the hand that's holding my throat, tilting my head back and staring hungrily at the heartbeat pounding against my throat. His eyes find mine. The fire in them is nothing short of wild, uninhibited and raw with desire. I look deep into those icy blue eyes as my eyes fill with tears from the lack of oxygen. I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore. He tugs his own jeans down, just enough to free his throbbing erection, and without another word or warning, he takes me like he's always wanted to.
Do you love me?
He growls into my throat as he thrusts ravenously. Yes, Christian, I love you.
What's your safe word?
Mykonos. The moment it leaves my lips, I feel a sharp sting on my cheek. I look up at him, wide-eyed and shocked. He slapped me. Not enough to hurt me, but enough to sting. Enough to make me want him even more.
I didn't ask if you love Christian Reeves.
He says the name like it is a bitter poison on his lips, and his hand returns to my throat.
I asked if you love me.
I let out a shuddering breath and reach for his face. I cup his masked cheeks in my hands and press our foreheads together. Yes, I love you. I love every piece of you. Even the parts I shouldn't love. Even the parts of you that have unraveled all the parts of me. Especially the terrifying parts that you've tangled into my soul. There's a stray gun resting on the table next to me. I loosen his grip on my throat and make him point it at my head, not caring that it might be loaded. I breathe through my teeth and whimper. Now break me so you can love me back together. His free hand cocks the gun, and he places it back at my temple.
Say it again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you.
Again!
I love you! He begins to fuck me like a savage, grunting into my neck, making sure I feel every inch of him inside me for days. He finishes inside me with a feral roar, and I follow right behind. I take a deep breath, and before I remove his mask, I kiss him, hoping that even through the material, he can feel that I told him the truth. I've fallen in love with the most unlovable, virulent, tragic parts of him. And I've decided I love the taste of poison, of poison, of poison, of poison, of poison, of poison, of. Chapter 53. The Angel. Today is the first time we've stepped foot on the Reeves Enterprises property since Christian was shot. We couldn't bring ourselves to drive around the front of the building, to see the place where Christian's heart stopped beating, to see the rusty bloodstain on the concrete. Meridian City has a thing about bloodstained concrete. No matter how much you pressure wash it, no matter how many times it rains, the stain remains. Our office was thoroughly cleaned after the investigation, of course, but there's still an eerie, heavy, unsettling feeling in the air as we sit at our desks. It smells like bleach, and it takes me back to when I woke up after my car accident in Valenti's private suite. That room smelled like bleach, too. Bleach and my own despair. Once we settle into our respective desks, the first thing on the agenda is working through the backlog of meetings Christian missed while he was out after he was shot. He was good about working from home right after we adopted Caroline, but I told him he wasn't allowed to work while he was healing. He needed to relax if he was going to get better. He's stubborn, so he's pushed himself more than he should have to get back to functioning on his own. Yesterday, he raised his arms above his head without whimpering. It's such a small thing, but for me, it was everything. He still has a long road of recovery ahead of him, but it was solid proof that he was getting better, and this gunshot wasn't going to come back from the past to haunt us. 58, 59, 60 requests for meetings with, I pause for a moment to count again, 40 of them claiming urgent matters. Christian groans and stares up at the ceiling of our office. He's tossing that spider ring Caroline gave us at the orphanage up above his head. It hits the white ceiling tiles with a small thump each time he throws it. I say we start with the oldest requests first and work our way up from there.
Sure, sounds great.
I huff from my desk across the room. Are you even listening to me?
Yep, I'll be there.
I stifle a giggle and take the initiative to set up the meetings myself. I'm only about halfway through coordinating the calendar when Christian stands from his chair and saunters over to me.
I want to go home.
I give him a sympathetic smile. We need to make a dent in this work or you're never going to catch up.
So?
So, as CEO, you need to do CEO things like rescheduling all these meetings.
What if I don't want to?
I scoff at his indifference. This is your company.
Elena, I don't care about this stuff anymore. I have a family now. You and Caroline are the only things that matter to me.
I smirk. Well, if you want to continue buying Caroline everything she looks at, you're going to have to care about this stuff.
Angel, I have enough money stashed away in an offshore bank account that our great-great-great-great-grandchildren will never have to work a day in their lives.
I lean back in my chair, cross my arms over my chest, and look up at him. If you're implying that you want to step down as CEO, I am vetoing that decision.
But if I'm the CEO and you're going to be my top attorney, who's going to take care of Caroline?
I take his hand in mine and squeeze it. She's going to start preschool in the fall. We'll have to pick her up every day in a different colored Range Rover to assert our dominance. Christian goes completely stiff,
as if he's only just remembered that his daughter can't just sit at home and steal cake frosting from the kitchen.
Holy shit, you're right.
She'll be okay, I assure him. I'm sure Meridian Academy will be thrilled to have another Reeves attend their school. They'll take good care of her.
They better. They're going to hate me with how much I'm going to micromanage that school. God help them if anyone there so much as breathes in Caroline's direction wrong.
Have you ever considered not jumping straight to violence?
No. Violence is what I do best. It's why you fell in love with me.
I scrape a nail across the thigh of his slacks. I fell in love with you because of the diamonds, actually, I tease, flashing my left hand and wrist to show off my wedding ring and the first piece of jewelry he gave me, the diamond tennis bracelet. I wear it every day. Instead of making me wear that ugly panic alarm he gave me as the silencer, Christian replaced one of the diamonds with a stone that functions the same way. It's a blood-red ruby. His way of saying the silencer will always be with me, and a subtle way of letting his alter ego claim me. Christian pulls me up to a standing position by my jaw and sucks a small mark onto the curve of my neck. I moan softly, but our moment is interrupted by my office phone ringing. It's the receptionist. I click the answer button and put the phone on speaker. "Yes?" I ask, Christian still kissing my neck in that way that makes my legs feel like jelly. "Mrs. Reeves, sorry to disturb you. I have a young woman insisting she has an appointment with you, but I can't find her on your calendar. She's being rather abrasive. Her name is Kate McGinnis. Shall I have security remove her from the premises?" "No," I answer, before Christian has a chance to protest. "She's right. My mistake for not putting her on the calendar. Please send her up." "Yes, ma'am." The phone goes dead, and Christian looks absolutely enraged that I'd allow her into our space. But I know Kate, and I don't think she'd insist on seeing me here at work unless it was for something important. Even so, the look on Christian's face makes me defensive. "I didn't call her."
Then why are you letting her up here?
"Because she's my friend. Christian, I don't want to fight about this. Just let me see what she has to say." He bites the inside of his cheek in a way that tells me he has a lot to say, but is holding his tongue. The elevator door opens, and Kate timidly steps in, looking around the office in awe. We make eye contact, and she gives me a soft smile. "Hey, Pipsqueak. What are you doing here?" I ask. Kate swallows in the kind of way that guilty people do when they don't want to admit the truth. "Valenti is still in the city. On the east side."
How do you know this?
Christian asks, the lines of his body now tight and on edge. She looks down in shame. "Because I still work for him." I take a big step away from her, recoiling from shock and bitter betrayal. "I'm sorry. I came here to try and make it right," she whimpers, looking between Christian and I. That's when I notice the large purple bruise on the side of her face that she's tried to hide with makeup. "Look, I started working for him when I was 19, almost 10 years ago. He had just opened the Hellfire Lounge, and no one knew about the bidding house underneath the club or that he was the island's drug lord. My sister and I started working there together." I do remember her telling me that she had a sister that used to work at the lounge with her, but that she didn't last long. My sister wasn't pretty enough by Valenti's standards. She had really bad cystic acne, and she had a lot of complaints from the men there. Valenti was going to kill her as punishment for costing him money, but I got on my hands and knees and begged for him to keep her alive. I told him I would do anything. Kate's face twists painfully. I let him have sex with me whenever he wanted, and promised I'd help him get his club off the ground so long as he kept my sister alive. I would flirt with the patrons to keep them coming in until he established his clientele. I would spread my legs, suck his dick, bang his friends, anything he wanted. I did it without question.
She faces Christian now. "I'll tell you where he is, but only if you make me a promise. My sister means everything to me. You have to protect her. Please. I swear it's the only reason I'm still working for him."
Done. If you help me take Valenti down, I promise that your sister will be safe.
Kate looks up at him from under her lashes and takes a deep breath. "There's a shipping port on the east side of the island. It's got hundreds of shipping containers that move in and out of the place weekly. Valenti has a safe house there. You'll know it by 3 blue containers in the dead center of the port." She takes another heavy breath. "It's not heavily guarded. Maybe a dozen men at the most. He hasn't left the safe house since you burned down the lounge." My heart begins to thud erratically at the thought of all of this being over. Valenti could be dead tonight, and months of fearing when he'd show up will die with him. I stare at Christian with hope in my eyes, but he looks distant. I reach for his hand and squeeze. He squeezes back.
Thank you, Kate. You can leave now,
Christian says, his tone leaving no room for argument. I don't fight him on this, but only because I begin to shake. Kate leaves, and I step towards one of the windows and stare out over the city. Christian wraps his arm around me in a way that says, "I'm here."
I'm going to say something, and you're not going to like it.
"You don't trust her. Tell me why." He takes a deep breath and presses a soft kiss to my temple while he holds me.
If she's been working for Valenti all this time, why is she only just now coming to tell us? Everyone in this goddamn city knows where we live and work. It's not like we're hard to find. The lounge has been a pile of ashes for months. If you hadn't run into her the other day, I doubt she would have come here to say anything. If she really wanted to help, she should have come to us a long time ago.
I sigh. He's right. Kate knows what I went through. She knows Christian is the silencer, and she knows exactly the kind of person Frank is. He's not going to give up on getting revenge. She should have said something months ago.
What do you want to do?
Christian asks, and I turn slightly in his arms to look up at him in confusion. What do you mean?
Do you want me to trust Kate and go look for him, guns raised, or do you want me to do some recon on the safe house first?
I think about it for a long time. Kate is my friend. Would she lie to me for Frank? She's always been honest with me about what a monster he is. I don't see why she would lie now, even if she is still working for him. I know firsthand that escaping his clutches isn't easy. I turn completely in Christian's arms and run my hands down his torso, pressing roughly into the healing wound in his stomach. He winces and shifts away from my touch.
Obviously, it's going to hurt if you're shoving your fingers in it.
I can't risk losing you again.
I'll wear my suit. It will protect me. It always has. Do you know how many times I got shot when I killed Valenti's friends for touching you?
You hadn't been bedridden for weeks. I close my eyes and rest my forehead against his chest. I want Valenti dead, but I want you alive more.
Those things are not mutually exclusive, Elena.
It's too risky.
You expect me to just sit here and...
He shrugs his shoulders and twists his face in a disgusted expression.
Let him exist in this city after what he did to you? Tell me that's not what you want.
What I want is for you to remember that you have a family now. If revenge means you're risking Caroline growing up without you, then no, I don't want revenge.
One bullet. That's all it will take for it to be over.
He cradles my face in his hands, gently and comforting like he always has. But for some reason, I find it hard to look him in the eye. Let me ask you something, I prompt, pausing to take in a heavy breath and find the courage to meet his gaze. Do you want revenge because of what Frank did to me? Or do you want revenge because you want to kill him?
What's the difference?
One is for me, the other is for you.
Christian is quiet for a long moment as he reflects on that. His eyes never leave mine as he does. I know when he's found his answer, because his hands drop from my cheeks, and now he's the one that can't find the strength to look at me. "Mommy!" Caroline squeals as she meets us in the foyer. Christian doesn't make an effort to say hi or even look at anyone, making a hasty exit up the stairs. I know where he's going, and I don't try to stop him. If he stays here, or if he goes out to try and find Frank, I won't know. The latter wouldn't surprise me, but I don't intend on asking. Christian is stubborn, but I'd honestly be more surprised if he didn't go looking for Frank. He won't rest until he's dead, especially now that it's confirmed he's still lurking in the city. My mother notices Christian's sour mood instantly, watching as he disappears upstairs. I suppose she can relate to having a stubborn, moody spouse. "What's for dinner?" I ask Caroline. It's Monday, and on Mondays we let her pick the meal.
"Pizza! With lots of cheese!"
I pick her up and carry her towards the kitchen to find dinner almost ready. Paolo is sprinkling fresh grated Parmesan on top of the steaming pies. I set Caroline on the counter and glance around the room. "Where's Dad?" My mom crinkles her nose and shrugs. "He said he had an emergency with a client. Something about the mayor's wife, I think." "Oh, Janine," I reply, just to fill the awkward tension that suddenly seeped into the room at the mention of my father. "She's lovely." My mom gives me a half-hearted smile and helps Caroline pick a slice of pizza. "Tell me," I prompt, because I can see that she wants to say something but won't. It's nothing." "It doesn't seem like nothing." She stares down at her granddaughter and sighs. "I remember when you were this little. You and Travis were always fighting over who got to ride on your father's shoulders when we would go somewhere. I've never seen someone love their children the way he loves you." "Mom," I choke out, my throat burning. "Feels like yesterday we were sending you off to chase your dreams in this city. Now you have a beautiful family of your own. Time just flies by." I reach across the counter to rest my hand over hers. "Someone's feeling sentimental," I tease. She gives me a sad smile and blinks away the wetness in her eyes as a heavy set of footsteps come around the corner. Gavin walks in, pausing when he spots us at one of the double islands. He nods to greet us.
"Mrs. Reeves, Mrs. Young."
I point with my pinky towards one of the 3 pizzas Paolo prepared. "Want some? The 3 of us can't finish all of this." He shrugs.
"Why not?"
With Gavin's help, we get through 2 of the 3 pies. He tells us that in 1 week he's taking his wife on the honeymoon they never got to have. A gift from Christian for protecting me when he was shot. They're going to Belize. "Sounds like fun," I quip. "Going to make another baby while you're there?"
All my wife talks about is having another baby, so probably...
"Mommy," Caroline asks, "can I have a baby brother?"
I cock my head to the side in amusement. "Sure, I'll get right on that," I say, tapping her nose. Christian and I agreed when we adopted Caroline that we'd wait at least a year before we started trying to have a baby. But I'm not sure if a year is enough time for me. Not because I don't want a baby, but because I don't think I'm emotionally ready to have my genitals poked and prodded by strangers throughout the pregnancy. Sex with Christian makes me feel safe, loved, free. His touch is comforting. The thought of anyone else coming near me fills me with ice-cold fear, and he knows that. The last time we talked about it, he promised me he'd wait as long as it takes for me to be ready. As for Caroline, well, she's only been our daughter for a couple of months, and we haven't quite gotten around to explaining how that's perhaps not an appropriate question to ask. But when have we ever said no to her? My train of thought is interrupted by 2 loud pops coming from the foyer. My blood runs cold. I know a gunshot when I hear it. Instantly, I lunge for Caroline and tightly hug her to my chest as I squat to the floor and shove her inside one of the large cabinets under the island. "Carol, look at me," I say, trying to keep my voice calm. "We're going to play a game of hide and seek, okay? You hide right here, and Daddy is going to come find you." I take the diamond bracelet off my wrist and hit the panic button, clasping it around her ankle. "Don't make a sound. And don't come out for anyone but Daddy, okay?" "Okay, Mummy." I shut the cabinet door and grab my mother's hand as Gavin, with his gun out, puts himself between us and the door closest to the foyer. It goes quiet for a few long seconds, and then I hear one more pop. Gavin slumps to the floor, clutching at his shoulder. It doesn't look like it hit anything vital, but he could easily bleed out. I'd bend down to help him, but I can't, because across the room, pointing a gun at us, is the silencer. I don't mean Christian, because whoever this is in front of me, it's not Christian. His body shape is wrong. His build is wrong. His height is wrong. I can tell from across the room that he's too old. His mask is wrong. His eyes are the wrong shade of green. Wrong, wrong, wrong. This is the man who shot my husband. I know it in my bones. "What do you want?" I croak, my mother and I clutching onto each other like a lifeline.
"Come with me, now, or the Irishman dies."
God, even his voice is wrong. Christian's mask has a slight voice changer too, but his is sexy and gravelly. This one sounds like a cheap knockoff of Darth Vader. My heart crawls up my throat at the peculiar nature of that threat. The Irishman. He's threatening to kill Edwin, not my mother, who's standing right next to me. Whoever this person is, and whatever their motivations are, he's trying to lure Christian into a trap. And I'm the bait. I'm the bait. I'm the bait. I'm the bait. I'm the bait.
Chapter 54. The Silencer. I don't mind blood. I never have. But when there's blood all over my home and I wasn't the one to spill it, yeah, it's fucking infuriating. I should have known shit would hit the fan. Last time I left Elena alone for more than 2 fucking minutes, she hit her panic alarm and I had to watch helplessly as 2 men got their revenge on me by raping her. And once again, that fucking alarm is going off and I'm damn near ready to raze this city to the ground. If Elena has so much as a hair out of place, I can kiss my last bit of self-control goodbye. When I get to my mansion, there are 2 security guards on the ground. They're bleeding from gunshots in their stomachs. These are big guys, big targets. Whoever this is that's trying to ruin my life, they have terrible fucking aim. First, they can't land a fatal hit with a damn military-grade sniper, and now they can't even get a clean hit on my security guards. They're alive, just unconscious from blood loss. I check my tracking device. It shows Elena's location in the kitchen. I slowly make my way through the house, listening carefully for any voices that shouldn't be here. Any sounds of struggle or fear. I don't hear anything until I get to the kitchen. Bethany is crouched over Gavin, holding a dish rag against what I can only assume is a gunshot wound at the curve of his shoulder. She turns her head and whimpers when she spots me. She looks terrified. They both do. Then it hits me. I've made a big fucking mistake. I forgot to change. They're looking dead in the eyes of the silencer. Shit. It's too late to try and fix it now. With my gun at my side, I kneel next to Gavin. Where is she? From the corner of my eye, Bethany swings at me with a frying pan. I catch her wrist easily. She tries to tug it out of my grip, but I don't let her go until she drops it. I turn my attention back to Gavin.
Where is she?
I repeat, my patience dangerously thin. When he says nothing, I seethe.
Fuck! Code Lilac!
Code Lilac is reserved for the high-priority emergencies involving Elena or Caroline. We came up with the term when I promoted Gavin to their permanent bodyguard. There are only 2 people on the planet who know Code Lilac. Gavin Miramontes and Christian Reeves. Gavin stares at me in utter disbelief. He tries to sit up straighter, his back slouched awkwardly against the cabinets now coated in his blood.
He took her. Who?
Through gritted teeth, he hisses,
The silencer!
I tighten my jaw.
Where's Caroline?
What the hell is going on?
Bethany screeches as she covers Gavin's mouth with her hand. Gavin tilts his head to his left, towards the cabinets under the kitchen island. I scramble over to swing open the door of the largest one. Precious Caroline lets out a whine of pure fear and curls up into a tight ball in the very corner of the cabinet.
Baby girl, it's me,
I coo before letting my mask fall to the floor.
It's Daddy.
Caroline blinks in confusion, but then she relaxes.
Oh, hi, Daddy,
she says before crawling out of the cabinet and into my arms. I hold her tight to my chest, a small wave of relief coming over me now that I know she's okay. From over Caroline's shoulders, I make eye contact with Bethany and Gavin. Beth.
Give her to me,
Bethany demands, her eyes flickering to Caroline. When I don't move, her gaze and tone turns dangerous.
Christian, give her to me right now.
As much as it hurts my still healing gunshot wound, I make my way to my feet as I hold Caroline in my arms, making sure to keep her facing away from Gavin and all his blood. I shake my head. You'll take her.
She's a baby, Christian.
She begs as she takes a step closer. I take a step back. She's my baby. I'm the way I am because of your husband, Beth. You don't get to judge me. Bethany recoils as if I've just slapped her across the face because she knows I'm right. I take a deep breath and nuzzle my cheek against Caroline's head. Take her, I instruct, my eyes a silent warning that if she leaves the property with my daughter, I will violently dismember her. Bethany takes Caroline from my arms and takes her out of the room. I pick my mask up from the ground and secure it onto my face.
Hey, Gav.
His eyes flicker up to mine.
Do you remember what you said to me in the gym after I was shot? About how if anything happened to Elena, I'd do far worse than fire you.
His face turns 3 shades paler as I crack my neck and point my gun at his forehead.
Consider yourself lucky that I'm making it quick.
The strawberry blonde bitch steps away from the ATM on the corner, having made what looked to be a deposit of bills worth a few thousand. Gavin was right. Kate's loyalty is with the highest bidder, but she's made a mistake. No amount of money is going to save her from me. As she passes by the alleyway, I emerge from the shadows and grab her by her hair, ruthlessly slamming her down against the concrete sidewalk. I love the sound of her skull cracking against the ground and the pained scream that comes after. She tries to fight me, but she's disoriented and scared. I drag her into the alley by her hair, kicking and screaming. I cover her mouth with duct tape and tie her wrists and ankles together as blood from her head seeps down into her face. I drag her through dirty alleys, making sure to put her in the path of garbage and stagnant water before we come to a stop at an abandoned warehouse. I set up a chair in the center of the empty space and secure her limbs to the wooden supports. I take a moment to catch my breath and clutch the burning flesh where my gunshot wound is aching. When I pull away my hand, there's blood. Fuck. I move to the window, sighing in content at my work. In the distance, I can see black smoke rising from the bridges leading off the island. All but one. forcing anyone wanting to leave through a single choke point that the FBI is closely monitoring. They're handling it as a terrorist attack. They've got bigger problems than bombs I've planted under bridges if there's so much as a scratch on Elena. I turn back to the lying whore, and Kate is hyperventilating. I pull off the tape and stand directly in front of her, arms crossed, and I wait. After a long bout of silence, I remove my mask and let it fall to the floor. Well? Do you have anything to say?
Please, I haven't done anything.
I chuckle, and without any shred of remorse, I punch her in the face. She should consider herself lucky that I pulled that punch. If I had let her taste the full brunt of my fist, I probably would have broken her jaw. Where is she? When she says nothing, I get a little excited. It's been too long since I've had a good torture session. Come on, Catherine. For every second of my time you waste, I'm going to spend a minute fucking up your sister. I hope she likes the taste of her own teeth.
I don't know where he took her. Please, I swear on my life that I don't know anything.
I kneel next to her and pull out a serrated knife, tracing it down her leg, slicing open her thigh and watching the blood seep out of the deep wound. Kate starts crying. From pain or from fear, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that she's going to sit here and suffer until she tells me what I want. Then, and only then, I will consider putting her out of her misery. Who am I kidding? She's going to die the second she gives me any useful information. I'm not torturing her because I want to. I'm doing this for Elena because this lying bitch betrayed her by allying herself with the wrong man. Do you remember what I did to Neil Hayden? I ask, the fury in my voice sharp as razors. Do you remember his body hanging upside down outside of the Hellfire Lounge? Exsanguinated? Mutilated? I take her forearm and easily snap the fragile bone and sigh in satisfaction when she screams. Broken. I stand up and punch her again. Beaten. Bloody. Tell me what you know, and I'll spare you at least one of those things. Yeah, she's fucking lucky. I'm being really fucking patient right now. I need information, and it's the only reason this bitch is still breathing. I'm going to hunt down her sister and take it out on her, too, because I'm that fucking enraged. I don't know who I should be more pissed off at. Kate? The fucker that broke into my house and kidnapped my wife? Or maybe I'm just mad at my own stubborn ass for being on the other side of the fucking city chasing a fake lead when Elena hit her panic alarm because I was stupid enough to let rage towards Valenti overtake my reason.
Frank is paranoid about being found.
Kate admits, slurring her words as her hazy mind tries to form coherent thoughts through the pain.
He doesn't have any electronics in his safe house because he's afraid of getting hacked. Just a few dozen guards on rotation. One of his men brings him the newspaper every morning so he can keep up with what's happening in the city while he's in hiding. The morning after you got married, he put the pieces together that the silencer and Christian Reeves were the same man. After the ruthlessness you showed Neil Hayden for touching Elena, you wouldn't have let any other man have her. You made it easy to figure out I didn't tell him.
I don't believe you, but continue.
He wants her. Not like you think. Not to rape, but to control you. He knows you'd do anything to get her back, even work for him.
You're more delusional than I am if you think I'd ever make a deal with Frank fucking Valenti after what he did to Elena. I grab her by her jaw, the flesh there already starting to swell. She winces at the contact.
Pipsqueak has a way of attracting psychopaths.
Ah, so you do know about my twin, I muse, moving her neck from side to side, contemplating if I want to break it when I'm done here. Kate nods frantically.
He was dressed as the silencer when he met with Valenti. He loved it. Poetic justice or some shit. Valenti wanted you. Your twin wanted Elena. I think he stole your act to cover his tracks when he tried to kill you.
I cock one of my guns and shove it under her jaw. Your story isn't making sense. If Valenti wants me, but Junior wants me dead, how would they ever make a deal?
I don't know, but I do know that your shadow is obsessed with Elena. All he talks about is saving her from you. If you ever meet, it'll be a bloodbath.
I crack my neck. Good. Been too long since I had one of those. This man dressed like me. What does he look like? Kate lets out a sickly cough.
Older. He had gray hair. Lean. Just about as tall as me. I only saw him once as he walked past me. I didn't get a good look.
That's not helpful, Kate, I taunt, pressing the gun harder into her skin. Scars, tattoos, eye color, anything.
Blue eyes. I remember that because Valenti told him about the contacts.
So you swear on your sister's life you didn't tell Valenti about me? He found it out on his own? Because I find that really fucking hard to believe. If he learned all that information himself, what does he need you for? I pause to give her a chance to answer. She doesn't. I put my gun away and circle around her slowly, trying to intimidate any further information from her. I can tell by her defeated gaze that she's got nothing. Just tell me why, Kate. Why would you help Elena one minute and then betray her the next? She trusted you. If it was about money, you were stupid to think that anyone's allegiance pays better than mine.
It wasn't about the money. He threatened my sister and said if I didn't find a way to get you out of that mansion, he'd kill her and make me watch.
Your sister is a dead girl walking either way.
Do whatever you want to me. Just don't hurt my sister.
Not only did you stab your friend in the back, but you put my kid in danger. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put a bullet in the head of everyone you've ever loved.
Please, my sister is innocent. Just like
Her words are cut off with a guttural gargle when I slit her throat and blood spurts from her neck across my chest and arms. I push her backwards and she goes plummeting to the ground in the chair, still gasping for air when I place a strip of red duct tape over her mouth and leave the warehouse. What I've done to her is a mercy compared to what I have planned for my shadow. God help the man who took Elena, because she belongs to only one psychopath. Me.
Chapter 55. The Angel. My limbs feel heavy and my head is fuzzy. Most likely from whatever sedative that psycho injected me with when he dragged me from the mansion. I'm getting really sick of going unconscious and then waking up in a different location. This time, instead of Frank's private suite atop the Hellfire Lounge, I'm in an unassuming motel room. I'm not handcuffed or gagged or bound in any way, which is honestly more unsettling. I wasn't tied up when I was with Frank, either. The first thing I do is pick up the phone on the bedside table to call for help, but the wires have been cut. Angry, I throw the bedside lamp across the room and watch it shatter against the wall. Then I stand up, wobbly on my legs from the sedative, and limp to the door. It's locked from the outside. I don't even think that's legal. The door is a bust, so I go to the window. It's got bars on the outside. I'm effectively trapped. I sit on the edge of the bed and rub my face with my left hand. My blood runs cold when I notice that my wedding ring is missing. I would blame Kate for stealing it, but I'm certain that she's already gotten paid a pretty penny for lying to Christian and I to separate us. This is exactly what she wanted. And we were stupid and desperate enough to fall for it. I've never been stabbed in the back by a friend, or at least someone I thought was a friend. I don't understand why Kate would do this to me after everything she did to help me after I was raped. She kept Christian's secret for me. Or I thought she did. Now I'm not so sure. If she told Frank or anyone else that Christian is the silencer, then I let myself get raped for nothing, and that feels like bitter poison in my mouth. A single tear falls out of my eye and trails down my face until it falls onto the ugly comforter tucked into the bed. I suppose falling in love with a serial killer has desensitized me to murder, because all I can think about is how satisfying it would be to get revenge. I look stupid now for letting her come between my marriage. I was so convinced she only had good intentions, but Christian sniffed out the lie like a shark smells blood in the water. Last time I didn't listen to him, I got him shot. Now I've gone and gotten myself kidnapped. I can only imagine how insane Christian is right now. I gave my tracker to Caroline to make sure he'd find her and my mother safe, but in doing so, I severed the only direct tie he has to me. I know firsthand the kind of carnage he's capable of when I'm threatened. He's proved that time and time again. The last time I was taken from him, I had only been gone for a few hours, and he killed 13 people and burnt down the Hellfire Lounge. I can only imagine what kind of hell he's putting Meridian City through trying to look for me. While I'm alone, I start searching the room for anything I can use as a weapon. There might be cameras in here watching me, but it doesn't matter if there are. I'd rather slit my own throat than let Frank or any other man who isn't my husband touch me again. I find nothing. Not even a goddamn cord I can use as a rope to hang myself with. They've all been cut too short to be of any use. With that idea out of the question, I begin to look for notepads, a map, business cards, anything that might indicate where I am. While I'm digging through a dresser, the door opens, and I freeze. The silencer, the imposter, enters the room and shuts the door behind him with uncharacteristic gentleness. The only sound it makes is the soft clicking of the lock. He takes a few steps towards me, and I sink to the floor in fear, because all I can imagine is that at any second, he's going to lunge for me and rip off my clothes. Who are you?
Don't be scared. I'm going to save you.
I don't need saving. What do you want with me? He paces around the room with his hands in his pockets for a minute. The tap of his feet against the floor is unnerving.
Nothing, sweetheart. I just want to make your husband sweat. Relax. I have a gift for you to prove that I'm on your side.
He leaves the room for a second, and when the door opens again, my body goes rigid and tight with fear. Frank Valenti is tied up as he's dragged into the room by his thinning hair and shoved down a few feet from me. I make eye contact with my rapist, and for once, I see fear in his eyes. He knows that one way or another, this is the end for him, and that feels beautiful. To my complete shock, the man approaches me and hands me a gun with a single bullet in the chamber and an empty mag. It's a message. I can kill the man who shot my husband, or I can kill the man who raped me. Unfortunately for him, he's forgotten that there is a third option. I show him his mistake by pointing the gun at my own head, staring up at him with a burning defiance that would make Christian proud. He holds his hands up in surrender.
Don't be stupid.
You're the stupid one for handing your captive a gun. I'm trying to sound brave, but my voice is shaking as badly as my hand is. I don't want to die. I just don't want to be raped again. Frank is bound by his wrists and ankles, and the imposter takes another set of zip ties and secures Frank to the bed frame. Then he leaves the room, leaving us alone with a single bullet to decide our fate. Blinded by fear and rage, I point the gun at his head. This is it. Payback. Revenge. Justice. I've imagined doing this so many times, I whisper, tears streaming down my face. I've imagined what I'd say to you hundreds of times. Now that you're here and defenseless, the only thing I have to say to you is what I wanted to tell you the first time you raped me. That I will never let you have the satisfaction of thinking you broke me. Frank whimpers, his face screaming out in confusion and fear for what's to come. Christian is the only person on this planet that's allowed to break me, because he's the only person on the planet who knows how to put me back together again. Then I fire a shot into the mattress above his head. I'm not a killer, Frank, but I'm going to enjoy watching him kill you. With Frank secured to the bed frame and the masked imposter still absent, I find a few short hours of sleep before the sun comes up. It was restless, and every small noise woke me up, but it was sleep nonetheless. In the morning, I find the TV remote hidden under the mattress and flip on the ancient, boxy screen and scroll until I find a local news station. It brings me a small comfort that I'm still in Meridian City, because I recognize the station. What's on the screen takes my breath away. Helicopter footage shows the unprecedented carnage Christian has inflicted on the city in the few hours I've been gone. It looks like an active war zone. Black smoke rises from the streets and skyscrapers in thick plumes. Police cruisers are upside down and smashed in. Looters are running around with crowbars. Traffic is backed up, circling the entire island. 3 of the 4 bridges leading off the island are disintegrated. He blew them up. God, I love it when he's unhinged. As the news coverage plays in the background, I pace around the room in a small circle, trying to think of a plan before the imposter comes back. All I have to defend myself with is a gun with no bullets. I take it and tuck it into the waistband of my leggings. When I have my back turned to Frank, I hear him yell, and then my vision goes black when I'm hit in the back of the head and tossed to the floor. I scream and flip over onto my back, kneeing him in the nuts and pushing him off me. My eyes catch on his restraints. He's chewed through the zip ties on his wrists to get them free, but his legs are still bound together. I'm able to move freely, but I only have so much space to run around in this tiny room. While he's catching his breath from being hit in the groin, I bang on the door of the room and beg for someone's help. No one comes. I pull the gun from my waistband and go to Plan Z. When Frank approaches me again, I use it as a bludgeoning tool as best I can. He's old, but he's still a lot stronger than I am, and once he catches my wrist, it's game over. Blood is streaming down his face from where I got a few hits in, but he's still coming for me. He grabs me by the throat and slams me into the window hard enough to shatter it with my body.
Bitch!
I cry out in pain as glass shards dig into my head and back, but I'm in pure survival mode and grab one of the shards with my bare hands. The shape of it is awkward, and as I hold it, it does more harm to my hands than it does to Frank when I shove it into his gut. He staggers back a little, but his hands don't let up on my throat. I stab again, not aiming for anywhere in particular, managing to get him in the temple. He loosens his grip on me enough to send us both toppling to the floor. As I'm catching my breath, I feel Frank grab me before he flips me onto my back and tries to pin me down by my wrists. I'm kicking and screaming, and we're both covered in each other's blood, but I fight. I fight with all my strength. And then there's a gunshot, and things go still. I freeze when Frank's blood drips onto my face from the wound in his forehead. His dead body falls limp on top of me, and I push him off, flipping onto my stomach and catching my breath before looking up to find the imposter staring down at me with, dare I say, concern in his eyes. He approaches me slowly, squatting down near me and tenderly grabbing my hand. He observes the cut from the glass.
You need stitches. Don't move.
When he stands up and turns his back to me, I stand up too, and with every ounce of strength I have left in my body, I jump onto his back, and like a rabid animal, I start biting and clawing. I won't stop until I'm free. Or dead. Or dead. Or dead. Or...
Chapter 56. The Silencer. It's been a full 24 hours since Elena was kidnapped, and I'm on the verge of just putting a bullet in my skull because I can't take it anymore. Except I can't do that, because I have Caroline, and she needs me. But Elena needs me too, and I can't fucking find her. I thought nothing could be worse than watching her get raped and being powerless to stop it, but this, not knowing where she is or if she's okay, fucking torture. I went out into the city for 17 hours straight looking for her and found nothing. I would have stayed out longer, but Bethany kept blowing up my phone because Caroline wanted me, and I was stuck choosing between my wife and my daughter. Thank fuck for Bethany for taking care of Caroline while I've been out searching. She's not talking to me, but that's an issue I'll deal with later. I didn't tell Bethany that Elena's bracelet is a tracker, and Caroline's been using it as a necklace for her stuffed rabbit, and she carries that raggedy stuffed animal everywhere, so I'll know the second Bethany decides to do something stupid like skip town. Elena and I never talked about what my priorities should be in this situation because I never thought we would be in this situation. It has been agony, and I don't know how I'm going to make it another minute without knowing where Elena is or if she's okay. When I find her, I'm going to fucking embed that fucking tracker under her skin so that this never happens again. I'm outside in the backyard smoking through a pack of cigarettes, trying to think logically about how I'm going to search the entire fucking island by myself. Elena's going to be mad at me for smoking because I quit for Caroline, but I'm so close to losing my shit, and this is the only thing I can do to try and keep my head straight. I'm breathing through the beginnings of a panic attack when I feel Caroline tug on the side of my jeans.
Daddy, did you find Mommy yet?
Jesus Christ. Is this what Elena felt like when I was in the hospital and Caroline would ask when I was going to wake up? No, baby, but I will. I promise, I say, picking her up and blowing out my smoke to the side. I'm going to find her. Caroline wrinkles her nose at the smell of the cigarette smoke as I put it out in the ashtray.
Those are stinky.
I know, I'm sorry. Caroline's blue eyes stare into mine for a second, and then she crosses her arms and huffs.
Mummy's the best at hide-and-seek.
Fuck yeah, she is. Do not tell her I said that in front of you. Caroline furrows her brow at me.
Can I have ice cream for dinner?
I scoff again, amazed at how well this 4-year-old child can manipulate me already. She got that from me. I'm so proud. Yes, you can have ice cream for dinner. Caroline does a zipping motion over her mouth to indicate she will uphold her end of the bargain, and I wistfully laugh and kiss her cheek, hugging her even tighter to my chest.
Grandpa says I can help him choose his next puzzle. Will you show me where they are?
I take a deep breath and nod. I take her inside and lead her to the game room on the first floor where I keep a cabinet full of puzzles for Edwin. I wait for her to dig through the boxes. She chooses the one with the most purple pieces. Big shocker there. I lead her to where Edwin is waiting in the study for her, and Edwin gives me a big grin that tells me he has no idea what the fuck is going on. I have a meeting with the public information officer at the MCPD to, at the very least, have them put out an announcement that Elena's missing and that I'm offering a 7-figure reward for anyone who brings her to me. When he arrives, I greet him at the door but insist we talk outside in the driveway. 1, because I need a smoke, and 2, I don't want Caroline to see him. I feel like if she sees a cop and hears Elena's name, she'll put two and two together, and I don't want her to worry. I understand now what Elena said to me after I was shot, about how she didn't know how to explain the situation to Caroline. Do all parents find it this difficult to protect their child's innocence? 5 million, I confirm through a puff of smoke to the officer. Officer Jackson, Jacobs, Johnson, something with a J. I didn't listen. All right. Is there anything specific you want people to be on the lookout for? We have what she was last seen wearing from the missing person report, but is there anything else? Scars, jewelry, deformities? Elena's name and deformities do not go in the same sentence, and I think Officer Jerkoff picks up on that from the death glare I give him. She would have been wearing her wedding ring, purple diamond the size of the iceberg that sunk the Titanic. My voice trails off as two of my security guards run out the front door and down the driveway towards the front gate. Confused, I follow them, jogging slowly with the cop until we reach the front gate, where a dozen of my men are walking in a circle with their guns raised in caution. When they see me, they split apart, allowing me a look at one of my security guards holding a small lump in his arms. She's covered in blood and dirt, messy and nearly unrecognizable. But when our gazes collide, I know it's her. Oh my God. She scrambles out of the guard's arms so fast he partially drops her, catching her only inches before she hits the ground, which is moot on his part because I practically tackle her myself. Fuck, Angel, are you okay? I pat over her body as she collapses in relief into my arms. You're freezing. Are you hurt? Is this your blood? My questions come out in rapid succession, but she only ever gives me one answer.
I don't know.
Her voice is quiet and her gaze is distant. Angel, talk to me, I beg, pushing her messy hair out of her face and tucking it behind her ears. I make eye contact with one of my guards and instruct him to tell Bethany what's happening and to keep Caroline occupied while I sneak Elena into the house to clean her up. The last thing I want is for Caroline to see her like this. I pull my wallet out of my pocket and throw a fat wad of cash at the officer, still carefully watching the interaction. Not a damn word, I warn. I stare him down as his eyes flicker between Elena, my guards, and the money at his feet. Predictable as always, he takes the cash. Against my body's protests, I try to pick Elena up to carry her myself. I can't, and it hurts my fucking pride to ask another man to carry my distraught wife into the safety of our bedroom. When we're alone behind the locked door, I lead Elena into the bathroom and she slumps against the wall, sitting on the ground with her legs tucked up to her chest. I take a hand towel, soak it in warm water, and use it to clean the blood from her face while she sits. It almost feels like a more fucked up version of that night I forced her to take me to her apartment. I wiped blood off her then, too. When her face is clean, I can see that she's hurt. She has a thin slice across her cheek, bruises in the shape of fingerprints around her neck, and glass stuck in her tangled hair.
Please tell me Caroline's okay.
She pleads, a single tear falling down her cheek. Yes, she's fine. I promise.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
She says that, but I don't believe it. Not with the way she's on the verge of dissociating. Forgive me for not being fucking convinced. You're shutting me out. Don't do that.
Kevin?
I sigh as I shake my head and rub the back of my knuckles along her cheekbone.
He died because of me.
No. Hey, look at me. Don't go down that hole. None of this is your fault. Frustrated that she doesn't seem to have any concern for herself in this moment, my patience begins to wear thin. Elena, talk to me. She says nothing. And I snap. Fuck Kate. And fuck Valenti, and fuck the silencer imposter. Fuck everyone on this goddamn planet. I drag Elena up to her feet and pull her into the shower with me, fully clothed, and turn on the water so hot it turns our skin red on first contact. I rip at the dirty fabric covering her until she's naked and then shed my own clothes. While I wash her body and hair, I kiss her savagely, ferociously. Do you have any idea what I went through? You gave your goddamn tracker to Caroline, and I had nothing to tell me where you might be. I roughly squeeze the curve of her ass, and she gasps, seeming to finally come alive at the roughness, at the safety only I can bring her using the most unhinged parts of me. I kiss her again, pressing her tightly against the walls of the shower. I wrap my hands around her throat and very gently squeeze. She hisses and whimpers at the soreness when my hands touch the bruises there. Who did this? Huh? Who put marks on my angel?
Frank.
My blood runs cold at that man's name on her lips, and I pull away to look down at her, the hot water carrying dirt and blood along her body and down the drain. The fury in my stare could light buildings on fire. Is some of this his blood? She nods.
He tried to kill me. Your shadow killed him first.
Shame. I wish I could have killed him myself. I whispered against her lips, hiking her leg over my hip and trailing my fingers into the space between her legs. My eyes flicker to hers, half-lidded and hazy. Did he touch you, Elena? She shakes her head, and to prove it, she tangles her fingers in my wet hair and grabs my dick, causing me to groan into her mouth. Oh, then what is it you're not telling me? Instead of saying a word, she pulls back to look at me and then slowly sinks to her knees. Without hesitation, she takes me into her mouth as deep as she can manage. I lay my hands flat against the stone walls as she sucks me off. Stop trying to distract me. I grunt as her lips leave my cock with a lewd pop.
He took my wedding ring.
She whispers, water from the shower head falling into her face, gathering on her eyelashes and irritating the delicate whites of her eyes. Fuck the ring. I'll get you one twice as big. I groan as she puts her mouth on me again. God, you look so pretty on your knees. I praise before grabbing her jaw and forcing myself down her throat faster, causing her to gag and choke. Then I do it again, and again, and again, until spit leaks out of the sides of her mouth and sloppily lands on her chest. Get on the fucking floor, I growl. When she isn't bent over in 3 milliseconds, I grab her by her hair and roughly push her over until her ass is in the air and her pretty pussy is on display for me. The smooth floor digs into her knees as I lick her from behind. Fuck, she tastes perfect, so sweet and feminine. She moans loudly, the sweet sounds echoing off the walls. I suck on her clit, hard. Probably so hard it's not even pleasurable, but this isn't about pleasure. It's about control. It's about safety. I lick one long stripe from her clit to her pussy to her virgin hole between her ass, all the way up her back until I reach her throat, and then I bite her hard enough to leave a mark. I take my angry cock in my fist and stroke it twice, and then line the head up with her cunt. Her entire body freezes, and she abruptly flips over and shakes her head.
Not that way. Any position but that one. Please.
I grip my teeth and kiss her again, my tongue messily exploring her delicate mouth. I won't be gentle, I warn, and in response she tugs so hard on my hair it makes my eyes water. I groan, which turns into a lustful growl. Oh, I'm going to fuck you so hard you won't be able to think about anything other than me. I want to feel you come around my cock, and I want to put a baby in that soft belly of yours and then fuck you some more. I line myself up with her again, sinking into her tight pussy and fucking her ruthlessly with no regard for her pain. She screams beautiful expletives of pleasure, dragging her nails down my back so hard that she draws blood. I don't even care that blood is dripping from my gunshot wound under her stomach. I don't care that it hurts. I don't care that I've earned myself another trip to the hospital. If fucking my love back into her is the last thing I ever do, it will be a satisfying death. That's how every man wants to go, in between the legs of his lover. My world explodes into pleasure as a lightning rod strikes the base of my spine, causing me to lose my rhythm at the exact moment her pussy flutters around my cock, and I coat her insides with everything I have to offer. I fuck her until my cock goes completely soft, and even still, I stay inside her, breathing deep against her neck as the hot water rains over us. I kiss down her body all the way to her glistening, swollen, fucked-out pussy and place soft kisses to her sensitive clit. I growl in satisfaction at her tiny mules as I deliver little kitten licks to that delicate nub. I flick my tongue against her clit and lick her in slow, deliberate circles. I alternate between fast and slow strokes, keeping my eyes glued to her angelic face. I want to watch her when she comes apart on my tongue this time. Her cheeks are flushed, and her eyes are hazy and fucked out, like I've sent her to heaven. It's where she belongs, after all. Belongs after all. Belongs after all. After all. Chapter 57. The Silencer. Elena still seems off. Something is bothering her, and it's taking everything in me not to reach down her throat and just pull out whatever she's not telling me. Did they touch her? Are there injuries I haven't seen? Did they threaten her family? My mind goes through every possible scenario, none of them good. Elena is still bleeding from her hand, and with her hair still dripping wet, she leaves our bedroom to say goodnight to Caroline. Elliot is lingering in the hallway, his skin gray, looking like he's one heartbeat away from passing out. He's wearing a jacket zipped up all the way to his neck, making him look stiff and awkward. Nice of him to show up. I haven't seen him since the morning before Elena was taken. Beth said he had a work emergency. But what could be more important than your daughter going missing?
Let me see,
he whispers, grabbing Elena's bleeding hand. She seems shocked by the action, stumbling when he grabs her. He blinks rapidly a few times before squeezing his eyes shut and shaking his head as if trying to shrug off an intrusive thought.
Doesn't look like there's any glass fragments. Come on, I'll stitch you up.
How do you know it was glass?
Elena's question has Elliot's eyes flickering to me and then back down to her hand. He chuckles, cutting himself off with a wince that sounds painful.
Sweetheart, I've been a surgeon longer than you've been alive. I know what a laceration from glass looks like.
He throws his arm around her shoulders and leads her to his guest bedroom. He sits Elena down at the small desk against the far wall, and I grab a chair and sit next to her, placing my hand gently on her thigh in a gesture of comfort. From his backpack, Elliot pulls out an entire hospital supply closet's worth of medical supplies. Gauze, sutures, needles, vials of local anesthetic, weird shit to keep in a backpack. Maybe it's a surgeon thing. We're the type of men that like to be prepared. He has Band-Aids, I have bullets. He begins to delicately clean Elena's wound, and I watch. Maybe I'll learn a thing or two. Most of the time, if I'm hurt, I stitch myself up. It'd be nice to have a scar in a straight fucking line for once. Midway down the line of stitches, Elliot's hands begin to tremble and he starts to blink rapidly again, shaking his head every few seconds. The second half of Elena's stitches are slightly crooked. Elliot, I warn. He looks up at me, disdain clearly on his face. I tilt my chin down in a subtle nod. He has to tell her. But he shakes his head.
Not now.
Yes, now. Elena's gaze flickers between us, her eyes finally settling on her father.
Dad?
He gives me another death glare and purses his lips before beginning to wrap her hand in gauze. His shoulders slump as he takes a deep breath.
All those years of smoking finally caught up to me.
Elena stiffens in her seat as he finishes his sentence.
Stage 4 metastatic lung cancer. It's spread to my liver and brain. I have a tumor pressing against my optic nerve and I will lose vision in my left eye completely within a month.
Elena's mouth hangs open in shock.
What?
I started having blurring vision and tremors when I was in the OR. Weakness, fatigue, hallucinations, bloody mucus when I cough. Beth took me to the doctor, and I lit up like a Christmas tree.
I close my eyes and let out a deep breath. Not exactly how I would have told my own daughter that I'm dying. You'd think as a doctor he'd know better. Instead of questioning him further, though, she roughly pulls her hand out of his and faces me. Fuck. Her eyes are already red and glassy and full of accusation.
How long have you known?
Angel?
How long?
I opened my mouth trying to buy more time to try and soften the blow, but that would only upset her more. Beth told me 3 days before I was shot. We were all going to tell you after the bar exam, but...
Months? You've known for months?
She turns to her father.
And you? You've been ignoring me since December. You didn't think once to answer one of the thousands of messages I've left you to tell me you were dying?
She stands up abruptly and I reach for her. Elena!
Don't touch me! I've never felt so unloved and betrayed by the two men who claim to love me most.
As she stomps out of the room, Elliot tosses the dirty medical supplies in the trash can at his feet before reaching into his pocket and, ironically, pulling out a cigarette. I smack it out of his hand before he has a chance to light it. What the fuck was that? On what planet is that? How you tell your daughter that you're dying?
I don't need shit from you, Reeves, he grumbles, packing up the spare supplies. My family is none of your business.
I am your family, I shout, my teeth clenched so tight it hurts. Whether you like it or not, Bethany, Travis, Elena, you, me, Caroline, we are family, and I'm sick of your past lingering over us like a fucking storm cloud all the damn time. The only crime I've committed is being born a Reeves, and yet I'm living a life fucking sentence having to be tied to the man who stole my entire life from me. The least you could do is not make us all so goddamn miserable. Elliot begins cackling like a goddamn maniac, clutching his stomach and using the desk to hold himself steady on his feet. He's looking frail again, sweaty, labored breaths, wheezing coughs. He looks worse than Edwin, and Edwin's got 30 years on him. He stops laughing abruptly when he sees the unamused scowl I'm giving him.
Oh, you were serious. You really think you've done nothing wrong? What I wouldn't give to go back in time to that Wednesday night.
He sighs wistfully as his eyes focus on my torso.
I'm not a good shot anymore. Not like I was when I killed your parents.
Hey, Elliot. His head cocks to the side right as my fist connects with his jaw. Go to hell. I quietly open the door to our bedroom. Elena is sitting in the center of our bed, looking particularly small with her knees tucked into her chest in the middle of the California King. She's crying, not sobbing, not wailing, but her face is painted in the kind of sorrow that only appears when someone's had enough, when she's been hurting and suffering so long that she's no longer living, just surviving.
Do you know when he was diagnosed?
Your mom said it was the middle of September. Her face twists painfully and her head falls to her knees. She sniffles and rocks gently back and forth.
The night of our first date, he called me. He said he wasn't going to live forever. And he sounded so sad when he said it. I was so excited for our date that I blew it off. All this time.
I tuck a strand of hair gently behind her ear.
He doesn't want to fight it, does he?
It's too late for that, Angel. She closes her eyes and throws her head back as if trying to drain the tears gathered in her eyes back into her skull.
Mommy?
Elena and I both look towards the edge of the bed where Caroline has managed to sneak up on us. I beckon her to climb onto the bed. Come here, baby. Caroline crawls up the bed with one arm, the other holding Mr. Bunny. She crawls and sits at Elena's side.
What are you doing out of bed, sweet girl?
I missed you.
Caroline answers easily, snuggling into Elena's side.
I have something for you.
She holds up Mr. Bunny to show Elena's bracelet is wrapped around the toy's neck like a necklace. She takes it off the rabbit and places it around Elena's wrist.
I kept it safe for you.
Elena kisses the top of Caroline's head.
Thank you. Now it's bedtime. Let's go to sleep and we'll have pancakes in the morning. How does that sound?
Can I sleep here tonight? Please?
She drawls out, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her fist. Elena wordlessly nods, and we help Caroline under the covers. Elena wraps her arms around our daughter protectively, almost like she's afraid someone will pluck her right out of this bed. Caroline looks up at me with sleepy blue eyes, silently waiting for me to join their cuddling session. I tug off my hoodie so I'm left in my t-shirt and sweatpants and crawl into the bed so that Caroline is in between Elena and I. I use my long arms to pull them both closer to me. In the milky moonlight coming in from the windows, the scars on my wrist seem to glow. The pinkish skin there has a soft sheen that reflects the light, and Caroline traces her small fingers along the rough ridges. New scars and old.
What happened to your arms, Daddy?
For some reason, the corner of my mouth tugs up into a small smile. I've never had to explain the scars on my wrist. The few people I've let see them didn't need an explanation, and I never thought I'd have kids, so I haven't quite figured out an age-appropriate answer to tell her. I always have long sleeves on around her. This is, quite literally, the first time she's seen my arms. I can tell by the tension in Elena's body that she's curious what my answer will be. When I was a kid, something really bad happened to me. I was really angry and sad. Those feelings like to fight a lot. I stretch out my arm and use my fingers to trace along the scars. All of these remind me of when I was in the middle of the battle and didn't know how to stop them.
What stopped them from fighting?
Love did, Carol, I whisper, kissing the crown of her head. Love did. Love did. Love did.
Chapter 58. The Angel. Panic. Ice cold panic. That's all I feel. It grips me with its frigid fingers and won't let me go. I can still taste his blood in my mouth. I can still feel his skin under my fingernails. Can still see the way he looked at me when I shoved a shard of glass into his chest. It's the middle of the night. I can't sleep. I can't even close my eyes without seeing the terrifying reality of what I've done. Christian? I whisper against Caroline's hair. I know he's awake. He's always awake when he's worrying about me.
Yeah, Angel.
He whispers back, and I can't bring myself to say anything else. The air goes quiet and stale. Anxiety creeps up my spine. It feels like spiders with their long legs dancing across my skin. Tell me about the first person you killed. The resonating silence that follows feels heavy. I've never asked Christian to relive his kills. I've always been curious, but a part of me always accepted the fact that the less I knew about that part of his life, the better. The less complicit I would feel. Because that's what I am. The complicit, docile wife of a serial killer. Christian lightly pokes Caroline in the cheek to check that she's still asleep, and then lets his head fall back against the pillows.
His name was Peter Sims, drug dealer. I was out looking for noses to break and came across a man holding another man and a young kid at gunpoint. I don't know. The trauma just hit me and I snapped. I broke his neck before he even realized I was there. I buried him near the shoreline. Body washed up a week later and the police identified him.
I don't know why I expected his first kill to be ceremonious or meaningful in some way. Did you ever feel bad?
No, I've never regretted any of my kills. I've never lost sleep over them. The only time I ever felt anything was when cops would stumble across a body. I was always afraid they'd somehow tie it to me. But eventually I stopped caring about that too. Now it's not even an afterthought.
I wish I could be nonchalant about it like he is. I killed the silencer.
We're already married. You don't have to flirt with me.
The silence that follows his joke is nearly tangible. Christian sits up slightly, his face twisting into an unknown emotion when he looks at me, to find tears on my cheeks and a terrified look in my eyes. With careful precision, He gets out of the bed and comes to my side, helping me to my feet and then quietly walking us to the bathroom and locking the door behind us. He turns to face me, his body relaxed, but the look on his face is a mixture of concern, disbelief, and maybe even a bit of pride.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Even though I trust him, I find it hard to admit it out loud. He takes a step towards me and tries to reach out a comforting hand.
Elena.
He didn't give me a choice! I take a big step backwards as the dam breaks and the tears fall harder. Frank was there, and he tried to kill me, and I was scared, and I had all this adrenaline in me, and my hands grip the sides of my hair and begin to tug as the distress sinks into my bones. I killed him. I killed him. I killed him.
Angel.
Christian croaks as he wraps his arms around me, right as my legs collapse and I fall to the floor in shame and panic. Christian cradles my face in one of his large hands as we settle on the ground.
Baby, I would never judge you for doing what you need to do to survive.
He kisses me softly, and the salt from my tears mixes with his taste.
Tell me what happened.
I jump onto the back of the imposter and do the first thing I can think of. I bite him. I bite him in the curve of his neck so hard I can feel the skin rip unnaturally when he throws me off him and I land on my back on the floor with a hard thud. He lunges for me, anger in his eyes, and I begin clawing at him. It's not to hurt him, or even to try and stop him. It's so that when the police find my body, his skin will be under my nails. My body hurts, my throat burns when I scream in frustration, and my limbs feel heavy with exhaustion. Not even the adrenaline is fighting it anymore. If I don't escape now, I'm going to share this tomb with Frank Valenti, and I'll be damned if he's who I arrive in hell with. I'm kicking and fighting against my captor so hard that I wrestle him to the floor. He lands on his back. I land on top. The only thing I can think to do is pull the small drawer completely off the track of the dresser and hit him with it. I get one good hit in before he grabs it from me and tosses it away. It lands on Frank's dead body.
Stop!
He shouts, and even though he's wearing a mask, I can tell he's gritting his teeth.
I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me? You shot my husband and then kidnapped me. You're a fucking psychopath!
I need to save you from him.
He shouts, catching my wrists and flipping us over so that I'm flat against the floor. I don't want to be saved. That makes the man pause. Sweat from his salt and pepper hairline drips onto my face as we both try to catch our breath.
It's not a choice I'm leaving up to you anymore,
he replies. It's cryptic as hell, but the enraged sneer on my face doesn't falter. My body is tired, my adrenaline gone. In the brief millisecond between the end of his sentence and his next breath, I rip my wrist free from his grip, grab a shard of glass, and I stab him in the gut 5 times. He slumps over with agony. I scramble to my feet, my legs shaky with exhaustion. I don't know why, but before I leave the room, I pause and turn back to face him. He's clutching his stomach, his breaths shallow from the pain.
Ellie, I'm going to save you, even if it's the last thing I ever get to do. I promise.
And then he goes limp. And it hits me that I lied to Frank. Because I am a killer. Christian stares at me with an unknown emotion in silence as I stare at the ground, entranced by the soft blue cotton of my socks.
Do you remember where he kept you?
I shrug. I don't know the address, but I could show you on a map. I remember the cross streets. Christian nods and hands me his phone. I scroll through the bird's-eye view of Meridian City and zoom in on the area. I hand the phone back, and Christian commits it to memory before putting it away. He takes a deep breath.
I need to go take care of the bodies.
Why? I ask. He's never been the type to clean up his messes.
Because I reported you missing to the police, Elena. One cop even saw you when you got here. If they find 2 dead bodies covered in your blood, they're going to start asking questions that you can't answer.
It was self-defense.
Yes, but you didn't go to the police after you escaped. You came here. That already makes you look suspicious, and I'll be damned if I let them start pointing fingers in your direction.
He tugs me close to his chest and kisses my forehead.
It's over. Frank is dead. This man that's been tormenting us is dead. Let me deal with the messy part so we can move on.
I begin to cry, not because I'm sad, but because I'm overwhelmed. I don't know how I'm going to deal with the reality of murdering someone, even in self-defense. I can't talk to anyone but Christian. But unlike the last time I was recovering from trauma, I don't think he can help me. Christian doesn't feel guilt, not when it comes to murder. It's as mindless as brushing his teeth. I don't want to be a killer. But I've been one from the moment I met Christian. When he killed those 3 men in the alley and I didn't report it out of fear, I became just as much of a killer as he is. Finally, I concede. Christian leaves me alone in our room, and I stay standing in the same spot for over an hour. I glance at the digital clock on the nightstand. It's past 5 a.m. The sun will be up soon. The only thing I want right now is my mom. I find her in the guest room, alone, sipping coffee and sitting up in bed. When she meets my gaze, she sets down the mug. Her gentle thumb traces across the cut on my cheek. I flinch away from her touch slightly, and I can see the exact moment her heart breaks from the reaction. You didn't tell me Dad was dying. You didn't tell me you married a serial killer. My head snaps to her, and I stare at her with wide eyes. My mom lets out a sad laugh and shrugs. We keep secrets to protect the people we love. I look away with a guilty stiffness in my posture. How did you find out? He came looking for you and found Caroline under the cabinets. She wouldn't come to him until she saw his face. You don't seem bothered, I'd point out quietly. Christian and your father are so alike that it's scary sometimes. Are you trying to say Dad's a serial killer? She shakes her head. No. But all the things he's done in his life have led you, to this point. You know I believe everything happens for a reason. I think we're all exactly where we belong, even if it doesn't seem like it right now. I rest my head on her shoulder, and we're quiet for a few minutes. My mom begins running her fingers through my hair and lightly scraping my scalp. Are you okay, Ellie? I don't know how to feel okay anymore. It's okay to not be okay, Elena. It's easier to pretend I am, though. Easier for everyone but you. Her voice is soft like a concerned mother's should be. It's both a blessing and a curse that she's so good at reading people. I've never been able to hide anything from her. I've never had to. Not until I met Christian. I think that's the harsh reality of being a woman, my mother continues. We're always so focused on everyone else that we forget we need to take care of ourselves, too. I take a deep breath, soaking in the truth of her words. The sun has come up, and the pretty yellow sunrise trickles past the curtains, casting the room in a warm glow. I haven't gotten much sleep in the past 2 days, and as a result, I've got a massive headache. Do you have any aspirin in here? My mother nods towards the bathroom, and my makeup bag on the counter. She throws the covers off her and stands. I'll go get you some water. Oh, I promised Caroline we'd have pancakes for breakfast. If you see Paolo, will you pass on the message? My mother's face lights up, and she wiggles her eyebrows at me. I'll pass on more than just your message to the cute Italian in the kitchen. That brings a soft smile to my face as I quietly giggle. Mom! Kidding. I take a moment to close my eyes and relax in the quiet loneliness before I stand to find the aspirin. I walk to the bathroom, rubbing the exhaustion out of my eyes. I collect the aspirin and then leave my mom's room to check on Caroline. She's still fast asleep, clutching her bunny to her chest. The burgundy comforter is twisted around her, so I fix it and kiss her forehead. She looks so small on our massive bed. Sometimes I feel guilty about playing the system to adopt her, but there's no denying that even with how dedicated Christian is to the orphanage, that we can give her more. More love, more opportunity, more happiness. I hope life never steals the way she sees good in everyone. My mother should have made it back here with some water by now, but I assume she's flirting with Paolo, so I'll just drink from the bathroom faucet instead. I blindly slap around the wall for the light switch in the bathroom. The room lights up, and my stomach turns at the sight before me. On the mirror, written in blood, are the words, "I promise, 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 promise."
Chapter 59. The Executioner. I've had time to consider that maybe I'm going about this wrong. I'm a man with many regrets, and I've always let my failures eat me alive. It's in my nature. My biggest regret is failing to end this before it began. All the pain and suffering I could have saved her from, all the abuse and the fear I could have spared her. Christian Reeves has everyone fooled, Elena especially. He's got his claws so deep in her that she will never be able to escape him. He's broken her apart and haphazardly glued her back together to the point that she's unrecognizable. To the point that the pain is so normal she doesn't even realize she's hurting. But I can still save her. I can. I will. I promised. Even if it costs me everything, I can't let the ghosts of my past do any more damage to her future. Christian Reeves is not afraid of many things, but he is afraid of losing Elena. It's one of the things we have in common and his only weakness I can exploit. I loved her first, and while he would do anything to keep her in a gilded cage, I'd do anything to release her from it. He's delusional. He's twisted the meanings of love and obsession, justifying to himself that they're interchangeable, and they're not. I suppose that's a genetic predisposition he inherited from his father. Thomas couldn't tell the difference either, and he paid the price for it. As I stalk through the halls of this mansion, finality settles in my bones. This is it, the grand finale. I turn a corner and watch the radiant woman before me dance around the kitchen, a mixing bowl on her hip and a whisk in her hand as she hums to herself. She always did love cooking. I stifle a pained grunt and clutch my stomach. I'm still bleeding. The jagged edges of my skin where the glass ripped it apart rubs uncomfortably against my thick shirt. With her back turned, I silently step into the room. It's been nearly 3 decades since I've had a need to be so stealthy. I know I've lost my touch when Bethany turns with a gasp and drops the mixing bowl, the beige batter spilling all over the floor and her ankles. Her face has gone ghost white. She's scared. She tries to run, but I grab her and cover her mouth, holding her still and shushing her until she calms down enough for me to explain. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. My voice sounds wrong coming out of the mask, but I have no choice but to wear it. If I want things to be normal after this is done, I have to pretend this is who I am. Just for a little longer. It will all be over soon. I lean down to whisper in her ear. Where is Christian Reeves?
I don't know. Please.
Do better.
Oh, please, whatever you want, we will give it to you. There's a child in this house. You don't have to hurt anyone else.
Where is Christian Reeves? He wasn't in his bedroom, or Caroline's room, or in the backyard, or in any of the other rooms I've checked. Sweet Bethany, she's terrified, but if I know one thing about her, it's that she isn't a liar, and while she's a fierce protector of her family, she knows as well as I do that Christian can take care of himself. She doesn't need to protect him. If she says she doesn't know where he is, then she doesn't know.
What do you want with him?
Bethany asks, still shaking in my arms. It wouldn't matter if I told you, because you're under his spell, just like Elena, just like this entire fucking city. My molars grind roughly against the force of my jaw as anger boils in my blood. The Reeves legacy is good for only one thing, Beth. It's murder. If I don't save her now, he's going to kill Elena. He's going to kill our baby.
I didn't think it was possible for any more color to drain from her face. But it does. And I've realized my mistake when she flinches in my arms. She begins to sob, shaking and scared and defeated. I let her go, just enough to turn her around and cup her cheeks. I have to do this, I tell her, and her face softens for a moment.
No, you don't. Please. Let's just talk about this. Let's just talk. No one else has to get hurt.
He's the silencer, Beth.
I know, but...
My brain short-circuits, my muscles tighten, my vision goes black around the edges. I don't control my limbs as I grab her neck and squeeze. She starts fighting, trying to scream, but I knock her skull against the wall until she falls limp and slumps to the ground. I set her down, gently. Then she grabs the mixing bowl and hits me with it. I pull it out of her hands and throw it across the room as she starts screaming bloody murder. The only thing I can do to get her to stop is wrap my hands around her throat again. With her lungs already out of breath from screaming, her face quickly turns red and then purple. She slaps me with weak arms. You knew, I growl, the fury making me squeeze harder as tears prick in my eyes. And you chose his side instead of mine. Why would you betray me like that, Beth? When she doesn't answer, I crack her skull against the floor. Why?
Please.
She begs, her eyes rolling from disorientation as thick tears fall from the corners and into her hairline. I soften my face and shush her like a parent would soothe a child. It's okay. It's okay. I'm only doing this to save her.
Ow. Ow.
She croaks, choking out the first syllable of my name with the last of her oxygen. As my fingers dig into her delicate throat, I find myself getting choked up, but I can't find it in me to stop. I have to save her, Beth.
I have to. You got in the way. But I promise, baby, we'll all be together soon. Soon. Soon.
Chapter 60. The Silencer. I've got to act quickly. The motel Elena was taken to is on the other side of the island and the sun is coming up, which means there will be a lot of foot traffic, and dumping a body when anyone could turn a corner at any second isn't exactly ideal, mask or no mask. On top of that, I have an entire cleaning crew scrubbing out the blood from my floors. After I take care of the bodies, I'm going to my presidential suite at the Black Palace, where Elena, Caroline, Bethany, Elliot, Edwin, and I will stay until my house is spotless again. I huff to myself. Damn, that's a mouthful. This time last year, it was just me and Edwin. I never thought I would be able to say this, but I'm so fucking glad I didn't kill myself the night I met Elena. Sometimes when I think about how close I had been, I get phantom guilt, because I worry about what her life would be like if I died like I intended to. I wonder if she thinks about that night as much as I do. As I'm fastening my mask to my face, I see fast movement on one of my monitors. I don't normally have the internal cameras on in the mansion, mostly because I've never had a need to. Perimeter security and external cameras were more than enough. But since Elena was kidnapped, I can't be too careful. There aren't many, just a handful in the common areas, the foyer, the dining room, the study, the kitchen. That's where the movement is coming from. The kitchen. The movement flashes out of frame, so I use the mouse to select the circuit with the kitchen cameras and scroll until I see what's going on. Fuck. I race upstairs, full silencer gear, and sprint to the kitchen. I tackle the motherfucker just as he's getting to his feet, looking down at Bethany's still body. The plummet to the ground is brutal on my torso, and I instantly feel the warm, sticky blood seeping from my gunshot. I reel my fist back and nail this imposter in the face, holding him up by his shirt. He goes limp, and I crawl to Bethany. Shit. Please be alive. I take off my glove and put 2 fingers at her neck and wait for a pulse. A pulse that never comes. My first thought isn't sadness. It isn't guilt. It isn't even anger. It's fear. Because what the hell am I going to tell Elena? I hear movement behind me and turn just in time to feel a bullet graze my right arm. I fall to my left side and groan. And then the fucker shoots me again, this time in the leg. And then again in the other leg. And then again, and again, and again into my chest. Thank fuck for my body armor. The man twitches unnervingly, like he's shocked I'm still alive. And then he does what all other people have always failed to do. He points the gun at my head. I let out a heavy breath. My chest feels like it's on fire. My vision is going black from the pain. I can hardly breathe. Is this really how I'm going to die? Killed by my own shadow? In my own home? Oh, the fucking irony. Well, if this is how I'm dying, I'm not going down without a fight. My fingers twitch towards one of the guns strapped to my legs, but soft, delicate hands beat me to it. I wish I could say I'm proud of Elena for being so strong, but I'm not. Because she's put herself between me and a loaded gun, and I'm in no position to do anything about it.
Take it off!
She demands, nearly shouting at the top of her lungs as she points the gun at him.
The mask! Take it off!
Move. Let me finish this, Elena.
There's sweat dripping down his temples, and blood is seeping out through his shirt and dripping onto the floor. His hands are shaking. I can see it in his posture that he's not going to shoot Elena. But she will happily shoot him, and after glancing down at her mother's body, that's exactly what she does. She shoots him in the same spot he shot me. He falls flat on his back on the floor, and when he does, the cheap locking mechanism of his mask breaks, and it pops off his face before landing with a plastic clatter on the floor. Elena gasps, and her arm falls to her side.
Dad?
She collapses to her knees and completely drops the gun, crawling over to Elliot. Her hands shake as she feels over his torso where she shot him.
Dad, wait. Dad, no. I'm so sorry.
Her sharp cries begin to fill the stale air, and I manage to sit up, propping my back against the kitchen island. Elliot reaches up a hand to stroke Elena's cheek, and I watch as thick tears stream down her face that cover her cheeks in a million different conflicting emotions: guilt, fear, confusion, anger, disbelief, regret. He begins to sob too.
Do you remember the first thing you said to me when I came to the hospital after you were raped?
Blinking away the tears in her eyes, she shakes her head. He gives her a sad smile.
You asked me to chase away the monsters under your bed. But the monster was never under your bed, was it? It was in your heart.
She shakes her head again, this time from denial.
Dad, you tried to kill him. You killed Mom.
She keeps calling him Dad, but the man lying there isn't her father. It isn't Elliot Young. They may look the same. They may sound the same. But her father died the moment I pointed that gun at him on Thanksgiving.
I just wanted to save you.
Elena shudders as she violently sobs.
I never asked you to save me.
She turns to look at me, pleading for me to help her. I'd do anything for her, but not this. He killed his wife and 4 innocent people, all for what? To send a message that he doesn't like me? She looks down at her father again, and his eyes plead for mercy that he doesn't deserve. She knows it. I know it. He knows it too. Something off-putting crawls through my veins. I don't like this situation. I see a tiny shred of humanity in his eyes when she helps him sit up next to me against the island. Both of us breathe shakily through the pain. Elena once again begs with her eyes for help.
Christian, I don't know what to do.
Sweetheart,
Elliot says as he presses her head to his chest.
Don't you worry about me. I'll be fine.
I shot you!
Yeah, you're still a good shot after all these years.
He strokes her hair.
I'm proud of you, baby. You know that. So proud.
She whimpers and hugs him with the same fervor she hugged him with in the hospital, filled with love and sorrow and hope, filled with forgiveness. Not that he deserves it. Elliot pulls away from her, holding her cheeks in his hands and giving her a sad smile.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize until this very moment that killing him won't save you. The only way I can save you is by letting you go.
He presses his forehead to hers as she cries, and then softly kisses her cheek before turning his head to look me straight in the eyes.
How's this for misery?
He reaches for the gun Elena dropped, and before I have a chance to comprehend what he's doing, he places it at her temple, and he pulls the trigger. My entire world goes red. My body goes numb with rage. I've gone deaf. My only working sense is sight, and I watch in horror, unable to move as Elliot lets Elena go, and her lifeless body slumps directly into my lap. I see her dead eyes staring straight up at the ceiling, and I snap. Without thinking, without caring, without feeling, I lunge for Elliot, grab him by the throat, and land my first punch. Then the second, then the third. I stop counting after I hit 20, and I use all that uninhibited feral rage coursing through my veins to land punch after brutal punch directly into his face. Elliot doesn't bother fighting back. All he does is sit there and take it. and I kill him. I kill him with my bare fists, beat him until his skull is deformed into useless shattered bits of bone, and until his soft tissue and blood squelches under my hands, splattering back into my face with every reel back of my fist. I beat him until he's simply an unrecognizable limp mound of blood and tissue under my fist. I catch my breath and then crawl back to Elena's body, sitting in a pool of her blood. I pull her body into my lap and kiss her forehead. And then I reach for my gun.
Daddy?
My world freezes as I peek over my shoulder to see Caroline standing in the doorway of the kitchen. Her rabbit is in the crook of her elbow as she stares at me with her index finger in her mouth.
Mummy said there would be pancakes.
My entire chest feels like it's being stabbed over and over again. With every beat of my heart, it only prolongs the pain. I look back down at Elena before glancing back over my shoulder. Okay, baby. Just turn around and count to 100, and I'll get you some pancakes. Okay?
But Daddy, I don't know how to count to 100.
That's okay, baby girl. Just turn around and count as high as you can. I've been hanging on by a thread named Elena, and now she's gone. I hold my angel to my chest and wait for Caroline to reach 10 before I put the gun to my head. And like I was always meant to, I pull the trigger. The trigger. The trigger. The trigger. Epilogue. The father. Thunder rumbles in the distance, and cold rain pours down over the quiet cemetery. The wet dirt turns the freshly covered grave into a pile of mud. A new granite headstone sits on the soft ground, decorated with flowers. Behind me, I can hear the click of cameras as the media surrounds the grave, trying to sneak photos of my grief for the morning paper. I use a handkerchief monogrammed CTR to wipe the tears from my face. I stare at the grave, my heart aching as memories flash across my mind like a movie, drawing more sorrow from my soul. Christian Thomas Reeves, February 20th, 1983 to May 8th, 2020. Son, husband, father. It was the only appropriate message I could think of to put on the headstone. It's how I want him to be remembered. Even with Christian's lacking sense of self-preservation, I never imagined there was a possibility that I would outlive him. I always wanted Christian to die old and warm in his bed. I feel responsible for the carnage and pain Elena experienced, caught between a man who only knew how to love violently and a father who couldn't let go of the past, driven to madness with his own grief. Behind me, footsteps approach. My neck aches as I look up at the man next to me. Elena's brother, Travis, stares down at his sister's grave, next to Christian's. I hear him suck in a short breath as his umbrella shields him from the relentless rain. I don't want an umbrella. I want to feel the ache in my bones from the cold tears of a million angels weeping for me. The rosary in my hand shakes as I pray for Elena and Bethany. I pray that Christian and Elliot find peace in the afterlife. I pray to God to have mercy on all of them. Most of all, I pray for myself, for forgiveness. Because none of this would have happened if I had been a better father to Christian. Travis wraps a hand around my shoulder and lightly squeezes. He doesn't know that I remember every painful detail. No one does. Not even Christian, because Elena was loyal and never told him that I knew what he was. Another debt I owe to her that I'll never get to pay. I blink rapidly, my eyes puffy and red. I've not yet accepted this reality. I hope when I wake up tomorrow, this will all just be a terrible dream. Next to me, a pair of sparkly bright purple rain boots stand in the mud next to my wheelchair. Caroline's tiny hand holds mine as she looks between me and the headstones. After a long while, she crawls into my lap, her blonde hair gone sandy brown from the rain. She looks up at me with big blue eyes.
Grandpa, when are Mommy and Daddy coming back?
With a shaky breath, I hold the handkerchief to my face, hug her to my chest, and weep with the angels.
A note from the author. In the process of writing the second manuscript of this book, my father committed suicide. This book is a direct reflection of the darkest part of my life. I was struggling to cope with the guilt, the anger, the grief. I consider myself lucky because I had support from every person in my life. My mother and stepfather, my husband, my best friend, my boss. All of them stepped up to do what they could, and I am eternally grateful for the help they offered when I wasn't sure I wanted to live anymore. While I was blessed with that love and compassion, I still felt hopelessly numb and empty. Therapy wasn't helping. The endless Google searches of increasing desperation, hoping to find some magical cure to depression, weren't helping either. I was struggling to find anything to cling to live for, and it wasn't until I was reading my half-finished, typo-filled second draft with tears streaming down my face that I realized this story is what kept me here. As Christian believes he owes his life to Elena, I believe I owe my life to you, the reader. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.